We are live here tonight on American Zombie. Like to say what's up to everyone in the chat. Black Circle, always a pleasure, my brother. Good to see you, bro. Brandon Lull, man. Thank you for being here, man. Yeah, this is everyday rituals that keep us zombified. So we already know that every day there's things around us that we might need to avoid to prevent further zombification. One, of course, like on the thumbnail, is patriotism. We see the patriotic zombies like locusts. They spawn every 4 years, come to eat the thoughts of people's minds. It's surprising when I look at some YouTubers that try to be aware and they talk about it. I saw some guys criticizing Trump, which of course I don't see any politician that is honest. But then he had the nerve to say if people would have voted for Kamala. So just when you think somebody might be a little bit unzombified, they prove that they're just another political zombie. So the politics is one. The middle one was, of course, the singer and the zombified singer and the entertainers. They keep people in a perpetual state of zombie. And it's sad because when they sell these certain things, they, it's like buying a zombie tape to zombify yourself. Red Blur, brother, good to see you, man. Always. That guy, what's up, bro? Good to see you, man. Definitely. Yeah, man. I remember buying records and cassette tapes and CDs, and it's like to buy some. Look at the machine is so. It's on such a high level of psychological manipulation that it gets the average person to buy the brainwashing device. It buys the program. We buy the program to zombify ourselves. Now, yeah, there's some songs and all of that. Okay, you want to listen to them. Now, everything, you can get it almost for free on the internet. But in moderation, we also got to think what we're listening to. Like I try to listen. I've always tried to listen to more like stuff that are talk radio from back in the 90s, tapes that would educate. But it was easy to fall back into zombification of listening to a tune that was made to stick in the mind. That guy says, people have gotten mad at me for telling them that you don't care about politics. Yeah, man. Is gym culture a zombie ritual? Yeah, man. Alexis, good to see you, man. Gym culture is an extremely zombie ritual. I always like to work out, like to buy weights and work out. I was always that guy that had the bench press and stuff like that. And of course, that wasn't really the best way. Calisthenics are probably the best, and light weights. And, I used to read a lot of muscle magazines and stuff like that. It was definitely zombie because it's muscle worship. And I didn't know when I was younger that those guys all took steroids. Now, there was one bodybuilder, and they were all like, they're so sus, it's crazy. But this was back in the 80s, 90s. But now that I've been able to look at videos, I've seen, stuff that these guys have come out with. There are different methods of working out that make more sense. Like the negative reps, like holding the pull-up bar and letting yourself down, holding it, pulling yourself down, or even doing that with the weight, because you can pick up more weight. Like just say you have dumbbells that are 50 pounds each. Now it's going to be hard to curl a single 50-pound dumbbell with your arm. There's guys that can do it, but I've heard that it's easier to hold it and let it down. That builds the muscle more, the negative. We're taught so much things that are wrong. And the gym culture, when we look at the gym culture today, one, it's extremely claws. So we see that's everywhere. More plates, no dates, and these other guys. It's just crazy, man. And I was really, really into the gym. I still like exercise and stuff. The gym is good if you go there and you do what you got to do and then you leave. Like me, it was sort of like, okay, bring a stopwatch because it was very important. I saw the best results from not resting too long. So saying, okay, I'm going to rest 90 seconds between sets. I'm going to do my set, 90 seconds. I'm watching it. I'm breathing, walking around, not too far. I'm staying close to where I'm at. And I used to go to the gym when I was in the army, but once I got out, I was mainly the type of guy that worked out at home. And I had basic weights and stuff like that. The routine is very important. And afterwards, eating the right food and rest. Rest is extremely important for building muscle. Yeah, very important. Yeah, something, Alexis, Chad is no plates, more dates. Exactly. Exactly. He don't even need to work out. He doesn't even need, he's doing his own thing. And yeah, man, I used to, the chest try. Oh, yep. I do the bench press. So your tries are still, they can assist with the bench. And then after that, your tries are warmed up. You can do like, overhead, reverse. You can do kickback stuff like that with the dumbbells. That guy says, I've had my greatest success fitness wise when I worked out in the park and went on runs. Yeah, outside. There's something, and that's another thing that I didn't like about the gym. You're in there, the airflow just usually isn't good. And outside, when you get a good airflow, that really has an effect on the body. It really does. Like you would see the older days guys on Venice Beach and stuff, outdoor stuff, which is hard to find a gym that has an open courtyard, which really makes sense in the summer. You would want to be outside. That air has something to do with getting a better workout. Now you don't want a breezy area, of course, but something like that, yeah. Another problem with the gyms are carpets. Carpets let off a toxic gas, many of them, in my opinion. Anybody can look it up. There are studies where they've put mice in these containers, these cages, the plastic cages, and have carpets, and they've noticed an effect on the breathing. It's dramatically affected their breathing. And anybody can look up these studies. So this is something that's extremely overlooked in the gyms. The air quality. And air quality is extremely important. The music. I remember reading a book, The Power of Sound. The power of sound. If you wear headphones when you work out, now your ears, the blood goes to your ear to protect your ear from damage. So if you're working out and you're listening to earphones or there's loud music playing in the gym, the blood is being forced to the muscle to work out. And now the air can't pull the blood there in time to protect from the headphone noise or the noise that's playing. And it can slowly but surely cause ear damage that is almost like you would never figure it out to say, wait a minute. So it's working out, listening to loud music or headphones. It's forcing the blood that should be near the ear in case the sound spikes to protect the hearing. It's not there. And especially some people get pumped, they get hyped. And we don't see this in our younger years. You see it more when you get older. You might hear the ringing in the air a little bit, stuff like that. So these two things, the carpet and the hearing. But yeah, if you like to go to the gym, definitely. But I would keep in mind these things. Alexis says, thoughts on these gym influences promoting protein shakes and pre-workout. Are these things bad for your body? In my opinion, yes. They're like Red Blur says, he's absolutely right. To waste the money, switch from pre-workout to smelling salt. I would say the protein shakes. Now, there are all natural organic meal replacement powders that I would say are much better. And you can get them at like the vitamin shop and stuff like that. But it just it's definitely not something that, yeah, what they're selling online, all crap, I would say. CD, what's up, man? Good to see you. Yeah, I mean, look at even Greg Douche. He's got a channel. He's more of a comedian, but he talked about the depression. Like we said on the last stream, most of us live a low grade depression. We don't even know it's that. And then the old saying, most men live lives of desperation, of we don't even know it. It's like the weight of the machine becomes normal, basically. It's like, what was it? Stalin had said the situation is normalized. If the situation has to be normalized, it's not normal. It's not normal. So protein shakes, now I remember meeting a guy in the 90s. I used to work at a vitamin shop in the mall when I got out the military. And it was crap vitamins they would sell. It was a job. And I would see a lot of people that would come and exercise. They would have the amino acids and stuff. But there was a guy that was very, very, muscular. He was definitely a bodybuilder, but he told me he doesn't take any supplements. He said he eats food to get everything he needs. And that's the way he felt. And he looked like he was getting good results. So if you're eating the proper foods to get the right nutrients, and I would suggest, I know it's hard sometimes to get organic, but sometimes you have to. If you look at, I'll do some streams on like a tomato. If a tomato is not organic, there's a lot of stuff in that tomato, man, that's not on the list. Pesticide residues. You're better off not even eating the tomato. You want the organic tomato. No berries unless it's organic. Strawberries, I think somebody had a video on YouTube where they weren't organic. They were regular strawberries, conventional. They mixed them up in the blender, and the pesticide content was so strong on them that they could still spray it on the plants and be effective against the bugs. So imagine that. Imagine eating strawberries. There's many videos out there about stuff like that. So I would recommend eating the food and then go back. Yeah, and you're right, Red Blur. Influencers promote the BS supplements and they get paid to buy the real deal. Yeah, they're on vitamin S. These guys, I just, yeah, you can't really trust them, man. Plates, no dates. That guy, you already know, he's vitamin S city. Douche, he talks about, that he basically takes it. If he doesn't, he's gonna shrink, and that's messed up. That's why the athletic build is better. So part of the everyday ritual, yes, gym culture's part, it can easily zombify you. But going there just to get in shape is good. But again, keep in mind, like, you wonder, you say, wait a minute, what type of air filters do they have in there, especially during the winter? Do they ever open the window? Because remember, people are working out. You're expending, like your breath, your sweat, all of that stuff is going in the air. And what we eat and the toxins we have, they get out of the body through the sweat. So now you could be breathing in the toxins that would just sweat out other people that are in the gym, because they don't care. They just want your membership. They want you to come there. Carpets are usually, they look clean, but they're dirty and they're off-gassing. So the gym culture itself, it's big, man. I remember Arnold, he didn't just put bodybuilding on the map. He heterosexualized it, because before him, they would call it a subculture. And again, a lot of those guys, the G for pay, what they were saying, and the guys do it today. They do the G for pay from what they, you look at the Mr. Olympias and stuff like that. It gets to a point where it's so egotistical. The insecurity is screaming from these guys. I mean, how big do you need to get? It's crazy. And then if you look up videos on bodybuilders that have passed, it's crazy. What was that guy? That humongous guy, Kovac or something. Yeah, and Kai. Yep, Kai, that dude. Yep, definitely. There's another guy, Kovac. This guy was insanely big. MD, is getting swole better or worse than being lean? I think being lean is much better. Yeah, I really do. Yeah, I think being lean is a lot better. Bobby, what's up, bro? Good to see you, man. Yeah, being green, lean, Kai Green. I was thinking, yeah, I think that's Kai, the guy that was battling with. Is that the guy that was battling with that former Mr. Olympia? He was like, multiple Mr. Olympia. Heath, I think it was. Um, the whole crew of them. When I look back and look at Ronnie Coleman right now, oh my goodness, it's so messed up. I think Arnold, they were saying, had to have heart valves replaced in the 90s. I think he got pig heart valves or something like that. This girl was telling me. And I was like, wow, man, so much stuff that they don't talk about. But if you just look up the people that have passed on the YouTube videos, bodybuilders that have passed, it's ridiculous, man. Because I've noticed guys, I'm like, what happened to this guy? What happened to that guy? Because I used to follow it a little. I had the magazines. I used to buy them in the 90s. And I just didn't know that, okay, they had a workout thing in there, but that workout regimen was if you take vitamin S. It wasn't if you are just working out naturally. And they never talked about that. I remember there was a interview with bodybuilders, and I think a guy named Barry DeMay or Brian DeMay. And then look at that. I think his name was Brian DeMay, but his nickname was Barry. Why would you be called Barry? Yeah, that's kind of, Dingleberry. I don't understand. I don't know why. And he admitted, he goes, they all take it. They all take the steroids. And it is, some women back then, they used to look at it as it's a guy's insecurity. Because if you're big, you don't have to be bodybuilder big. You don't need 20-inch arms. You got 17-inch arms, that's big, 18-inch arms. Now, if you naturally have 20-inch, fine. But to take vitamin S to get that is zombie. And then the repercussions later on to the liver and stuff like that. It just, yeah. Yeah, Sean Ray and those guys, I remember them. Yeah. Sean Ray, Gunther, yeah. Yeah, they were, it's like it's a club. It's a club because if you look up, there was a bodybuilder who had bigger arms and was in incredible shape back in I think it was the 70s and 80s. Oh man, what was his name? Munson, Craig Munson. He was a bodybuilder. This brother was just off the scale. He was Olympia, straight Olympia. But Joe Weirder said he couldn't market him because, he had did time. He was in a gang. Like he was definitely like, he's still around. But there was a contest where he should have won and he didn't, and it devastated him. And then also living the lifestyle that he lived. But I mean, the guy was it was just ridiculous, man. Like, holy smokes, this guy was an unknown that was basically, had the potential to take the title from Arnold or something like that. And then when I think about the title, like, because I really used to follow it when I was younger. I knew, I remember seeing the first Mr. Olympia in the magazines, Larry Scott, and he was saying that Joe Weirder and him were in a bar and they had Olympia beer and they were thinking of what to create that would be, higher than the Mr. Universe title. And that's when they looked at the beer, they said Olympia. And that's how Mr. Olympia, I think the video might still be on YouTube, how it got started. So there's a lot. I mean, I used to really love it. And then I didn't know there were, guys before Scott, like Clancy something, Thomas or Roberts or something, Steve Reeves, But then Steve Reeves, again, they had those rumors. They had those rumors out there about Steve Reeves. And he was in very good shape. Not your typical big, bulky bodybuilder, but very well shaped. Leroy Colbert. He was one. I think he was the first guy that they said had like 21-inch arms or something like that. Um, a lot of old school guys. Eugene Sandow, the guy that they have for the Olympia, they said he was an idol for non-hetero men. He was married with I think kids, but you know, guys that are married with kids, you know, you have a lot of those guys that are clods. And you know, nothing against that, in my opinion. If that's the way a person wants to go, fine. This is a hetero show. I'm hetero. I've noticed guys are, you know, when a guy can't say that he's hetero, something kind of red flag goes up there. I've noticed that. And you guys know from the whole sphere. I mean, I used to notice that. I used to say, why these guys are kind of odd that don't want to, you know, because it was all based on, we already know something underneath that we didn't know was there. But yeah, Larry Scott, Sergio Oliva, just ridiculous genetics. Then of course Arnold, and then I think you know, the problem was the scandal that had occurred after Arnold. I think Columbo won, and then Frank Zane won a couple of years in a row. And then when Arnold came back, they gave him the title, and I think 80, because he was going to make the movie Conan. And a lot of people were saying that, you know, Mike Menser actually left bodybuilding because of that. He said, look, this is just a total, you know, travesty. And Frank Zane was interviewed, and he said, if you think the 80 was fixed, 81, they gave it to Columbo again, you know, Arnold and his friend. And it was just a total, you know, it was fixed. It was like you saw other guys that were just, you know, just way better. And I think Tom Platz, you know, Tom Platz with the overdeveloped legs. I mean, it was a steroid contest. I think Vince, he was from a gym in Venice. They got a story, Vince Garanda. Vince Garanda used to call it a pharmaceutical contest. That's what he used to call it. And he used to not want people in his gym if they did certain exercises, because he said like sit-ups and stuff like the leg raises, certain things for the stomach. He goes, it doesn't benefit. He goes, it actually is not good, because if you do too many sit-ups or certain crunches, I mean, we had to do sit-ups in the military. I've heard a theory that it can shorten the muscle on the hip, that when you go forward, like it tightens it too much, and that can give a pull on the opposite side of the body where the hamstring is. So it's so important to know. There's a lot to know too about different parts of the body, because if you work one thing, it's going to pull on the other. Just the way, like when you work tris, you're stretching the bis. When you work the bi, you're stretching the tri. And then there's different angles, all different ways to work a muscle. Yeah. So, but gym culture, it can get very zombie. I mean, I wasn't a gym zombie with it, but I was definitely loving the workout. Bobo says, been seeing all these people talk about carnivore diet. What do I think about that? I think that, you know, there's no one diet that is going to fix everything. That there might be a day or a couple of days you say, you know what, I just feel like eating meat. I don't agree with eating like raw meat. I'm not really, I mean, it's not my thing. But there's a guy, Andrus Vanderplanets. He swears by it, but I mean, I've heard people say when you eat raw meat, you end up with a lot of parasites. As far as eating cooked meat, I could see there, you know, because I've eaten, like, all right, say when I used to eat steak, I could see eating steak and then saying, you know what, instead of eating potatoes or whatever, I'll eat some more steak if you have the meat, because it can be expensive, but not forever. So it might say a day or two, just like veganism and vegetarianism. I would say, yeah, you can go just eating certain types of vegan or vegetarian diet for a couple of days, maybe even a week, maybe a month. But to what I call report card eating, because I used to hang out when I was, you know, vegetarian and go to certain get-togethers and stuff and lectures. And I noticed they were like a cult. I never referred to myself as a vegetarian or a vegan because it gets very cult-like. We see that with Vegan Gains. I mean, the dude, we already know it's gotten to a point of mental, you see the mental effects it's had on him. But yeah. So it's the carnivore. Yeah, I'm not really. I'm not saying 100%, but I'm saying definitely not the raw. I mean, we saw who was that guy that got exposed? Liver King. I mean, that was just he's eating raw liver. I mean, what the heck? Oh man, it makes you wonder, man. And then of course it's crazy when the vitamin S warriors start to get at it with each other. When Plates, no dates, said that he wrote him and was taking, I think, $10,000 to $11,000 worth of gear a month. Yeah, it's brutal. Look at Kenny KO, right? He used to go around trying to call out the fake natties. So the people that say that they're natural but they're fake, like I think they accused O'Hearn of that. I mean, O'Hearn is so juiced, it's just ridiculous. But then Kenny KO is selling, I think, gear, wicked gear, I think it is. I mean, the grift is ridiculous. So gym culture definitely has some zombie to it. Nothing wrong with staying in shape, but it can go overboard. And of course, the other zombie stuff goes along with that because all of the clothing, like most 90%, I would think, is not good that these guys are wearing and the women are wearing. You don't want to wear polyester. You don't want to wear spandex, rayon. These things poison. They have chemicals in them, in my opinion. Anybody can look at videos online about poisonous clothing, polyester and stuff like that. These are made from plastic. These are polyesters. And you look at the space age stuff. This does not allow the body to sweat properly, which it could cause rashes. With women, it could cause problems because your area where your genitals are need to sweat. They need to have that airflow. And these things can cause rashes, and your body's pulling in these chemicals. And it's pulling them in while you're sweating. So yeah, so you got the clothing, you got the music. Yeah, the music. Does blasting strong, rageful music into your ears actually make you feel spiritually stronger? Does the music have a real effect on us? You don't want to blast loud music in your ears when you're working out at any time, because it will affect you. The blood in the air is to protect the air from being damaged if the sounds are too loud. So if you're working out, you're not going to be able to get that right amount of blood because you're forcing it to other parts of the body. Therefore, now the ear is more susceptible to damage. And if you're wearing headphones, I don't think headphones are safe to wear, period. They're very dangerous. You have to be very careful. The AirPods and stuff like that, you can look it up on YouTube. You can look up the case studies on Google. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be looked into with these AirPods. In the 90s, I remember people would say, oh, those things will, do something to you. And I never really believed them, but I didn't wear it a lot because if you're wearing it, you can't hear other stuff. So I always would like the fact that I could listen to music, but I could also hear what was going on if I didn't have headphones on. So the gym culture, the gym zombie culture opens the door to the clothing zombie culture, the protein shake zombies, the music zombies. I mean, who knows what's in the carpet chemicals, because they're not really looking at it from a natural standpoint. These people are amped up just trying to get muscles. It has a lot to do too with the vanity and the ego. Like Frank Zane, they interviewed him, and he said that when he won his first trophy, his ego was bigger than the trophy. And I think they interviewed him maybe 10 years ago or something. And they asked him, they go, so what do you recommend for somebody going into bodybuilding? And he said he recommends they get a life. He's very much against just being a pure bodybuilder. He's like, look, you got to have other stuff. You don't want to, I mean, this, you can get obsessed with it. He was called the chemist. I think the interview is still on YouTube. He said at his high point, he was taking, I think, 700 supplements a day in pill form. That's ridiculous. So at one sitting, a guy's taking 90, 20 of these pills, 20 of those, 30 amino acids and this. Couple hours later, doing it again. Couple hours later, doing it again. These guys, remember, sometimes on vitamin S, they're working out almost 4 hours. That's ridiculous. That is so ridiculous, man. It really, thanks, Chad, man. I appreciate that, bro. Alexis says, I have a set of Bluetooth headphones. Yeah, you really, bro, please, brother, look up on YouTube all of the dangers of Bluetooth headphones. Remember, you have to, and I was always into natural. I remember there was a magazine I found, Natural Bodybuilding. And when I used to see those in the 80s, and I'm like, well, these guys kind of look like regular, maybe a little bit bigger than the athlete. One natural bodybuilder, I think he was natural, that used to act, was Mark Singer, when he played in the Beastmaster, and he wasn't a big guy. So you see, like, okay, you could have a good build like that guy and not have to take steroids. And they pushed it, like Jason Katz actually has a good documentary called Tough Guys, and it's spelled Guise, like a disguise, Tough Guys. And he showed how this culture of hyper masculinity, which masculinity is great, but the hyper masculinity is to say, he showed how G.I. Joe, the doll, had like what would be considered 16.5-inch arms if you did like the ratios, if it was real life. A few years later, 20-inch arms. Look at He-Man. He-Man was just vitamin S. Even Skeletor, or everybody on that was vitamin on that cartoon, and they were kind of sus. You look at Thundercats. Everybody there is muscular. So the steroid invasion of cartoons was conditioning kids to think that that's a normal build, when of course it's not. You're not going to be able to obtain that. Mr. Rex, good to see you, brother. Oh, he said major sus. Yeah, He-Man was major sus, bro. Major. Alexis says, is taking medication for flu or common cold a ritual? Should I just avoid taking any medicine and tough out the diseases? Well, I'm not giving medical advice here. This is my opinion, of course. I would say that you have to be very careful. Read every ingredient. There are natural ways to combat that. Now, if it gets to a point where you need to speak to a physician, of course, definitely. But, and also you still got to be careful speaking to the physician. I was going through a book today, and it was shocking. It was talking about studies from 2005, 20 years ago, that I think they were saying something like 51% of drugs that are approved by the FDA have to basically be recalled. And most of the time there's a chapter called The Sorcerer's Apprentice in the book. The book is called The 100-Year Lie. And it talks about how one guy wrote a book called, it mentions his book in the book, a book called Overdose. And they talked about how people would be used basically in society is like the guinea pigs. I think it's over 100,000 people a year get ended by legal FDA approved medication. And it talked about how doctors are in on this. The pharmaceuticals, the weight goes on all of them. The FDA, pharmaceutical, it's more than a conspiracy. It's actually just the truth. It's saying, well, wait a second. this is something that really needs to be looked into. Also, one of the researchers said that not everybody's the same. And they said that what somebody might need for a certain medication, say 20 milligrams of something, the other person it could be good with 2 milligrams. It's that much of a dramatic difference. They said between 400 to 4,000 of a percent difference. So you have people are different, and they blanket it with what they call the one size fits all. And this is something that's very, very it's serious, man. Yeah, it's a serious, it's an epidemic, man. It's basically um an epidemic when you think about the vitamin S, the pharmaceutical. I mean, the pharmaceutical thing, you got these guys, man. I think a lot of it has to do with, one, of course, know thyself and love thyself. These are things that I would think should be in religious books instead of don't worship anybody but me. You know, how is that the first commandment? You know, and the fact that nobody thinks of that, you know, that keeps people zombified. To say, wait a second, what about, you know, thou shalt not kill unless I tell you to do it, right? In the Bible, you know, and it's in, forget about if you read the other religious books, they're just, you know, the Bible on steroids. You know, it's just, I mean, it's brutal. All this killing. Isn't it a coincidence? You know, it's not a coincidence, but isn't it funny how you got the religious books saying, all right, don't do this. It's very contradictory, right? But it's always some type of beef. You know, oh, G said that we shouldn't like these people, you know, or the other people, or if they don't, you know, do what he said in this book, that we got to do something. And then political figures are doing the same thing constantly, constant state of perpetual war around the planet. You know, a thinking person would start to add this up and say, wait a second, it's like you're being played in a way. It really makes you wonder, man. Red Blur says, MD, what do you think about the neck pill? Like how having a thick neck, well-proportioned neck accentuates overall physique, football players, Bruce Wayne Carr. Yeah, no, the neck pill, you know, there's a thing too. If your neck is too big, it can cause a problem if you're working it out too much. If you naturally have a neck ratio, yeah, it's okay. But to purposely do it, you know, you have to be very careful, because now you're dealing with you know, your neck, that's your spine. So I would think just stretching, making sure your neck is, you know, a neck that is pain-free and you feel good, and, you know, you have a good amount of muscle. You don't need a lot of muscle, but the fact is that your neck is strong. Your neck can be, you know, it's stretchable. You know, you can turn it in different positions, because there's a variety of neck stretches. I think that's much more important, because like the football players and stuff, this is another thing too, that football players have a high instance if you look up videos on concussions. And the crazy thing is that football players that used cannabis had a less instance of concussions. So they started doing some research, and they found out that people that used cannabis, that had cannabis in the blood, one study was, I think they did it with over 400 car accidents where people hit the windshield. And they wondered, why is it that people that hit the windshield at the same speed, one person lives, the other person doesn't? And they found out that what was in common with the people that survived was they were all cannabis users, and that cannabinoids and THC in the blood had a way that when they had impact, it would protect trauma on the brain neurons. Now, anybody can look this up and check it out. It's my opinion. When I read the articles, I would tell people, okay, you can look this stuff up. Cannabis has a protective quality, they're saying, on trauma, on bodily trauma. So they noticed this in people that have hit windshields in accidents, and also in football players with the helmets, because most football players, within a decade or two, they're done. They're done. I mean, they're smashing their bodies against each other. How zombie is that? To if fighting isn't bad enough, the high school, the junior high school, elementary state of immaturity, keeping men in that perpetual state of stupidity, basically, and immaturity. They say, you know what? The fight ain't good enough. Look, we're going to have football. We're going to have baseball. We're going to have basketball, just ball chasers everywhere, golf, tennis. It's like, what, is he a man or a seal? It's like a circus animal plays with balls, and everything is like ball chasers. That's why I call it ball chasers, man. It's ridiculous. I can understand exercise. Exercise is very important. Calisthenics, even acrobats, because that's something that actually benefits the body. But what they're doing is they're pushing this culture that just, Alexa says scrolling on the phone in the morning to catch up on the news to see what's happening for 5 minutes. Yeah, it kind of is a ritual. At least it's a short ritual. It's only a 5-minute ritual. But I really prefer the computer. I don't like scroll through for the news. Like, the most I watch is YouTube. I used to have it on the phone where, like, I could check Google, like you swipe left, I think it is, and or right, and then you see like the news feed. But I didn't update it. Like, I used to look at it a little. I never clicked on the stories because I was just like, I don't really like reading stuff on the phone. I just use it for calling and text. And anything I want to do online, I save for the computer. Now, I do have the ability, if I need to check an email or something. But I'm always, I figure, all right, I'll just wait till I hit the computer. I can look at it easier and comfort. They want us addicted to the phone. They really do. I remember a few years ago, they were predicting 2030, they were trying to have the implantable iPhone ready. So it might come out before that, who knows? And there will be people lined up for that. But a 5-minute phone scrolling ritual ain't that bad. Yeah, it's like you just scroll. Okay, you want to see what's happening? Cool. Not the all day scroll. That's where, it can be, they're creating artificial status through entertainment, totally. In terms of sports, you look at the sports zombies, right? When you would see a commercial with Michael Jordan promoting anything, right there, don't buy it. Don't listen to him. Don't watch him. These people don't care. And what do they call a person that follows them? A fan. Now, we know a fan is it's the short word for fanatic. So a sports fanatic, but they don't want you to know the word. They'll say, no, you're just a fan. That's cool. Being a fan is cool. I don't think it is. Being a fanatic is not cool. And let's look at another short word that if we knew the whole word, we'd start to say, well, we say we go to the store. The full word is the storage. I'm going to the storage to pick up some food. Well, if we thought about that, we'd say, well, wait a minute, why don't I have my own storage? Why do I got to go to the storage every day or every 2 days or 3 days? That doesn't, so in other words, I'm a slave to the store if I do that. This is why I try to stock up on some foods, but you can only stock up on so much of some foods. So we abbreviate our minds. We say, okay, the fan. If the fanatic, once you say, wait a minute, I don't want to be a fanatic. I'm not a fanatic of anybody. No. And no, it's just a fan. When you look at people that buy the jerseys with another man's name on it and wear it just a ball chaser, wearing it like a ball chaser, or the storage, having to go to the storage all the time, having to go to the store all the time that's a ritual. It becomes a ritual. Especially if it's like a fast food store or something like that. It's crazy, bro. It's really ritual. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support. Alexis says, what is the most dangerous ritual to zombify us? Daily, the dangerous ritual, I would say the first dangerous ritual is what we eat. So it becomes a ritual. If we're eating something that is not nourishing the body, then it is zombifying us because we're putting that in our body now. The second ritual would be what we're doing while we're eating. Most of us might listen to something, if we put the headphones on or something. So that is the other ritual. So those two rituals, what we eat, of course, is combined with what we drink. We don't want to drink out of plastic. If we can, drink out of glass. The conspiracy goes as deep as you got to know what type of glass too, because certain green glasses and blue glasses contain certain chemicals. It can, in my opinion, you can look it online. Certain green glasses that will glow under black light supposedly contain uranium to make it. Anybody can look it up. You can look up what glass has uranium, black too, black tinted and black tile, like bathroom tiles and green bathroom tiles. It's crazy. It's really crazy. The stuff that's out there. Mr. Rex, brother, what's up, bro?
MD going strong, man. You're doing it, man. Every night preaching, coming out here and spitting knowledge and enlightening everybody, man. Salute to you, man.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. Yeah, I spoke with Scribe today. He was like, yeah, saying the same thing. I said,
Hmm.
yeah, I'm trying to keep it on. I think he listened to some of last night's show, and he was like, oh, you said you were trying to stay away from that. I said, yeah. I said, it's okay to talk about it a little. I said, but I'm not going to go full. Uh,
No.
yeah. I told him if we build a site, because I told him in the future he's working on I think he's working on dispensaries and stuff like that. He's doing a lot of good stuff. I mean, that guy is so skilled with
Hmm.
setting it up. So I told him, yeah, I said maybe 2026. I said we'll see if we can get an uncensored site. But yeah, man, trying to keep it every day strong. Come on at night. I was, if I can see where I can do it full time, I would do day and night. I would definitely, man. I'd be doing it. Yeah. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, man. Alexis says, I've noticed this weird ritual that all presidents and lawmakers do,
Mm.
where they stand behind a desk and clap. Am I crazy, or do y'all notice it too? No, you're not crazy, bro. I noticed this. That is a straight ritual, straight ritual. Standing behind the podium. So they're either behind the desk or the podium, and they'll clap. They this is so ritual, and this is great. I'm so glad you asked this question, that and you stated the statement that, remember AMS, the Alpha Strategies guy, right? He would clap. He would snap his hands together. He would snap them and rub his hands, and that was the ritual. And I noticed other guys started doing that because he was getting like crazy views. He made like $1 million within 2 years, I think. And he moved from Georgia, I think, to New York City. And I mean, people were like on him. They were like constantly in every video. If you notice with Alpha, dude, he would do that. He would clap. He wouldn't like clap repetitively, but he would slap his hands together and then rub them and be like, okay, and it does something. Influencers have been copying that. So yes, you are right. That is a ritual. And that's a good catch too, to notice that, man. I don't know if you
And
noticed that.
also the symbol where they bring their hand up, the horns, the horn
Hmm.
signal with the index and the pinky finger up and the two middle fingers down. That's clearly a satanic sign right there. And you can see
Hmm.
that in a lot of places. So you know where they stand when they put those symbols up. That's not normal. How many times do we do that every day? That hand
Absolutely.
gesture.
You're right.
So,
And they're all doing it too.
yeah.
So many. It's like the musicians, the politics, all of them. It's so ritual. It is
Hmm.
crazy. And that ritual, it has to be doing something. Like if we don't shield our mind, like how
Hmm.
Alexis is saying, when they clap, it has to do something.
Sure.
It has some type of effect that I haven't figured out, but we know that it's doing something. The presidents and lawmakers, yeah, they all do. You're absolutely right, man. That
And
is a
we can
rich.
laugh at the rich, at the, the religious people who warn of the devil and Satan ruin this world like it's all make believe. But then, sorry, you can see it in real life too.
Yeah, yeah. Everybody has a piece of the puzzle, and then that's
Hmm.
what I'm saying. Like, people might say, "Oh, well, you're not religious and stuff," and I'm like, "Yeah, but I know that they have a piece of the puzzle. Everybody,
Yeah.
every religion, you know, Muslims have the jinn that they talk about, and you wonder why don't they talk about that in other books? And then
Hmm.
Christians have the other stuff with the Nephilim, and then you have the Elohim with the Judean Torah. The Hindus just got all type of stuff. We already know Azarun. Just, I mean, you got people flying in the sky, going to war,
Hmm.
just, ancient cloning, and yeah, yeah, it's definitely something. And the musicians are ritual city, man. Those are like
Yeah.
the biggest ritual, I think, is
I think it's all over at different levels. I've seen it in just regular people too. I think some case where that wife was accused of killing her husband, who was a cop, and she was acquitted. But the minute they come out, they're all doing the horn symbols. All the people, the lawyers, her, everybody. It's like, what is this? You
hmm
know, I forget the name of the woman, but it's up in Massachusetts. But it's everywhere. It's everywhere. And so it's like you can't
everywhere.
escape this. This is the reality. You can deny, but if you want to be an evolutionist zombie and believe in the political system and be pro jab and pro this and pro that, which is nonsense, go right ahead. But reality has a way of smacking you right in the face. It's going to be a difficult life for you. So
Absolutely. Yeah, and you're right. Evolution zombie goes with political zombie and medical zombie.
it
Yeah,
does.
they're yeah, because they are I'm so when you told me that thing about tacos, man, those that's they are so zombie. It's like, and they're
Hmm.
shaming people. Yeah, you were right. They're shaming
Yeah.
people, man.
Oh, yes. I mean, if you go on there, just like when you finish your book or just something, 'cause I'm just
hmm
curious, in case it
Yeah, yeah,
happens,
yeah,
just
definitely.
don't expect a real debate. Don't go on there. Expect to be ad hominem attacks, expect to be insulted, expect to be straw manned. They'll misrepresent your arguments every chance they get. Just, expect it and you're fine.
hmm
Because it's not a serious debate. I just want to I look at more of it as just a promotion of your book, promotion of your work, promotion of your channel. You know what I'm saying? That should be
Yeah,
the main goal. I
yeah,
don't go on there trying to have a serious debate at all. I don't. They're not worthy of a serious debate. They don't have it in them.
yeah. They
You
were
know.
kind of condescending when I went on. It wasn't a lot of people. It was just
Hmm.
the one guy playing the game and myself. And then I think when the other person came on, that's when he put me backstage or timeout or something like that.
Yeah,
And
they put you on time. But if you do a mega bloodbath, it's called a one-on-one debate, then they're not allowed to put you in timeout. It's
yeah,
only
yeah,
when
I
it's an
haven't
open
been on.
panel.
Yeah, yeah. When I
Yeah,
seen those, yeah, I haven't been back on, but I
yeah.
definitely, yeah, they're zombie. Yeah, man. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. He says thoughts on the workaholic zombie. Uh, the workaholic zombie. I have to admit that is probably, in a way, the most justifiable zombie. Like, and I have
Yeah.
to admit that, like, if you're working and making money, or of course if you have to work, the workaholic zombie is worth it because you're making cash. um
Hmm.
so the workaholic zombie is kind of justified in my eyes. If you're making good money, it's like, yeah. But it would be good if you're making good money to have the goal to say, okay, I'm going to workaholic zombie for an extent, make enough money, and then possibly have an idea to where if I make enough where I don't have to work anymore, that's the best case scenario. But
Hmm.
also, if you work enough to have, okay, half of it put away and then possibly invest in ideas, like open up, like an online business. You can even open up a business brick and mortar if you have enough money. Partnerships with people, other workaholic zombies. That's possibly, I would say, the workaholic zombie is the most justified. I would totally, I
Can I
totally
comment on
agree.
that too?
Yeah, please, please.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer. I don't believe hard work really pays off that much, to be honest with you. I
Hmm.
think working smart pays off. I really
Yeah,
believe that part. So don't get it confused. Yeah, hard work is nice, but there's plenty of people in the third world working every day hard and they can't afford a loaf of bread. So I believe in working smart, and having this platform is part of making people enlightened, getting more intelligent, more knowledgeable. Here's an example. Conspiracy theories, like, we claim they are, but they're really not. If you had invested $10,000 in Tesla when he made his appearance in Iron Man, it was only trading at $1.50 a share. Most likely that would have been worth $500,000 to $1 million today.
yes,
So when you can read beyond the nonsense, especially what you learned in finance and this and that, that the game is rigged and there's set players, and in some of these movies there's messaging. Once you can open your eyes to this, you can actually make yourself a really good profit. It can really benefit your life, but you got to know the game that's going on out here,
yeah,
and that's what we're trying
absolutely.
to accomplish here. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Absolutely. A workaholic zombie for a certain amount of time, like you're saying, you're doing a smart workaholic zombie to
Hmm.
break the cycle of being the workaholic. You work smart and not hard.
Yes.
Like you have to work hard. It's like a combination of hard and smart, kind of like
Hmm.
you drive a car, you press on the gas pedal. So now you're working hard and then you let off of it and you coast. So it's not like you're always on the gas pedal. And that's,
Right.
how you drive the car. That's how you do, other things in life. It's never a steady thing. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. He says, "Is the sex the zombie a dangerous zombie?" Yes, it can get to
Mm.
dangerous. That the sex zombie can definitely get to a dangerous zombie because the sex zombie, right? For the men, every time we have, so let's just call it a session where the orgasm, the male orgasm, you release the nutrients from one study said 3 to 5 meals. So now it's not saying totally that, but the zinc, selenium, the B vitamins and stuff, if you release that too much, if you're not putting those specific vitamins back in, you can start to get a deficiency. Dopamine levels go up and down. So after, what they call post nut clarity, that's actually real. So it's like that's a dip and you start to think clear because sometimes having that release is important. If you have, I think the you should at least have 20 a month, around 17 to 20 a month to prevent, they say, the inflammation of the prostate. Actually, Dr. Thomas Lodi on Facebook, he's got a good short video on that. I know they got good videos on YouTube about that. So there is good stuff talking about the release of that can actually can keep the prostate working in a healthy manner, and you can overdo it too. You can definitely overdo it. So again, like if people are watching certain uh videos to do it, the mind in watching that, there are studies that show how that can actually make people impotent. And this is, they have a book, your brain on porn. The guy sold a
Mm.
good few copies, tens of thousands actually. And there was in Nightmare on Sperm Street, I actually put something on there about where the effects of there was a guy who wanted to stay a virgin till he got married, and he was like, I think 20. He got married at 22. He was a religious guy. 2 years of only doing corn, he became to where when he got married to his wife, he had problems maintaining and his sexual prowess, to the point where she divorced him within, I think, like a short period, like within 1 or 2 years, she had enough.
Mm.
And he had to rehabilitate himself to get back to where his body was normal, working in normal function. So in Nightmare on Sperm Street, I put how these studies are showing us that there are are non-physical things. Watching something can affect the body physically. And I put the studies that compared methamphetamine addiction and eating addiction. So these are two physical things because they're using the physical drug. Was very close to corn addiction. Like it was having an effect on the brain where they used a technology called voxel base uh, mammorphometry. So it measures the cubic millimeters and cubic centimeters of gray matter and would see increases or decreases in the brain of that depending on what they were doing, showing that there's a part of the brain that they refer to as the braking system. And the braking system that can get like worn out, and people would have a hard time stopping what they were doing. So it actually links something to say why sometimes drug addicts can't stop because they've worn out the brakes or the braking system of the brain, which hopefully can be rehabilitated or possibly not. And this is why it's if it can't, then it's extremely important on why should be so careful. Alexis, thank you for the support, brother. He says, so would you say people who play PlayStation 2, oh no,
Pay to play, pay to
yeah,
play.
are sex zombies? That type of sex zombie is, I would say, is not as bad as the corn sex zombie.
I agree. I
Yeah,
agree.
because you're doing a real life thing. You can overdo it. Anything can be overdone. We know that. But that is, I would say, safer. The thing that can get addictive is you can get addictive to the hunt. I think if
Right.
Jailhouse Max is listening, he can probably attest to that. Where if he's scoping the blade, I guess it's called the blade.
The blade, yeah.
Yeah.
But
So it's
also,
like,
corn is what they do in corn is not really real life. It's like some perverted distortion of, you know what I mean?
oh yeah, yeah. It can get crazy. Yeah, it can really
Yeah.
get crazy, and they are conditioning people so much. There's so much subliminal programming in that, especially when they
Hmm.
have the multiple thing.
Yes. Like
Yeah,
when a woman, it's one woman and three or four
yeah,
guys
that
and
it's
triple
it, yeah.
penetration. It's like, no, no,
Oh,
no. Most
oh
women don't want that. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
it's yeah, it's getting to where it's almost pure claws at that point.
Yeah.
Where I remember when I was younger, and they would have those videos, and I'm like, wait a minute, why would you even want to be close to another dude? And
Oh,
it's
no,
like
their balls are slapping.
it's
I mean,
crazy, yeah. And
yeah.
these guys are trying to act hetero. It's like, please don't even try to, it's like, come on. It's like
Hmm.
trying to lie. I mean,
And what kind
and
of woman would do that too? It's just like
yeah,
to do that
yeah,
to your body. You know what I mean?
yeah, very, very. One guy, he was telling me that he had did that, and
Really?
yeah, and he said the whole room smelled like crap.
Must have. Yeah.
Yeah, it's disgusting. It's a koala and them, they're all into that,
Oh,
and
they
it's
did
just,
that. Koala.
yeah, yeah. He was bragging about it, and this was back,
You got to be not straight to want to do that. I've never once in my
yeah,
life ever had any
it-
interest in that. I mean, maybe multiple women, but not
yeah.
any man involved. For crying out loud.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah, the pay to play is not as bad. If you're doing it on a moderation, like red blur, ball slapping smells. Oh my goodness, man.
Nice one.
Yo, that's a good one, man. That is a good one. So yeah,
Koala the ball slapper. That's
yep,
his name.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good one, Red Blur. Nazi says, yeah, corn addiction is worse than the sex addiction. I would say the pay to play is not as bad. Of course, you got to be careful with the who you're being with. Also legally, it's like they try to just the hunt. I mean, it's so sad that they would it's like you would think that there's more for them to look uh other crime, but
Hmm.
I understand to an extent because some of those girls ended, so
Sure. But they're
I
making
do.
it legal makes it worse, though, I think, because that's the underground market takes over. Versus if it was legal, they could just work at a place, be tested every day, they'd be protected, they'd be in a safe place. But
Exactly. Yeah, it
you
should
know,
be legal. Yeah, legal is making it much safer, much safer.
right.
When I was in Amsterdam, uh, girls were telling me because I got really cool with a few. I got pictures with her hanging out. I mean, we actually became cool, and this was even with some that I didn't. Just we were just friends. They saw that I treated them like a regular person. I didn't prejudge them, and
Cool.
they would tell me that they pay 40% in tax, but
Hmm.
they have to buy all of the contraceptives. So it comes out to about 50%. But some of these girls were making 3 grand a night. So they paid, this was about 15 years now. They paid I think it was a buck 20 in the night for the
Hmm.
room. I think 8 hours. And in the daytime it was like $10 cheaper, like either 100 or 110. And they had to be tested once a month. They had a card, or it's much safer. The police are around. If something happens to them, they can report it, because if it's illegal they can't report it, or they can report it, but they're also risk. The cops aren't taking them seriously if something like that happens
Well,
you
look at
know
marijuana for all those years. It was illegal. It was considered a gateway drug, and it's super dangerous. Now look, they're reclassifying it.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it's just don't listen to the government and the
yeah.
propaganda they spew. You
Yeah,
know.
it's total, after all these people, got, persecuted for just smoking
Yep.
a flower, basically.
And they got their
Um,
lives ruined. They
yeah,
did time.
it's ridiculous. Alexis, brother, thank you, bro, for support. He says, "What's your thoughts on the gambling zombie?" The gambling zombie is very serious. Now, I mean, and thank you for asking the question, and thank you for the support on this. This is a serious zombie here.
Yeah, you're
And
familiar with that, right, MD, from your
yeah,
family?
very much. My father used to gamble a lot. Even though
Mhm.
he always held a job, always had a place, everything was cool. But the gambling zombie, when I remember I said, when I got out the military, I said, let me look up something. Maybe I can, you know, talk some sense into him, even though there was no, it's very hard to talk sense into gambling zombie. Um, it does the same thing that the corn does, but you are doing a physical thing. So now it's not a totally physical thing, but when you're either pulling the slot machine handle, rolling the dice, dealing the cards, picking up the cards, or whatever else they do. He used to bet on the horses, and I would see the fiend,
Mm.
it's like it affects the brain and the mind. But then when I looked into Gamblers Anonymous, they educated me on something. They said the gambler deep down inside wants to lose. And I
I
was like,
agree.
I thought
I
about, and I said,
agree.
yeah. Then I realized all these guys in the military, one guy, this guy, Teal, really cool guy. His whole thing was, oh man, I was at Vegas. I was up $27,000. And I'm like, yeah, yeah. And then he's like, yeah, and I go, what happened? And he's like, I stayed and this, and then it ends up, he lost it all. And then
Yeah.
I kept hearing those stories. Guys are up and then they lost, and they're up, and I'm saying Gamblers Anonymous was onto something. They said deep
Hmm.
down inside, the gambler wants to lose. He
Yeah.
just wants to pay for a great story. So the gambling zombie gambling is very dangerous. Gambling will zombify a guy very quickly,
Yeah.
very, very quickly. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I mean, I,
definitely.
I gambled plenty in my life, but I could always turn it off in a heartbeat without a
Yeah,
problem. But some people can't, and I think I think you're right. I think the Gamblers Anonymous is right. It's not about winning. It's the thrill. It's the thrill. It's the action. They don't care about the winning so much. Winning
yeah.
just means you get to play longer. That's all it
Exactly.
is. Yeah.
Exactly. It really, yeah. You get a longer story, to say,
Hmm.
and then in the end, if you stay there, what's going to happen. You already know. The casinos stay in business because of that.
Oh yeah.
Lexus. Yeah, that's how they when you look at the big casinos, you wonder, you say, wait a minute, how they and we know how. They
Hmm.
the blue lights and the slot machines. Anybody can look up the videos on the blue lights and the slot machines combined with alcohol keep people
Yep.
at the machines. It's a psychological truth. So
Hmm.
a lot of videos on gambling zombie behavior. Alexis
It's the
Brooks.
excitement too from a
Yeah.
humdrum
Oh yeah.
life. You know, you go in that casino, it's automatically, it's lights, it's action, it's
Oh
excitement, it's fun.
yeah. Exactly.
Yeah,
It's like an arcade for adults, like a
it is.
super arcade. And in Vegas, I heard that in Atlantic City they pump oxygen in to keep you awake. So they don't
Wouldn't
even.
surprise me.
Yeah, yeah, they pump oxygen. They make sure the air is clear. See, that's the way the gym should be with the clear air, with the
Hmm.
oxygen, get a better workout. No, gambling makes sure of that because they want you to stay, spend money. The house always wins. And I heard that if you're winning money, they can ask you to leave. That's crazy. So it's like, so it's not meant for a person to win. So the gambling zombie is very that's a serious zombie right there. Serious
Yeah.
addiction. Lexus brother, thank you for the support, bro. He says thoughts on the college zombies. Is going to college even worth it, or does it always zombify you?
Mm.
It it zombifies the majority of people that go there. The only two things that it can still be zombie, but the two best things would be law and, of course, medicine to go to college for that, because those people most likely will be working in that field once they graduate, especially if they graduate with a degree in medicine. But the other stuff is so zombie that it's dangerous. Like getting through the first 4 years, you risk you can become an alcoholic zombie, you can become a sex addict zombie, you can become a sexual transmitted disease zombie because they have like epidemics of these STDs on colleges. And I mentioned on some of that on Nightmare on Sperm Street. There was a epidemic of gonorrhea of the throat with girls. So now you got a girl that has throat gonorrhea, let's say, in my opinion, that is doing this. And then another guy that can't even get her to do that kisses her. And
Mm.
yeah, so it's like, oh, so, and that's just, you can get into the partying and all that. There's so much things that are susceptible to the zombification and the ego of thinking that a person is smarter than another person because they went to the college. So the zombie,
Yeah.
yeah, the college zombie thing is real, bro. Yeah, it's totally real, man. Thank you, brother, for the support, Alexis. He says, Lexus says, why are nearly all women shopping zombies? I think
Mm. Good
that, right?
question.
Yeah, and that's a great question, Alexis. Thank you for the support, brother. The shopping zombie, and it affects women. Like they target women with this. I mean, women,
They really do.
yeah, we know that alcohol affects them more than it affects a man. So there's something in the estrogen in the physiology of a woman that alcohol affects them much in a different way. Um, so we have the constant marketing of beauty. So the
Hmm.
beauty industry, because women, we know, guys, there's not much we can do. Like with a woman,
No.
I saw a meme that really makes good sense. It says, when a woman calls a guy, not attractive, remember, he doesn't wear makeup.
Yeah.
So women, it's like the makeup zombies, because makeup, of course, is a part of shopping. That's a big part. The clothing, they want to have something that attracts. Like when you see a woman that wears clothes, they wear clothes that's non-functional.
Hmm.
So like it won't have pockets that are functional. When she has long fingernails, it's saying that she doesn't do physical labor. She won't wash dishes. She won't do that. Not saying that all women won't wash dishes with long nails, but we're seeing that it's giving a subliminal message that this has to be maintained. If she has makeup on and her hair is done, she's saying she doesn't want to sweat because if she
Hmm.
sweats, the makeup will be. So it's so. It is really like
Can I
it's
mention one
very.
thing about that?
Mhm,
Because
mhm.
I've heard of stories, and not just once. I've heard it from relatives. I've heard it from even from my daughter and her friends. There are women that will go out. buy clothes, wear it once, and then just give it away and just throw it away.
Hmm.
And some won't wear it at all. They'll buy it, but then decide not to wear them and leave the tags on. So
Yeah,
it's like, yeah, they're on steroids with these clothes. It's like, yeah. Yeah, my
yeah,
daughter has some nice clothes that she said, "Oh yeah, my friend had them. She bought it, and she didn't want it anymore, so I took it." It was a nice sweater, nice cashmere sweater. I mean, really good stuff, you know. So it's like, wow, that's a great good deal for you, you know.
yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, they're addicted to clothes shopping, and that's why I say the elites, the handlers, people at the top, they knew this. That's why they
Yeah.
wanted.
Oh yeah.
That's a multi close to
Oh
$1 trillion
yeah.
business a year.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Very yeah. Alexis, yeah, it's true. Uh, the this is a reason, one of the reasons why almost all women are shopping zombies. They play to the susceptibility of the beauty industry, which it doesn't affect us. And the sad thing is, the simps will pay for the woman's shopping zombie habit.
Sure.
We see
Yes.
that. Yeah, we definitely see that. I mean, uh, these
And the
guys.
internet's made it so much worse for them to get money from simps because
Oh
now it's
man.
all online. You know, they'll match on a dating app, send me money, and then you probably may never see the girl, or unless he gives enough money, like it's something big, you know.
Mhm.
But yeah, just to feed their whatever their addiction is, you know.
Yeah, yeah. The shopping zombie is so real, and all of these things are pushing people to become that. To the shopping zombie is a serious epidemic. Yeah, and that's a
Hmm.
good question, Alexis. Alexis says, when I went to that wedding shower I mentioned last stream, I remember my uncle giving advice to the groom. He said, "Remember, she is always right." Wow. It will fix a lot of arguments. Straight simp. Oh, oh my goodness. That is simping hard.
Yeah, and that doesn't work either, by the way. Just to
Yeah,
let you know.
that's like simp prepping. He was
Yeah,
prepping him with the simp. Holy smokes, simp prep school.
she won't respect that guy. And it'd be much worse. She'll disrespect him in public once he's a simp. So there's no winning with that. That was terrible advice. Sorry, but
No, you're right. You're right. That's I mean, that's so oh my goodness, man. That's like, and that's the uncle that is like, oh my goodness, man. That yeah, that is yeah, simping has to stop, man. This is wow. Wow. And I remember, yeah, you mentioned that's wow, to the groom. That's like, oh man, she's always right. It's like that's just throwing away any
hmm
dignity that
yeah.
just for the sake of argument, man. And Kasparov, good to see you, bro. This is like, whoa,
I
whoa,
speak from experience too.
yeah.
I
And
remember when I
Magic
was
Man.
arguing with my wife, I said, you know what, you're right. F you. How dare you say I'm right?
Wow.
So it don't work. Trust me on that one. Simping never works. Not the way you want it to work. Let's put it that way. You're not making anything better for yourself. So
Yeah, yeah. The simping, what's that? Simping ain't easy, right?
right,
Um,
simping ain't never easy.
never. It just Magic Man, good to see you. Magic Man also answers the Alexis, he adds to Alexis's statement here that the about the oh the no the shopping zombie one from up here. So Magic Man added to that saying women are also shopping zombies because it's biology. Women are also gatherers. Uh, I mean,
Mm.
and that goes kind of with the evolution thing. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's because of that. It could be because of something else because
Oh,
they
we're
try.
tribal people, maybe. But that's not
Yeah,
evolution. Being tribal is not evolution. It's just we're tribal at one point. But that's not
yeah,
evolution. They're still humans. They've never evolved from apes. They were always humans.
yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I think they're trying to say the hunter gatherer. Um,
Hmm.
the whole hunter gatherer, because there's a good thing in the shattering of myths of Darwinism where he talks
Hmm.
about the caveman fallacy, that
Oh no, no,
how
that's
they try to
false.
portray it. The caveman would have ate his wife, and because they try to make it. It's like survival of the fittest.
Oh
And
no, that wasn't
yeah,
going on.
yeah. So that, but as far as the hunter gatherer, when we think there are men that will gather, and you don't want the girl out there. It's like it really. Yeah, it's like we're going to analyze that on another stream.
Hmm.
Um, Alexa says, isn't isn't marriage a zombifying ritual? A man has to kneel to a woman and seek her approval. Yes, it is
Yeah.
so zombie ritual, bro. This is a great question, man. This is zombie ritual, and I used to say it's like it's so zombie because it's zombie that sets up more zombies, and the setup
Yeah.
for the more zombies is her throwing the bouquet and him doing the garter. I think, isn't it the garter?
Yeah. They do that. Yep. Hmm.
So it's like the garter, and then there's guys that will. I remember weddings I've been to where the guy will, some guy will catch the garter, and now he's going to go put it on somebody's leg, like some chick's leg that even, they probably ain't going to get married, but,
Hmm.
and then the women forget it. Oh, they are fighting over the bouquet to catch that bouquet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the only reason a guy should kneel to any woman, she better be a virgin if you're gonna kneel. You know what I'm saying? If she's a virgin and she saved herself for you, okay, I can live with that. But otherwise, there's no need to kneel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No need to get married either, by the way. It's an old fashioned tradition. I understand way back when women stayed virgins and they stayed pure for their man. I understand that part. But nowadays, I don't see it. I don't see it.
Yeah. And even then, it's sort of like, you know, it's like you don't have to like kneel. I can understand picking her up and carrying her
Hmm.
across the threshold, like the good luck thing, like showing her you're going to be there to take care of her. The
Hmm.
kneeling thing, it it goes a little far because it creates a subservience. And but I understand it. I totally understand it. Yeah, marriage is it's a ritual. Well, what they have is the modern marriage. I know if we analyze it, we're
Hmm.
going to see some ritual stuff in there. There's definitely going to be some. I wonder, right?
Hmm.
Why? And this is just an observation. Why wouldn't it be a a uh, a man and a woman marrying the man and a woman? So instead of a
Interesting.
priest who is usually Claus or one of these other religious figures from another
Hmm.
religion, why wouldn't it be where the male says part of the verses that the priest says, like, do you take her, do you take her to be your wife, and then there should be a woman there to tell her now, or vice versa, where the male tells her, do you take him to be your lawfully wedded husband or whatever, and then the woman says to the guy, either or she could say it to the girl, which would probably make more sense. Do you take
Hmm.
him to be your husband? But again, just those verses, the lawfully, when that's the killer law. It's like, why does the law have to be involved? Like we said on the last stream,
Yeah.
private marriage would be better because you don't have this law thing which destroys it. But Alexis says, I've seen bachelor and bachelorette parties where the bride is shaking on male strippers. Why the heck would you get male strippers for a marriage? You're absolutely right, man. That's how you know that's not the girl you should be marrying. If a guy decides to get married, if she wants a bachelorette party, it's like, call the wedding off. Call the wedding off. I mean, it just makes no sense.
I
It
think both sexes should have a bachelor party or
exactly. It
bachelorette
makes,
party.
yeah. Why? That's like destroying oneself before
Hmm.
they join with. It's like,
It's like you're nailing it in the coffin before it even starts.
yeah, exactly, exactly. It just when I think about that, it's like it is so ritual, and that's the ritual. That's the bachelor. It's the destroying ritual of it. Uh, Zyleg says, or Wiley, why says, matrimony means mother status. I didn't know that. I didn't.
Mm.
well, matrimony.
Matrimony, that'd be a good anagram. I wonder if that would turn out to be
Yeah, that might
something.
turn up. Yeah, I'm wondering if he means the matriarch. Yeah, that would be a good if it has an
Mm,
anagram to it.
I don't know if it does, but
Um, yeah, yeah, that's actually, and you in a way he kind of, yeah, that makes some sense because matrimony, you don't have patrimony, you know.
mm,
So it's matrimony. Wow. So mother status. I mean, to me, the real marriage, like regardless if people get married in a church or sign a contract or whatever, the real thing that says that two people have joined is when they have a kid. Before that, the joining is, of course, the sexual act, the consummating. That's why they say you have to consummate the marriage. So, in other words, you have to have sex. So you can get married, but if it's not consummated, like in Braveheart, they really showed it good when they displayed the king's son, who was like just flamboyant. Like, I don't know if you saw Braveheart. Uh, the King of England, Longshanks, his son was like definitely Fruit City and had his friend there. And he supposedly was, they forced, to try to make peace, the princess of France, which was that French chick, I forgot her name, that played in Braveheart. And he didn't even want to talk to her. I mean, he was like, you could see he was afraid of the P. And it's just sad. You
is
got
this Braveheart? You're talking about the movie Braveheart.
Yeah, movie Braveheart. You remember?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I watched
Yeah.
it a few times. Yeah, I know
You
that
remember
movie. Yeah, well,
the
he was
son?
gay though. He was
Just
well, he
full
wasn't straight.
blown, and remember they married him to
Yeah,
the
the
the princess,
Princess of
right?
France.
Yes, exactly. And it's like he didn't want to touch her, right?
No, no, he had a male companion, and then the father threw him out the window one night
Yes,
when he
yes, I
came in.
remember that. But like there was a time when a scene where something happened and the father like called him out in front of everybody and she went to console him and he kind of was like he pushed her away or something, or he just,
Oh yeah, get away
yeah,
from me.
I mean
And then the
just
male
straight,
friend came to console him. Yeah.
yeah, and told her like, I hope he meets Wallace because then you'll be a widow, and then
Mhm.
she smashed Wallace, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And
so she
then on
smashed
his dying
Wallace.
deathbed, the king, she whispered
Yes,
into his ear that Wallace was
exactly.
going to be the heir.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, the
because
son.
he wasn't trying to smash, the son was not.
No,
Yeah, it was. I mean, they really did a good. I mean, that thing was, yeah, man. Alexis
I don't know how
Brogan.
accurate historically that is. I have no clue. You know
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean?
I never looked into it. Yeah, it was funny though because they were trying to crush, I guess,
Mhm.
because of all the beef between Scotland, Ireland, and England.
Well,
Um,
he did the same thing in the movie The Patriot. I doubt there was a ghost. The guy called the
oh,
ghost.
all
So
right. Yeah, I
Mel
never.
Gibson has a history of doing that with
Oh,
historical
yeah.
movies.
Yeah, I didn't see the Patriot. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, he
Yeah.
is kind of nutcase. Kind of. He has that. I mean, from Lethal Weapon, he was definitely looking asylum. He was definitely looking asylum.
I believe he did direct one of the movies about the Mayans
Oh
and what
yeah,
was going
yeah,
on there
that
that
was
was actually
brutal.
pretty good.
Yeah, it was Apocalypto.
Apocalypto, that's it.
That was
Yes.
actually, yeah, that was brutal, man. That was. I mean, I have to. It was very entertaining, and
He
it
did a
was.
good job on that one.
Oh
He did a
yeah,
very good
yeah.
job.
I mean, that was, and you know what? I looked up some stuff. They said a lot of people in that movie weren't official actors, so they were
Mm,
learning like on the fly. So that makes it even more like amazing. Like he's like, all right, look,
hmm.
this is what you want the part. Hey, you don't have to worry about, you don't need to go to acting school. We're gonna learn right here. And
Hmm.
if you look up any documentary stuff, it's very interesting on that movie. Very interesting. I mean, it
Even
was.
with the human sacrifice, you saw what they were doing with those
Oh
guys.
man, I mean, that one guy. I mean, I don't remember the names, but the one guy that got away and just, I mean, that was good. It was good.
That was good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
that was
should
well
have
done.
put in. The one thing he should have put in was the green-eyed, blonde-haired Toltec natives that the Aztecs they say used to sacrifice. A lot of people
Really,
don't
I
like
didn't
to
know
talk
about that.
about, yeah, the fact that they had what would be considered white tribes and black tribes throughout America. So they don't
Mm.
like to talk about that. They really don't, to show that, again, like some type of cataclysm happened and these people survived and these tribes, were in different. They actually have a movie about it called The Emerald Forest. of a tribe of green-eyed people in Indonesia that lived in the trees. So this is the fascinating thing that I probably will be talking about with the Human Origins book and stuff like that.
Yes, that would be good.
Um, yeah. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, man. He said, thoughts on the history zombie. Yeah, man. The
History
history zombie.
zombie.
Yeah, that's a
That's
good
funny.
one. Christ of her. Always a pleasure, brother. Greetings from across the pond. Yes, bro. Always a pleasure, bro. Greetings from across the pond. The history zombie, we see that with so many academics. I mean, I'm trying to just think of the names of some of them. Like I think Sam Harris is one. He's an
Hmm.
evolutionary zombie. He was an atheist zombie. I don't know if you remember Sam Harris. He was all over YouTube.
Yeah, I know who he is. I've
Yeah,
seen some
and
of his
I
videos.
think he got called. I think they kind of pulled his card on saying he was an atheist. Like he said something
Hmm.
that kind of showed he wasn't really an atheist, like more of an
Hmm.
agnostic, maybe even, or even religious. Like I didn't see exactly what it was, but I remember there was a lot of videos going around about that. But the history zombie, we see these guys that will recite history from the textbook, swearing on a textbook that it's true, basically, like if it's a Bible. Basically George Washington, can't tell a lie. He cut down the cherry tree. I don't know if you remember that one where they try to, say, oh, he cut down a cherry tree, and his mother asked him, did you cut down a cherry tree? And he's like, I cannot tell a lie. It's like, really?
Hmm.
We're taught to believe that the history zombie is also the evolutionary zombie because they think they know the history of life, right?
Yeah,
They swear on it basically. They and the evolutionary history zombie is probably the worst history zombie, I would say.
I
Like,
agree.
what do
Because
you
it
think?
never happened. It's a fairy tale history.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
but
that's
they
why.
would probably be the most zombified, right? On history zombie.
Hmm. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's like they they are swearing they know what happened. And they can't even explain the theory, most of them. If you ask them the theory, they won't really know the whole theory.
No, no, there's so many gaps. It's ridiculous. And they always appeal to time, that time can make these changes, which is, of course, a belief that's not scientific.
Mhm.
But I mean, real, true history, I think, is actually kind of interesting. I think the reason we get bored in school is because we're not giving the real history. We're giving some made up history about what happened. Like Thomas Sowell, he did a great job of the history of slavery, and he really breaks it down. And it actually becomes more interesting when you find out the truth
Yes,
rather than the lie. And I think the same thing would hold true for the pyramids if we knew the truth about how they were built. I think it would
yeah,
actually be interesting, not boring, like we
exactly.
experienced. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the history zombie is, yeah, very, very yeah, the soul is amazing. He really breaks it down.
Hmm.
Like the fact that William Whipple had a slave that he freed that fought in a revolutionary war with him.
Hmm.
They don't like to talk about that. The fact that this man, black and white, fought together in the revolutionary thing. And again, it it's history, so we still have to take it with a grain of salt. But the fact that they don't like to talk about that stuff, yeah. Uh,
I mean, there were even black people who fought on the Confederate side. You can see the
mhm,
pictures of them. There's
yeah,
actual photos of them. So
exactly,
nothing to debate
exactly,
about. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So
And they don't.
history's far more complicated than they make it out.
Oh yeah,
They
yeah,
try to make it like when we were taught black and white, not black and white racially, but black and white, like it's such a simple explanation. And it's
hmm
not.
hmm
It's not. No.
absolutely. Uh, Alexa says, "History Zombie Bible, History Zombies Bible is the history book made by corporations." Yes,
I
yes.
agree.
Yeah, agreed. Totally. Yeah, that is without a doubt. We see that Nazi, you're right. History is so brutal. It's like, yeah, his story, without a doubt. The
Ooh,
high
good one.
story. Yeah.
Good one.
Yeah. And Magic Man says, I remember hearing about white tribes in America and who had blonde hair and blue eyes. I thought it was blonde hair and green eyes, but it could be blue too. Said they may have been survivors of Atlantis. Now, this is what it really seems to be.
Mm.
And this is where we get into the fallacies of thinking, oh, Atlantis could only be these type of natives. all of the natives are from possibly Atlantis. So the apocalypto ones, the green-haired, blue-eyed ones, the black Native American tribes of the Mexico and stuff, the Olmecs, they all, this is what they fear, is that
Hmm.
we find out there was a multicultural, you know, that Atlantis was multicultural. They don't want
Yes.
us to know that. It's always, oh, it was either a black civilization or a white civilization or a Chinese, or, you know, it was never a group of people that are different that got along. Because
Yes.
if we know this, they can't control us the way they control us now. So those, yeah, I would say they are all from Atlantis. And a guy gave a talk on TED Talk, and it's called A Theory That's Not Spoken About. Like, I think that's the name, something like that. And he talked about, it wasn't just the Toltecs that were an isolated tribe that had blonde hair and green eyes, but they were also as far west as like Oregon. And now then you had the tribes that looked like they were Asian, like more of a Southeast Asian with like a little bit of a tan. Then you had darker skin. If you look at the pictures of Geronimo, he was dark. He was
Hmm.
like, you know, had dark skin, straight hair, like close to maybe an Indian mix, but not Indian, because the difference with Indians is they grow full beards. A lot of Native American did not grow beards. They were more like that Asian mixture that doesn't have a lot of facial hair. Then you, as you go south, the Olmecs clearly look like they could have been what would be considered an African, but then it wouldn't make sense to call them an African, because it shows that not all people that look like that is referred to from Africa, because you see people like that in Papua New Guinea, throughout Polynesia. So they want you to think, oh, no, 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 all of those type of people have to come from Africa. But honestly, I don't think so. And the
Right.
Aborigines, that's another type of people. So we have people with dark skin. You have three distinct types. You have dark skin Dravidians from India with very straight hair and straight noses. They look like dark skinned Germans, basically, like the negative photo, extremely dark. We have dark skinned Africans, but we have Africans of many different shades in Africa. And these people have more, ranging from tight afros to loose afros, from pygmies to Watusis that are over 6 foot. Then we have Aborigines that are totally different, very dark skinned, but they have wavy hair, kind of like hair almost like Greeks. And if anybody wants to look this up, 90% of Aborigines are born with blonde hair. That's another fact I'm going to bring in and mention once I have the book published. So this is an anomaly, and it's not because of mixing, because Polynesians, you can look up online and type in blonde-haired Aborigines, and they'll give the standard evolutionary rhetoric and propaganda to say, oh, well, this is how it happened. They don't know. They haven't the slightest clue. They haven't the slightest clue of how this happened. So yeah, and Sons of God, good to see you, man. He says it's believed that the Basque people of Spain are from Atlantis as well. Yes, yes, there's people from Western Asia, which is considered, you know, called Europe, which is not a separate continent. It's part of Western Asia, which shows that we're all connected. And they are considered part of that. The people from Western Africa, like you were saying, Mr. X, from the Eye of Sahara, like you've seen Bright Insights channel, right?
I don't know if I have Bright
Yeah,
Insight. I have
because
to check it
he
out.
has
I
an
probably have, but I forget.
he went there. I think he's one of the only researchers that has went there and did his personal research on it.
At the eye of the Sahara.
Yeah, the Eye of the Sahara. He's called Bright Insight. His name is Jimmy Corsetti. He seems like a really
Mhm.
cool dude, and he has followed a lot of research. I think he's cool with Graham Hancock, Randall Carlson, and they all, you know, when they go to Egypt, you know, the guy that tries to hold everything back, that Zawi Hawass guy, it's just sad. It's just, I mean, that guy
Mhm.
is like so like ridiculous. It's just, yeah, he's gatekeeper on another level. But you have the Eye of Sahara, with the rings, the concentric
Hmm.
rings, and they found salt deposits showing that it seemed to have
Oh,
been flooded with ocean water.
there you go.
So we're seeing that. But yeah, bright insight when you get a chance. Jimmy Corsetti,
Bright
excellent.
insight.
Yeah, bright insight. Yeah, he's very charismatic, like cool dude. He seems like very friendly. He's a Iraq war veteran. He's a U.S. Army veteran, I think.
Hmm.
He has pictures where he's in Iraq with the statues and stuff. So yeah, he's probably done the best research I've seen so far on a documentary about that part of Western Africa. They also, so we have that. Let me see. Yeah, the that guy says no one talks about the fact that the Spanish Empire, most of the Spanish military was conformed of natives and mestizos. Wow, the Mesotech natives. Wow. Also, the treatment of natives in the Americas was worst after independence. Yes, absolutely. They don't like to talk about that. They totally don't like to talk about that. One of the group of people went to West to America. One group of people went west to America and the other east to Ireland, Wales, and Spain. Yes, they exactly. So we have, if Atlantis was in the middle, they dispersed to the Americas and then to where you have Ireland. Ireland used to be called, I think, High Brazil or something like that. There are a lot of myths in Ireland that need to be looked into. Kasparov, good to see you, says in Spanish, wife is translate to handcuffs. Yeah, I already know that that's esposas. Yeah, handcuffs. Yeah, I know. Did you know that, Mr. Wright? I know you know
I
Spanish.
think Scribe had mentioned that one time.
Yeah, yeah, esposas, and I think he would used to talk about contras. So the contras from like to be against or oppose to
Yeah, contra means against. Yeah.
like contradict something.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, so yeah, that's another part of the mystery, the history zombie, like Alexis is saying, that is a serious zombie. Like that is a zombie that is preventing us from making a lot of progress because we need to know our past so we can get a good bearing on the present and have a better outlook on the future. I think 1984 George Orwell says whoever controls the past controls the present, and whoever
Mm.
controls the present controls the future.
And that's
So,
true. They suppress the history. They suppress, archaeology. They won't allow certain things to be dug up or displayed.
oh yeah.
There is a lot of suppression.
Have you heard of Flint Dibble?
No.
Flint Dibble is the American version of Zawi Hawass and these
Mhm.
guys. I mean, Zawi Hawass had made some statements that were so ignorant uh, 20 years ago when they were saying, look, we got radiometric proof that there's like hollow areas under the Sphinx and stuff like that.
Hmm.
He said he doesn't believe in radar and the radio. Literally, he says this. I mean, you're talking about ignorance on another level. And the sad thing is, they have an American that run it with him. I think his name is Mark Leonard. So it's hard to get by these guys. It's very hard. And he did an interview with Joe Rogan recently, a couple months ago. And I think they let him do the interview because they knew he was going to put his foot in his mouth, which he did. I mean, the level of ignorance when on that podcast, if you type in Zawi Hawass or Joe Rogan, interview,
Hmm.
is just, it's almost unbelievable. Yeah, it's almost unbelievable. That guy says George Washington campaigned against a native after a revolution was due to the fact that so many of them had fought on the British side. Wow. Yeah, yeah. That stuff. They don't like people to know that. Science journals, zombies funded by big. Yes, yes. That is the science journals, man. Nature magazine. It just, yeah. I mean, they'll throw in a good one every then, but then yeah. Step says how I fit in with sports zombies. They are my coworkers, and they all talk about with other coworkers is football, and all they talk about with other coworkers is football. The sport zombie is everywhere. So, I used to watch baseball as a kid. I played baseball. I was sports zombie. I remember the Yankees versus the Dodgers and all of that. And it's kind of like that movie, A Bronx Tale, when he
Oh
snapped
yeah.
C out of it and he's like, look, the Yankees won the pennant and I don't give a crap. So sports has a way of, the amount of sports zombies that are around, it inundates you. And I know, Mr. X, you said you watched some football and stuff like that,
I
right?
bet on the game, so
Yeah, yeah. So I
I'm a
mean, and it's
zombie.
one,
I admit
yeah,
it.
yeah. It's different. Betting on it, I think, is different than having the jersey.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know what
I
I'm
mean, I
saying?
do it just to keep myself entertained. I mean, I
Yeah,
bet
yeah,
small amounts, just for
yeah,
fun,
yeah. I mean,
but to keep
Drew,
myself entertained.
Drew Ma, who came on here and did the word stuff with me, he bets large on that. Looking like $1,000 and stuff. He's
No,
like
I
a
don't.
serious. Yeah,
I do
he
little money.
yeah. Drew. Well, he makes good money. I think he makes like over 100 a year, and works hard. He's a very hardworking man, but
Mhm.
he is a serious sports betting gambler, and he's actually pretty smart at it. I was surprised. He's won a lot of money on it.
I'll have to get some
But
tips from him then. Yeah.
yeah, but he's also lost a lot. Again, like
Oh,
we
well, that's
know the
different.
gambling deep down inside, and it's hard to accept that the gambler wants to lose. It made me look into it. Like, is it true? Is it, why are they saying this? And then as I looked more and more, it's the story for most of them that go to Vegas or Atlantic City. Like, especially the real gambling zombies will go to the places.
Well, here
They'll
it's
go.
legal in Florida. We can do it on our phones.
Is
Yeah, it's
but there's
completely legal.
there's
Mhm.
casinos there, right?
Oh no, we have casinos here too, the Hard Rock, a whole bunch of casinos, but they allow sports betting on your phone, and you can just do it on the app. Basically through the Hard Rock, and put your bets in. And I just, I'll
Yeah.
put a bet in $15, make the game interesting, something to watch on TV, basically.
Oh yeah, that's not.
Little
Yeah,
money,
that's just,
yeah,
yeah,
little money.
yeah. That's not
Money
money.
I can blow, just like no different than
Exactly.
me.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not like, I think Jose does serious stuff too. I think he tries to play poker like for a living or something. I'm not
Good luck to
sure, but I
that.
know he
Good
does.
luck with
Yeah.
that.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's yeah, it's tough, man. I hope he's all right. Um, he goes to the casino, so he told me, he said, I remember over a year ago, he told me, he said in Spanish, because he also speaks fluent Spanish. Um,
Mhm.
he said casi is almost.
Yes.
So he said it's like almost no casino. And I was like,
Mm.
wow, that's, he figured out a very good play on words with that. I was like, wow, that's very interesting. And he would say, we used to joke, he would say, yeah, he's going to the almost no, the
Almost no.
so yeah, it's a tough one because I told him, I said, let's just say you make a living at doing poker and you're playing that. I don't think, like, how do you go to a function just hanging out with people and not think about gambling?
Exactly.
Yeah, it
Exactly.
it, it affects the mind. It affects the mind. It really, it has to affect the mind.
Oh,
It's
I've
like,
seen it in real life. They can't stop playing. They even play online. They just have to be playing all the time.
yeah.
So in the end, you kind of lose in a way. It's
Mhm. You lose the ability to relax. You lose
Mhm.
the ability to be able to just, how we're hanging out here having great conversation, learning, sharing information.
Yeah.
They'd be thinking, oh man, I'm thinking about a straight flush, a full house, you know a
Or that
flush.
one card just beat me. Oh, how could
Yeah,
he call me on
like
that
what they're
crap?
gonna do, two pairs, three of a kind,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Because I've played poker, I was never really, I just never got into gambling with the cards, and I guess, and my father, I went to Vegas when I was 15 because he
Hmm.
worked for the airlines, and it wasn't really developed back then. This was like in
Hmm.
the 80s, and it was kind of whack. It was nothing like it is today. I never went back.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they wouldn't even let me. I had to stand like so many feet away from the crap table and the floor because they were like, you got
Hmm.
to be 18. And my father was over there talking with people, and they had a few video games, but they were whack. And I was just like, I didn't get it. And then I never been to Atlantic City. People, I remember they
I've
always,
been there. I've been
Yeah,
there.
how is that? How is it?
I mean, there's some casinos there. It's nothing special, to be honest.
How's the boardwalk and stuff? I've heard
You
about the
don't venture
boardwalk.
outside that much. I didn't
Nah?
hang out in the boardwalk because honestly, we went to the hotel. We stayed overnight one night and saw some shows and then left. Yeah,
Hmm.
I mean, to me, it wasn't that big a deal, you know. I mean, gambling it's nothing like Vegas where you can go outside. There's a million things going on. Basically, there it's just the casinos. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Indoors because you know the surrounding area is pretty bad. The
Oh
city
yeah,
is pretty,
yeah. Jersey, yeah,
pretty.
Jersey's yeah. I've always heard
But
about it. Like
yeah.
people they had a bus that used to go there from New York,
Hmm.
and they would give you like $10 in tokens or quarters or something. And I used to
Hmm.
see people like would get on this little bus and they would be all happy and hyped. And
Yeah.
it was a ride. It was a couple of hours, I think, and to get in there because traffic and everything from New York going there. And I just never. I was like, man, I'm not trying to sit on that bus and wait to go. I said, well, what are you guys going for? And they would go like on the regular, man, on the weekends. Oh, we're going to Atlantic City, man. And I'm like, I'm just gonna hang. I'd rather hang out in the city or something than go there.
I mean, gambling should always be considered entertainment. If your plan is to make a living off of it, that's a bad plan because
Yeah,
90% something of the people aren't going to win. Uh, It
yeah,
should be. It's a form of entertainment. That's all it is. That's all it
yeah,
should be viewed
yeah.
as. You know.
Exactly. It should be go there just to hang out, have fun, and that's it. Not
Exactly.
like I gotta win or something. Yeah, because then it
No.
gets it's like you're not having fun at that point.
No. No. And those are the
Mhm.
people that really get into trouble, and then they
Yeah.
play that catch up where, oh, okay, I lost this. I got to bet twice as much to catch
Oh
up, and they
man,
dig themselves a deep hole. You know.
I saw a guy, man, that I knew. He had a little bit of money, and he got like a settlement, and he would get like a certain amount every week. And he went there on his birthday, and he went with a few friends I knew, and he lost, I think, $4,000 on his birthday. And I kind of asked him. I said, "Hey, man, what were you thinking after you lost the first 1,000, or 2,000?" I said, "You didn't think to?" And he's like, "Oh, I was playing and I was going to win it back, but so and so kept bothering me." And he goes, "When I'm gambling, they didn't need to leave me alone and let me gamble. I would have,
Mhm.
And I'm just like, wow. I said, man, that must have just on your birthday. He was wounded, man. He was
Well, a
wounded,
guy I
and
talked to said in 2 months he blew 80 grand. A guy
what?
calls me up all the time, and it's one of the co-workers, and we actually get together and play some poker here and there. But yeah, he blew 80 grand in 2 months. Yeah,
Holy smokes, man, that is brutal. The
actually,
gambling
he
zombie.
thanked me because I kind of got him out of his gambling ways. Uh, I told him, I said it's better to be bored at home with money because either way you're going to end up at home, either broke or
Yeah.
with money. And he took that to heart, and now he's kind of changed his life. He's gotten away from the
Wow.
gambling a little bit. He just does it like for fun, but that's it. He's no longer blowing
Mhm.
money. But yeah, he said in two
Wow.
months he blew 80 grand. He was really addicted.
Oh my goodness. That's
Hmm.
brutal, man. 80 grand.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah,
was he like did he make a lot of money or was it like just money he had
yeah. I
saved?
think he did not like major professional sports, but it was a professional sport here in Miami.
Mhm.
So he made some money. Yeah, he said in his playing days he made some money, and but as the saying goes, so and so and his money soon go separate ways. And that's what happened. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. The
You know,
gambling zombie, man, that's probably one of the most dangerous zombies, like to be zombified, because if somebody's a drug addict, they can't do $10,000 worth of drugs in a day. They'll overdose.
of course.
Um, but gambling zombies could end up in debt way over that in one day,
Yeah.
and then have guys coming to collect, and next thing you know, they're getting ended.
Well, he
So
told me stories of guys ending themselves in the parking lot at the casino.
what?
Yeah.
Holy,
They
because
lost
they lost someone?
everything. Yeah. And
Wow.
they decided just that was it for this world. And they ended it right
Holy,
in the parking lot. Yeah. That's what he was there when it happened. So it's not just something
holy.
you read the news. He was actually there. Crazy.
That is scary, man. That is like, and especially I could imagine if guys took out like loan sharks, owed money to the mob or something.
Yeah.
Shoot,
Yeah.
they know they're getting
He's
ended.
What's interesting is he told me that is back when he was just so addicted. When they talked about going to the casino, he'd start shaking before he got to the casino. His hand would start shaking.
Holy smokes, the addiction.
Hmm.
The addiction. That's scary, man. And it's so sad because they know they're stringing people out, man. It's worse than drugs. It's
It
the
is.
worst drug probably that somebody can get addicted to because you can put yourself in a situation where they're going to off you.
Hmm.
If they're taking credit and stuff, forget it.
Oh,
They're going to
sure.
come for their money, and kind of like the only other people I've heard offing because of money are like the Wall Street guys, right?
Oh, back in the 20s, sure.
They would jump out the window or something.
Yeah, back in the Roaring 20s when the market crashed and the Great Depression
Wow.
came. Yeah, that happened
Well,
then.
I thought they might have even been doing that what in the mid 19th century, 20th century, or like
You
no,
talking about the 87 crash?
yeah, maybe something like that. Guys jumping
I
out.
don't remember too much. I mean, it might have happened, but I don't remember too much. I remember in the 20s it happened big time. Because the 87 crash, the recovery wasn't that long. It actually did recover, but I don't know. It might have happened. I'm sure there was some cases after that 87 crash. It did happen. But yeah, yeah. It's
Wow, they said okay, traders ending financial pressure. There was a guy Alex Kearns in 2020 who he misunderstood the option trading losses, and there was another guy, Livermore, in 1940. So that one too, by ending himself. 29, like you were saying.
mhm.
So Kearns was in 2020, 20-year-old college student who ended
Oh, I think I
himself.
heard about that. Yeah, he was. I thought he was trading crypto or something. I can't
Uh,
remember.
they say it's a large negative balance on his
Mhm.
Robin Hood account,
Yeah,
and he owed,
Robinhood account. I think it was
he
crypto,
owed
wasn't it?
it doesn't say, but it says he
Mhm.
owned. He didn't owe that much. It was hundreds of thousands. It wasn't like millions. His
Right.
family argued the app's interface, so it might have been crypto. The app's interface misrepresented his loss. Holy
Oh,
smokes!
yeah, it was a mistake. It really didn't lose that much, and then based on that, he just ended
Oh,
himself.
that is brutal.
Yeah.
Holy smoke! Livermore's 1940, 1929 crash myth. Hmm. And Gil Kornblum in 2008, a Canadian lawyer involved in insider trading scheme, who Wall Street, they said it was self-ending, under investigation before charges laid. So they were probably coming for him and he probably was scared. Wow. That is brutal, man. That is so brutal. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, man. He says, does Agent Smith exist in some form in real life?
Good
And
question.
yes, that's a great question. And Jamal we were talking about that before. There was a thing that I showed. I had like it was a screenshot. Somebody had to did a thing years ago. It's called Agent Smith syndrome, where you can talk to somebody and they'll seem normal. And then when you hit a certain subject, bang, Agent Smith pops out of them. The way Agent Smith or the agents would come out of a regular citizen in the Matrix. So Agent Smith does exist in some form in real life, definitely. Like
Right.
you can talk to somebody, think they're cool, like the guy doing the reunion. He's Agent Smith and about the jab, like it came out where he's like, oh, well, some people didn't want to come because they didn't want to get the jab. And I just stayed quiet. Like, yeah, I didn't want to tell him like, bro, I'm not trying to do that. So Agent Smith definitely exists in some form in real life. Definitely, bro. And thank you for the support, Alexis, brother. He says, what's more dangerous, gambling or drug zombies?
Mhm.
I would say gambling zombies. Gambling, like Mr. X was saying, a person can end themselves. You can gamble more money in a day than a drug addict can do in a day. A drug addict will end himself because, like we know, if he takes even, I don't think somebody could do what I don't know too much about it, but I mean $2,000-3,000 worth of drugs, maybe. Um,
Yeah.
if the price is inflated, especially certain drugs that people do OD on, like heroin and pills. I don't know. I haven't heard of too many people ODing on crack, but I think some people have had crack heart attacks. I think I'm not sure, but it's not as common as the drug zombies ending on like heroin, or I'm not sure about methamphetamines. I'd have to look that in, but definitely the pills, mixing barbiturates and alcohol. That's a way they can end themselves accidentally. A lot of people have,
Have
but
you
the
seen these guys on Kensington? These videos, they're just bent over for hours.
oh man, is that Philly?
That's in Philly, yeah,
Yeah, oh
Philly. Like,
man, brutal. Drew's
just
not too
bent
far.
over.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
said it's ridiculous. You see it, it's just it that is
we're in a real
and-
zombie apocalypse, like literally. You
oh
look at
yeah,
that, we're
yeah,
really out there. You
yeah.
know,
It's actually a real zombie apocalypse. I would say as far as dangerous now, and that's saying dangerous to themselves, the gambling zombie is actually, he can put himself in depth like how Mr. X is saying they end themselves in the parking lot. Um, but the drug zombie can be dangerous to other people too, because now he's going to try to do what whatever to get his drugs. So now he becomes dangerous to you. I
Mhm.
don't really know of any instances of gambling zombies being that dangerous to other people to try to get the money. Like they're more like, you know, uh, have like what's called, I would think of, I think they term it buyer's remorse, like something like that. So gambler's remorse.
Well, they do steal from companies. I've heard of cases of extortion. People were gambling addicts. They extorted from their company, or
Oh
they
wow,
didn't really mug people, but they did high level sort of
like
stealing,
embezzle and stuff.
embezzle money out of it
Yeah,
to
yeah.
feed their gambling addiction. I
Okay.
have heard of
Well,
stories of that.
yeah. Well, at least it's not personally threatening a person's life,
Yeah.
like sticking them up or something, like which is what a drug zombie would do. A drug
Hmm.
zombie would, probably just they would be dangerous. So it's definitely has its two ways. The gambling zombie much more dangerous to themselves. The drug zombies are dangerous to themselves, but definitely dangerous to regular people when they try to get their drugs. And what I've noticed in studying that is that drug zombies, they're not violent when they got their drug. So I've
Right.
never seen people high on their drug that want to have a problem. It's only when they're not high and they want to get high. Now they can get violent. The only
Mhm.
drug I've seen people get violent on is alcohol. To
True.
where, and not everybody, of course, but some people would drink. I remember when we were in the army, they said, yeah, if you drink tequila, you guys are going to end up fighting each other. Friends, not even knowing, blacking out, and stuff. And I've seen it. So yeah, the drug zombies on one end, the gambling zombies on the other end.
Course, there was a case here in Florida many years ago. Guy was high on flakka, and actually, you could probably see videos of it on YouTube. And he was eating some other guy's face.
Holy, that's the zombie thing, right? The zombie drug.
Flakka, yeah, it's supposed to
Yeah.
really, I don't know what it does. It's just people run around naked because they get so hot and everything like that.
Oh,
You
that's
know,
crazy, man.
yeah, but he
That
was eating some guy's face. He almost looked possessed by some type of demon or something
holy.
like that. Yeah,
I tell you, it's like the government is doing experiments on us, man. It just
I think so.
you wonder where does that stuff come from? That guy says pornography is worse to him, so he's adding into Alexis's question here. So he's saying gambling, drugs. I mean, drugs is a serious one there. Gambling, self harm, drugs, zombies are harmful to everyone. Says pornography, and or if you ask what race, I don't get it. Will Smith is Agent Smith. Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
I
yeah, I
don't
don't.
know.
Yeah, I guess drug addiction. He's thinking bath salts. I've heard some stories about the bath salts. Is that the Flocka bath
It
salts?
might be. It might be. Yeah, because I never tried it, but it might be the bath salts. Yeah, I think it might be.
Ah, okay. Yeah, because I've heard about that. I heard that used to drive people. Yeah, Alexis, man, thank you, brother, for the support. He says, you're correct about Agent Smith. I was talking with a friend, mentioned I didn't believe the 9/11 story. Bam! Out came Agent Smith to attack me. Holy smokes. Yeah, the Agent Smith syndrome, they call it. That just like you said, you'll be talking with them, you hit a trigger switch. And once you hit it, like with the 9/11 story, bang, Agent Smith comes out of them. And it's just, they're ready to attack. Like, what are you talking about? The jab zombies too. You talk about, well, nah, I don't think I'm gonna get. Boom comes. Oh, what are you trying to put us at? You know. So yeah, Agent Smith syndrome. Thank you, brother. Thank you about that, man. I appreciate it, bro. That Agent Smith is real. Agent Smith is real, brother. Arabian, what's up, bro? Always a pleasure. You know what's up, bro. Always, man. Kasparov says the Luxor in Vegas is notorious for housekeeper finding dead. What? Holy smokes. Thanks for that information, man. So I guess, is this related to people that have gambled a lot and then they end up ending, or they just find them off from drugs or something? If you have any more uh info. Yeah, yeah, it's hard to bring this up. Hard to bring this up. We sold the channel, yeah, a while back. We might get, if I make money, I'll buy it back. The guy hasn't really been doing much, man. He's been he doesn't like to do live videos. So, and I think he has a little cash. You know, we didn't sell it for a lot. So, you know, it depends. You know, I'll see. Scribe doesn't really, you know, he's not really too interested in getting it back. But I told him, you know, if we make somehow something happens, you know, you never know what can happen with the future holds. The book is, you know, I'm really happy. I was editing before I was doing the show. Actually, I stopped editing like 10:25, like 5 minutes before. That's how much I was getting into it. And I've been doing so much, like hours every day, because I want to have it out now. It's, you know, for within a few days, I've been really pushing. I have to have it out 2025. This is imperative. That's why, and also I want to do streams every night. So I've been really yeah, that would be great, bro. If you could buy it, I mean, that would be great, bro. I think he'd take maybe 2K. So it's like, yeah, he would do, you know, he thought he was, what happened was when he got it, he ended up you know, the YouTube started, you know, they came down on some of the stuff on there. And then he told us, he goes, hey, would you guys take it back? And we go, yo, we'll run it for a while, but we can give you a little bit every month, but we're doing, you know, zombie. And we tried it and we got it monetized right away. And then they, you know, something happened and you know, we had to wait a couple months, and then he was kind of like on us a little. And then we were like, look, you know what, just take it back. I gave him the email and everything with that, because when you do that, there's a way you can do it without the email, but you chance deleting the channel. So I told Scribe, you know what, just give him the email. And that's why I don't have many contacts. I had everybody's email, man. It's over. Barkerman. I mean, so many emails I had on that I should have. I didn't know how to save them. So yeah, man. Yeah, if you decide, let me know. I'll tell Scribe. I'll hook you up with email, and you guys can talk. So yeah, man. Alexis says, what about red pill zombies, man? Excellent question. Excellent, Mr. X. Oh, all right. Yeah, I'll go if you're not. Red pill zombies. Red pill zombies are so zombie that just recently I heard Myron Gaines was trying to get into Turning Point USA, and they had him waiting out there like a fool. He was just, I mean, it was embarrassing. I think they let him in on the second day after the first day of embarrassment. And you know, I have to look into it, but people were making videos. If you type in Myron Gaines, he's a super red pill zombie. We already know you know, the history of what he's been doing. I was thinking of even doing a video, like kind of a commentary. Yeah, I still got I definitely, please, brother, write me on it, you know, definitely. But the red pill zombies, yeah, man, let me see, we got Grandma Tomasi, red pill zombie. Driving alone in cars, Cooper, definitely red pill zombie. Let me see, who are the other red pill zombies? Of course, Beacon Frog, red pill zombies. Closet Hand, Red Pill Zombie. Um, who was some of the others? Is it Dirty Eddie, Red Pill Zombie?
Dirty Eddie. Yeah. My daughter
uh,
has told me this is a scary thing that she has seen guys talking like these guys in real life, like saying to women, "Well, you're not really high value. You're lower on the dating pool." So unfortunately, they're having an influence on some of these young men the way they're talking,
wow,
and that's
that's
sad.
yeah, that's it really is. It's like why, it's like it really. They try to call it what, red pill rage, but it's really not red pill rage. It seems to be inkwell rage.
Or something else, or sus rage too. Stop
Yeah,
being interested in
sus rage.
women, man.
That's a better one. Yeah, sus rage. That's a good one. Sus rage. Yeah, they are sus rage. That I like that one. That's gonna be it from now on. Sus rage. Yeah, they have sus rage. Um. Oh yeah, Sandman. Thank you, Red Blur. Sandman is a red pill zombie. Uh. Coach Trans Adams. Yeah, that's another good one. Yeah,
Trans
man.
Adams.
Yeah,
I like that.
Trans. Yo, Red Blur is on, man. Trans Adams. Arabianography says they didn't let Myron Graves in because of the anti-family and provocateur nonsense he pulls. Same with Nick Fuentes. Oh wow! So I did.
Mm,
Oh, did you hear Nick Fuentes? They have videos on him now saying that dating women is not hetero. He said the G word, like dating, the, the, the stuff is coming out to a point. Yeah, TFM, definitely Red Pill Zombie. Hammer Queen. Yes, definitely Red Pill Zombie, man. Definitely,
we
definitely Red
can't
Pill.
exclude the non-heterosexual influence in our society, because
Yeah.
when you look at it, it's in the media, it's in the movies, and probably even in the toys. I mean, who created He-Man? It can't have been a straight man who
Oh,
created
man.
that. No.
He-Man is so sus, man. It
Yeah.
just with the pink shirt and,
The
he's
little
yeah.
Speedo. Yeah.
Oh man, everybody was in a speedo, Skeletor, all of them. It's
Yeah.
just,
With the big crotch, it's
yeah,
like, come on. And
oh,
poor little kids are watching this thing. I want to be
ridiculous.
He-Man.
Yeah, it was sad. My
Yeah.
nephew used to watch that, and he's a love it. He's like, "Oh, He-Man," and I'm just like, I don't know. Um, Alexis says, I've noticed there are a ton of H men. I'm starting to wonder. There are more. Yeah, man, without a doubt. I think I hit on this back in 2020 because I
Mhm.
was saying to myself, like, uh, you know, when people are complaining about women to that extent, hetero men don't do that.
No.
Even no matter what type of problems they got to go through and all that, they just want to smash. So they're like,
Right.
look, they'll put up with the stuff because the smash clapping cheeks is more important, which,
Hmm.
you wanted cheeks. And that I could totally understand that as a heterosexual male. I'm 100% with that. Like saying, yeah, man, you got to smash. So yeah,
Hmm.
there ain't no complaining to her, oh, you should do this. That's totally sus.
Very
Totally
sus.
sus. Yeah, sus rage. Sus rage is yeah, you're absolutely right, bro. Absolutely. I think, matter of fact, the majority, like you said, Alexis, and the majority, yes, the majority. I thought it was under 50%. It's definitely over. And they said
Hmm.
Nick was on Grinder. I don't know if you knew about that, Mr. X.
I
Fuentes.
didn't know. I didn't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, I heard that too. And he was on the years back. Oh wow. Wow. That's crazy. Things are coming out. Things are coming out. Just came back from a friend's house. I showed him Blair White's picture back then, and he told me that's oh, holy smoke. And Blair, oh my goodness, brother Arabian. Oh my goodness. This is hilarious. Alexis says, if there are more non-hetero, then why are they constantly getting married and having kids? Are they ashamed to make it public? Yes, yes. I noticed that a lot of them are doing it to stay like kind of not be detected by their families. So like their mother, their father, the elder people in their families, there are a lot of people, there are a lot of guys that are married with kids that are non-het. And what I've noticed is, and this is just what I've noticed, in my opinion, and it's an observation actually, that a lot of the guys that are doing that are married, have daughters. Now there might be some with sons that I haven't noticed any, but everyone I've noticed has either two daughters or one daughter, as if nature is saying, we know what's up, we know what you like, so we ain't gonna, we know not to give you a son because we already know. Maybe it's something like that, maybe it's not, but I've noticed that's something I've noticed, that they all have the daughters. Arabianographer says he also told me that he wanted to see a post-op. Oh my goodness. Oh, holy smokes. Holy smokes. That is crazy. That is
Sorry, I
crazy.
lost connection there. Sorry about
I
that.
just saw the message. I was like, wow. This is crazy. Arabianography said he came from a friend's house and he showed him, who Blair White is on YouTube, the like
Blair White?
well-known trans influencer,
I don't pay attention to that stuff,
yeah, I
so
don't.
I
Yeah,
wouldn't know.
it pops up like years ago. It had popped up a lot from me calling, a lot of people out and stuff, and being like, so I remember, and this is the crazy thing. Somebody from Smash that so many people were undercover,
Mhm.
and that's how I found out about that one. The one Charles, the guy who puts on the makeup, he's like he's got like 10 million subs, so his thing was popping up all over the place. But oh man, you are so funny. No. Alexis was giving good super chats, man. You second heterosexual super chat, brother. Thank you for the support, brother. Definitely, yeah. When I think, and thank you, brother Arabian, for the support, bro. The amount of the activity, the undercover activity, yeah, it's almost over to the point. It's like, him, and that's the crazy thing. It's not her. And again, staying within YouTube guidelines is my opinion. I guess whatever the person wants to refer to themselves as, and that's it's crazy, man. The fact that we have to just, it's we respect people's opinion for their orientation.
Of course.
I'll put it that way. Yeah, it
Yeah, we're gonna
just
have to, because who knows who's running the show behind the scenes? You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah,
It's
yeah.
like we
We
said, the
definitely.
media and entertainment, it's everywhere. So maybe they're the
Exactly.
ones
It's
striking
yeah.
down certain
It's
change.
like whatever somebody chooses for their orientation, that's their,
Mhm.
it's their decision. I respect it. And this is my opinion in saying this stuff. Hairline's on fire, man. It's been a while, man. Yep. Modern Life's totally sus city. Total sus city on that, man. Total.
That might be where we have
Regular.
to be careful about the sus stuff, because maybe, and I'm
Yeah,
guilty
yeah.
of it too, but maybe that's what they're
Exactly. Yeah.
the
Yeah. To just
trigger. You
say,
know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
non-het, maybe non-het, or I think that's
Or
safer.
something like that, non-H. I don't know. We gotta be real
Yeah.
careful,
Yeah.
because
Or
maybe
just
that's the
saying,
one
look,
pulling the
yeah,
plug.
they have
You know?
a different choice, basically. So we
Yeah.
respect their choice. They have a different choice, and we, that's their choice. So yeah, it's just basically keeping it within the guidelines. Speaking of speaking of friends, that same friend of mine caught another friend of ours watching. Wow, the fem p, and this goes back to what Alexis was saying about the majority. It just, I think, and then the Nick Fuentes thing, the fact that this guy tries to play like this leader of men, but leader of what men? Of what, like, what orientation of men? It makes me wonder. It's like, hey, that's their choice. Great. It just leaves more women for us. That's the way I look at it. It just, but why lie about it? That's the prop. That's the thing where I can say, look, my opinion is, why are you being lying about it is being deceitful. It's being deceitful. Like how the Blair thing, you know, and there's a few of them. I remember somebody like on the old streams, Space. He used to be that's how I found out, and I think he was kind of you know on that, you know, what was that song by Lou Reed's, The Wild Side? Hey guys, take a walk on the wild side. You know, that's a song that really, man, Black Circle, my brother. He says, this has been a great stream, MD. Thanks, MD. Thank you, brother. You have been OG with us, bro. It's always a pleasure when I see you, man. It's so great. I know you're there, bro. You are there. Kasparov says, yeah, man, they realized these guys lost everything, delete and jumped from the hotel on the lobby. By the way, 300 cremated bodies have been found in the desert in July. What? Holy smokes, man. This is crazy. This is wow. Wow, man. Brother Arabian says Nick Fuentes definitely has G rage on women for sure. Yeah, some chick went to his house to protest and he pepper sprayed. What? She didn't even attack with her. That's crazy. But yeah, he has the G rage, man. The fact that people found him on that app, that's crazy. What he said, the videos out there on YouTube, you know, he's openly. And this is, you know, look at the thing with Tate, you know, when he said the thing about Megan Fox and, you know, the Hulk Hogan analogy, saying that he would, you know, if it was a non-attractive woman, it comes out, man. It comes out. The truth always has a way with surfacing. It's like it surfaces. You can only hold it down for so long, and it's going to surface. It's going to existence has a way of letting people know. It comes out. And the thing with the marriage, and I mean, even the corn, they say, I have the clips, but I can't play them. They were from Vlad, because Vlad is very strict with his content. But I saved it just so I had it on record with I forgot her name, man. Oh man, she was saying that 75% of the guys in straight porn are not straight. Then there was another girl that acted with Lexington Steele, and they're both on Vlad, I think. And they're saying that that, you know, she was saying, no, it's not 75%. It's more like 90 to 95%.
I believe that. I believe that.
Yeah. And then Lexington Steele looks at her like, oh, and you knew a read. When he looked at her, I said, yeah, man, come on. You know, he's one of them, basically.
You know what their motivation might be, MD? It's just there's not enough attractive men, because they are selective on what kind of men they want. And then they say, look at these heterosexual, good-looking men. We got to get them over here. Honestly, as sick as that sounds, that's what you got to look at it as. That's why, you know, I think every hetero guy needs to be aware of the tricks and the tactics. It could really save you from a bad situation and losing your temper with somebody. You know what I'm saying? So I know I'd lose my temper if something.
Yeah. It just, totally, man. It just, it just, and yeah, Brother Arabian, it's not even a question, bro. To me, it's like, you know, girl, it's full. Yeah. When they try to mention they try to put that analogy. Oh, the girl, it's like, for me, always the girl. And, Alexis says, speaking of corn, Sterling Cooper not only is a zombie, he had an OnlyFans that Richard Cooper and Rollo Tomasi had him on a stream back in like 2020. And they were like all on him. Like, I mean, you saw them like almost salivating. And his OnlyFans, he was talking about, he had like 200 something followers, and they were all men.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. He said he was basically showing his butthole to men. That's what his OnlyFans was like. Oh man, how degrading!
It just and he just and you know, that's his choice. You know, we respect that. This is our opinion,
but he's definitely not hetero.
And
Showing your butthole to men, I can't really respect that.
Yeah, I don't respect it, but hey, I do think he should have the freedom to do what he wants, though. But I don't respect it.
Exactly. He has
Indeed. I heard you mention something. The reason I jumped on is because You said Nick Fuentes was on an app. Was he on like a gay dating app or something like that?
Did you look through? Do you have the chat? I don't know why it's echoing. Do you have YouTube open, Jake?
I'm sorry. What'd you say? It broke up.
Do you have YouTube open? It's echoing.
Oh, my phone was echoing.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm gonna jump off and jump back on.
No. I think maybe but if you look in the chat, Jake, we have somebody had put that makes sense. Exactly, man. It just, when I look at what's going on, yes, Sterling, straight zombie, Claus, and that's what he wants to do. But he was doing that I don't know if it was an OnlyFans or something like an OnlyFans, and it was brutal. It was brutal, man. Yeah, it was brutal.
I have watched videos, of these like G-men who they actually have videos on hetero guys how to meet hetero guys. They do have videos on that.
Yeah, no,
I've seen it on YouTube.
Hey, AMD, is my mic better now?
Yeah, it's much better. Yeah, it's much
better.
Okay.
Sorry, I missed what you were saying about. I missed what you were saying about Nick Fuentes. Like he was on a gay dating app or something.
Scroll up on the chat and you'll see. They put it in there. He, I think it's Grinder. And that's his choice. That's his thing.
Is it really? He's really on there, or does someone
No. I think they contacted him or something like that and knew for sure. Like a lot of like what Brother Arabian's saying. A lot of the national guys, they're not. They're just not straight, and that's their choice. But the thing is, we're saying, look, don't try to deceive people. Be honest. And that's all we're asking for is honesty. Mm-hmm. So we're staying within guidelines, saying, look, we're honest, let them be honest. You know what I'm saying? So it's basically something like, just to say, look, this is what we're talking about. We're saying, look, man, this is an epidemic level type of stuff, because it's like I said back in 2020, we're like the minority. We're like the minority, man. It's crazy. It's really crazy, man. When I exactly. Yeah, it's
look at the Roman Empire. Wasn't that full of non-straight? The Roman Empire.
Oh yeah, the Roman Empire. I mean, you know what? And I give them respect, because they were just like, look, man, we doing what we want to do, and at least they were open. You know what I'm saying? So it was crazily, what is it, like Caligula? I'm trying to think, because Caligula was just ridiculous, off the handle with the horse and all
why
that.
should we think it's any different today?
Exactly. It's the same. It was open. Greece, Egypt, because people try to blame it only on Roman. No, it was Egypt too. It was Sumer. It was basically, pirates from outer space, basically. Be pirates, we already know from outer space coming, every culture, you see it. And today you see it. I don't think there's an institution religiously that's not, right? It's rampant. Alexis says, thoughts on Candace Owens posting videos questioning Kirk's unalivement and saying the certain people were the ones behind it. Is she further zombifying people or awakening us? I think she's zombie. Now, I'm not saying what she's saying isn't right. I don't know. I heard, now I got to check this. I heard Erica Kirk went to, like, I don't know if Candace had a wedding or a party recently, and I think Erica Kirk attended it or something. So I have to look that up, because I thought I saw something with that. And somebody had a good point. They said when she tried to say that people are out to get her, she went to go meet Tucker Carlson. Like, she went to, Dolly Parton has like a Disneyland. I think it's called
Hollywood.
It's not called. Have you ever heard about it, Mr. X?
I heard of Dollywood.
Dollywood. Yeah, exactly. So he made a good point. He said, if Candace is saying, like she's saying that, people are out to get her, or those people, why would she be going to Dollyland? Because that's a perfect place for somebody if they want to do something to her. You see, so you wouldn't be out in public if you really thought. If you're saying, these people are trying to get her, well, then you wouldn't be at public events. And I think she met Tucker Carlson somewhere too. I think all of these people, they're all actors, man. They're all like acting like they want attention basically. And I have to look up if Erica Kirk really went to meet Candace. That speaks volumes right there to say, well, wait a second, something's going on behind the scenes. Yeah, and she's definitely part of the establishment, without a doubt, with Carlson. Totally, Brother Arabian, you hit it on the button. Yeah, they're all part. It's a big show. It's like a big show, Just give me a second. I want to grab a cup of tea, Mr. X, Jake. If you guys just, if you want to do the show.
What's going on, Jake? What's new? Jake there?
I think he's on mute right now.
Yeah, sorry about that, man. I'm eating dinner right now too. But yeah, man, Mr. X, how's it going, man? What is the topic of this stream? Because I thought, what is like the main thing that we're supposed to be talking about?
Shoot, I kind of forget. I think it had to do with idols and.
Let me check YouTube
people
real
we worship.
quick.
Yeah, I'm on
Everyday
my
work.
iPhone.
Are you there still? Did you hear that?
I'm here. No,
okay, sorry. When I switch to when I switch off the StreamYard thing, sometimes like my phone like cuts out, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, everyday rituals that keep us zombified. Mr. X, you got any everyday rituals that you would say keep you zombified?
I guess it would have to be the news. The news, the stories they want us to know about and to be talking about. That would be some everyday rituals that keep us zombified. Sure.
So you still watch the news?
I want it for the local news. My main thing is the local news, weather. I just want to know what's going on around my town. The national news on that level, I'm not so big on, to be honest with you. But just to know, just the local stuff is what I really care about.
Yeah, like what do you do with the local news usually? Like you hear that they're building something, or like what are they?
Well, like recently there was a restaurant that I went to. It was a sushi place. I used to go there all the time with my daughter. And it was real nice, but they've got 20 violations. So sometimes there is good information. We're never going back there again. And it looked real nice too. It was a nice looking restaurant. It wasn't some dump, but I was shocked. So stuff like that I'd look up, what I mean?
They had some really good like rat sushi that you had there before.
But probably looking back on it now. But
it's funny.
If there's a shooting or killing,
You know what's funny? I usually don't like Chinese food because of that, but I'm actually eating Chinese food right now, man.
Well, this was Japanese. This was sushi.
Yeah, I know. But it's all the same. Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees. Look at these. It's all the same.
Yeah, exactly. You got to be careful what you eat. I've eaten some Chinese food, and it came right out after like less than an hour.
Right. This actually tastes good. Like, it doesn't taste all like rubbery. The meat doesn't taste all rubbery, and like the vegetables are actually fresh and like really good. And this is only because the people that I'm working for, I'm doing a remodel project for, they ordered like a bunch of Chinese food. They had family over, and there was a bunch of stuff that like no one even touched, no one even ate, nothing. So they gave me like a bunch of food on the way home. I was like, all right, cool, man, I'll eat this for dinner later. So anyway, that's the only reason why I'm eating Chinese. But I usually don't eat rats, cats, and bats, but tonight I am.
Well, I love Chinese, so nothing wrong with that.
Speaking about habits that keep us zombified. Speaking about habits that keep us zombified, man, I still, every once in a while, I hate eating fast food, but I still, like, sometimes I just don't have time, and I'll swing through and get one of those value meals, whatever, yellow arch value meal, or I'll get something like that. But what I've been doing lately, what I've been doing a lot better at lately, though, is I've been going to, like, the grocery store where they got those, they'll have, like, the chicken meals or whatever. They have baked chicken or fried chicken. You get, like, two sides, like some mac and cheese or green beans, mashed potatoes, something like that. Like it's actual like a decent meal. You know what I mean? But sometimes I don't have time for that. I'll just like swing through a drive-through once in a while. But I rarely eat fast food, but that is one thing that like I wish I could completely 100% cut out, man. I need to do like a little food prep and just keep some food with me. And that's actually what I did this past week. I just brought some food with me. I just put a little container in my truck, and I put like a loaf of bread, some peanut butter and jelly, and some like granola bars and stuff in there. And just in case I need like I don't got time to go to lunch, I can just eat a quick PB&J sandwich in my truck and some chips, and it's been a lot better than going to fast food.
A lot on fast food because I've been trying to keep my weight down, And it's just like, no, you can't eat that much. I mean, if you know what I mean?
So
If
speaking about that, yo, your testosterone thing, like, did that happen? You had like a surgery and somehow
no, 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 I'm
testosterone.
on a drug called Lupron. It's called Lupron. I get an injection every 3 months, and it's supposed to be ending this year. But basically, it's the Lupron drug that takes all. You can look it up, Lupron, and it takes all your testosterone out of your body. Basically, um,
What is
yeah,
it?
it's a drug. It's they inject it. It's a needle,
Yeah, what's it
and
for though?
oh, it's for my prostate cancer.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
forgot.
I had the radiation treatments, and then I'm on the drug. He recommended because I had an aggressive form of the cancer that I had to stay on it a little bit longer than 18 months. And hopefully it'll be ending this year and I'll be done with it. And then we'll see what happens after that, if it comes
Are you
back or whatever.
are you doing good now?
Supposedly my PSA levels are good, everything's good and it should work out. I mean, yeah, well, we all get old. These things are going to happen to you. You know what I'm saying? The human body will not stay the same. So, as far as I know, I'm doing good and I'm still here, still living. So, that's a good sign, I
Yeah.
guess. You know?
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, but glad to hear you're doing good. And so did it take all the testosterone out of your body? Did you
Yeah,
notice that?
yeah. Well, my sex drive completely gone, completely gone. I have zero interest in it. That's the best way to describe it. Um, yeah, I haven't looked at a dirty film or had any interest in seeing anything like that at all for over a year. Over a year. We're going on
No
past
way.
18 months. Yeah. Yeah.
So do you just have like a wet dream?
No, I don't even have that.
What
Mm-mm.
what?
No, I have zero interest in anything sexual.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I hope
That's
you get better.
insane.
Yeah, I really hope you get better, man.
But that's the effects
Listen.
of hormones. That's why people underestimate how powerful hormones really are, and they can
Yeah,
alter our mindset.
yeah. No, it's
Yeah.
totally true. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. He says, Jake, you thought about having or adopting kids?
That's a good question. I have thought about it. Here's the thing, man. Like I didn't have a great family growing up. So I think about it, it's like, man, there's a lot of people who are in really, crappy family situations. And man, kids don't ask to be born into the world, you know what I mean? And so man, I thought about it, right? Because like on one hand, right, we are black pilled and we know that you raise another man's kid, you're a cuck. So I'm like, man, like maybe I don't want to do that. Then the other hand, it's like, man, my aunt kind of raised me because my parents like were just like horrible human beings. And so luckily I lived a couple blocks away from my aunt. I basically, she basically like raised me. And I send her flowers on Mother's Day every year because I consider her my mom. But there's lots of kids in situations like that where just because you got a mom, dad, and they're your biological parents, like that doesn't mean like you're gonna have a good family life, and there's kids who need help. But then on the other side of that, sometimes like the kids grow up like the whole time they adopt when they're babies, they grow up and they say, "Oh, I want to meet my dad." Then all of a sudden, like the daughters have like their biological dad walk them down the aisle. It's like this guy just showed up a couple months ago into her life. Meanwhile, the other guy's
Mm,
been raising her for the last 20, 25 years, until she gets married.
Yeah,
And you know what I mean? So it's like, it
yeah.
just so that's my thoughts on it. I'm not 100% opposed to it. I've thought about it, I've
Mhm.
considered it, but I don't know, man. That's a tough one.
But what about, he's saying that if you ever thought about having one too, so as opposed to adopting one, did you ever
a
think about
surrogate.
having your own
You could have a
or having
surrogate
your,
woman.
Bro, I've thought about having kids and like I wanted to. I always assumed I would eventually get married and I always assumed I'd eventually have a kid.
or even just
But
having it without marriage? Or
yeah, but then like man, by the time I was like even before a teenager, I was like, man, I don't think I'm gonna get married, but I was like, man, maybe I can still have a kid. But I really think a kid needs a mom, dad growing up. I always thought
yeah,
that's those teenagers. So it's like,
definitely.
man, that's a tough one too.
Yeah,
So then I ended up getting a vasectomy at when I was 30. I got a vasectomy, man, because I just don't trust women. Because also I've had several women try to baby trap me, which is like, because I hate wearing condoms, and all of a sudden like they just
yeah.
or will be on top and they won't.
Oh yeah, yeah.
When I
They
when I
try to
pull them
do
off, all of a
it.
sudden they'll sit back down on it. And I've had girls
Mhm.
try to baby trap me. And so anyway, so I got a vasectomy at age 30, and I've always thought like, man, I could always get a reversal, and also like they can like stab this needle into your testicle and like suck out the sperm before your body. Like it just goes into your body, it just absorbs it. Like it's still like everything's normal or whatever, just like 2 weeks of healing time. So like I can still like do the in vitro thing if I really want to have a kid, but I think I can get a reversal. Like like there's
Yeah.
decent
I
amount of
think
test reversal. So, but I figured like, hey, if a woman could be pregnant for 9 months and go through all that pain and labor of having a child, everything like that. Well, okay, like I can get a little slit in my sack again, and like be healing up for 2 weeks. It kind of sucks for about 2 weeks, but it ain't
yeah.
horrible. It sucks. But if I want to have a kid, then when I'm ready, not when a woman tries to baby trap me or she gets off birth control without saying anything about it, or anything like that. When I'm ready, it's planned out, and I want to have kids. And now I'm going to be honest with you, man. Like getting a little bit older, like I did when I was 30. And then now getting a little bit older, and one of the things that is like convincing me to do this is that I started going to like church a little bit more, and so it's so like family is like preach a lot and stuff like that, and so like I've been trying to like live a little bit better. So I'm a little off on the deep end. You guys know I'm off on the deep end of the black pill. How I've been. So anyway, I'm considering it more now. So like, man, like. Was getting a vasectomy a good idea? Well, I can't get baby trapped and like just get hooked up with child support because that's definitely a horrible thing to do.
No.
But I might have to get a reversal. Hopefully it works. It's like, man, so these are tough things, man, that you usually got to think about. I'm just giving you my experience, and the reason why I did what I did. And man, Zubek, good to see you.
Good to
Yeah.
see you,
Yeah.
Zubek.
No.
Hello. What is this therapy? What's going on here, guys?
It's better big time
Oh,
therapy.
Bro,
man.
it's real life situations, man. That's why I like this stream, man. Like I want
What's
real
going on?
advice, man.
Is this a therapy session? Are we trying to what is Jay going through a seasonal depression because Christmas is around or what? What's going on?
No, man, no. Hey, just because we're in proximity to Christmas and we're in proximity.
Oh my goodness. No, I mean outside of hearing everything you said, Jake, but if you don't mind summarizing real quick, what's going on? Sorry, I
Someone
missed
super
it.
chatted, asked if I'd be open to having kids. I told him, well, I actually had a vasectomy because I was so really against it. But now, a few years later, I'm actually like considering it. And then he also brought up adoption. Like, would you be open to adopting a kid? And I said, maybe. So I'm kind of maybe on both right now. What about you, Zubak? Kids, adoption? What do you think?
I probably wouldn't adopt, man. If I were to have kids, it'd probably just be my own. But if about regarding having kids, it's tough, man. It's a tough one because part of me is like, dude, this world fucking sucks, bro. Right? But then also it's like, also it's the woman question, right? That's involved with that as well, right? I mean, I honestly like if I was in like a different society and things were a bit different, like I'll be very open to having kids, right? It's just like in this current society, the way things are, bro. I don't know if that's for me, man. Honestly,
Facts. I think it's a natural biological urge to want to have kids. Like, man, I want to teach a kid. I want to help raise them, man, help them in the world, but a lot better than my parents did. And
but there's a lot of single moms out there that need help, Jake. So you can
I know. Well, that's what Young Wavy's for. So
that's my guy, Wavy, man. Stop it.
But it is the culture in our society, though, man. Like man, marriage is not good in American society.
It's brutal. Yeah, it's brutal. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. He says, is adopting parentless child really because behavior? Is adopting parentless child really cuck behavior? Really?
It's a tough one, man. It's a tough one.
Tough one, man.
According to the definition, yes, it is. Raising, you're not raising something that's not your own offspring.
Parentless. So the child doesn't know who their parents are. It's parentless. So
they could always find out though, unless the parents are deleted. That would be
Yeah, if they're deceased, if they're deceased, I wouldn't say it's a cuck behavior. Like if their parents are alive, Jake has a good point that they could always that does happen. You're right, Jake, where you take care of them for 20 years, then they come back. That's cucking kind of, because the kid, and I can't really blame the kid, because it's like, for me, it just, I mean, my mother and father was married, and I don't look like I act kind of, I have my father's way. So my mother's like, look, she was always religious. She never smoked, drank, very close to like Edith Bunker from Archie Bunker, the All in the Family, just a good woman. And, so even my father was like, you're my son. And I was like, I don't mind getting a DNA test. And, I told my mother, look, I'll always love you. It's, and she's like, well, she couldn't cheat. To me, it's like, I don't even have if it were found out to be that there was somebody else, to me, it's not even a search. It's like, well, it is what it is. It's like there was a Roman senator, I think, that said, "Who here really knows who their father is?" I got to find out who exactly. I'm gonna look it up, but that's a great question, Alexis. And I think Arabian brother Arabian says
That's a Blackpool quote. Wow.
yeah, it definitely.
Jake, I am your father.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up right now. Arabianography says, Jake, should we adopt Scribe as our older brother? It definitely, yeah, Scribe's my brother. I'll tell you that, man.
Yeah, man, he's a brother to the stream. Absolutely.
Yeah, he is definitely that. He is the man, bro. Mr. Dunham, good to see you, man. He says some people claim fembinazole helped me beat cancer. I don't know anything about it personally, but I have online, maybe worth a look to improve. Okay, for Mr. X, thank you, brother. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, the main reason I want a kid is to pass the family name. My brother never had. Yeah, I look at it like, I mean, the more I get closer, like I know anything can happen and I can go into the next at any moment. Nobody's promised tomorrow. So it's like, I'm very comfortable with that. And actually, that's my search to be like, where am I going? Where are we going? And the book on human origins to be published very, very soon. We'll talk about that. But yeah, that's a great question, Alexis. Is adopting parentless child really cut back? I don't, in some instances, I would say no. So if the parents are deceased, in other instances,
yep. Because that's like basically the kid stabbing you in the back when you raise it for 20 years. Then they go back and say, "You're not my real dad." Like, I actually want to develop a relationship with my biological parents now. It's like, dude, that is like a stab in the back. That's definitely cuts. It sucks. But
it hurts,
if they're deceased, man, that you just brought up like another possibility in my mind, man. So that's actually like, decent possibility, kind of, if you wanted to go the adoption route. And MD, you were saying like, man, where are we going after this? It just reminded me of the saying that you always say, man, we're all on a school bus and we're in a rush to get somewhere. We're speeding and we're heading towards a cliff, but people are arguing about which seat they're sitting in.
Yep.
I love that saying, man.
Yeah, I gotta thank Dr. Suzuki for that, man. He's a researcher, really cool dude. He does Channel 13 PBS specials. Such a wonderful person. The stuff he does. He's a humanitarian. I think he has a website, Dr. Suzuki. Yeah, he said that, and I was like, wow. I said, this guy is deep, bro. And this was 20, 30 years ago. I love people like that, man, that really care and just really know what's going on. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. He says, I will never get married. I agree. I don't think I will either, bro. I'm with you there. I know it's a trap, but I still want to have a connection with a woman. Is it really foolish to have a woman move in? No. If you want a connection, to feel that and live with a woman has a feeling to it. And I've done it and it feels good. Sometimes, to do it and feel the goodness and then say, okay, I did it. That's worth it. To know you did it and feel it, to satisfy that urge, bro. I totally agree with you. Zubak, you had anything on that?
No. My bad. I was just. I'm sorry. I'm good.
I was going to look up something else and I forgot. Like you guys were saying something. What was I going to look up before?
Fembinazole or whatever the medicine that they were talking about.
The Roman senator. I'm going to look it up now.
Oh yeah. My bad. I just got home. So
excellent question, Alexis. I don't know. Do you want to answer, Alexis? Like this is a good question. Like, is it? I don't think it's foolish. I don't think it's foolish to have.
I mean, it just depends. I mean, you need to know your state laws though as well, and it depends for how long. Because sometimes if you're cohabitating with a person after a certain period of time, depending on their state, they could kind of use that as like almost like a form of common law marriage, right? Just got to know your state laws, and depends how long they live with you. But we're talking short term, like 3-6 months or something. Yeah, go for it. Why not? Nothing wrong with that. I mean, try it out. I recommend. I mean, I wouldn't say I necessarily recommend it, but if it's something that you want to do, and like I said, just know your state laws, and just it's one thing to just kind of cross off the list, and after that, you're just not going to give a fuck about it, probably. But it's just good to try, have that similar to popping the cherry and just making sure like that, just getting that out the way as well, so it doesn't kind of drag you down mentally for years. I was gonna say, what's up with Jake, man? Where have you been, man?
Bro,
I haven't talked to Jake in like months, man.
Bro, where you been, man? I just been working. You probably come on super late usually, man. Like I'm usually sleeping by now, but
Yeah, I was gonna come on
I'm
a stream
still
the other,
late.
I think yesterday, but by the time I was thinking about coming on, like it was already like you guys wrapping up. It's like 10 over here right now, so
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
probably sleeping. I fell asleep last night, man, on the stream. I'm just tired from working.
what's it looking like, man? Hey, it's 2026 almost. Shout out lasagna.
Oh
What's
man.
the plan?
It's
Crazy how fast time
2026.
flies, right?
Yeah, hopefully Lasagna will pop up, man. He's kind of like in and out, and Brother Arabian has an answer to the question, Alexis too. I mean, I think it's okay. Other guys, Zubek think okay, yeah, to experience it. I don't think it's foolish to at
Oh, to live
least,
with a woman? Oh, absolutely. If you have a
yeah.
opportunity to, if things are going good, I
Mhm.
think you definitely should. Just like Zubak said, man, that's one thing. Like you don't want to be like wondering, all what if, or because you might, live with a woman and realize, like, man, I really like my alone space. Me personally, man, I like living with a woman. I don't think it's bad at all. Like typically, like they, will like follow your lead on things and like I like hooking together, dude. I don't mind living with a woman at all, like I really don't think it's a bad thing. Like when I don't want to just like be hooking up with a bunch of random girls and everything like that, I got guaranteed peace leave waiting for me at home like all the time. Like, but this is the thing, dude, like with
Jake's
all my
getting soft
girlfriends,
now, guys. Jake is
with
getting soft.
this,
Jake,
I've done this forever, dude. With all
you're
my
getting
girlfriends,
soft,
dude,
Jake. You're getting
we have
soft.
Bro, we have sex every single day. Like I'm not kidding, dude. At least once every single day. So when they move in, we're having sex like twice a day, 3 times a day sometimes, or at least once a day. So
I
these
get
guys
it,
that say
man. You're
like
getting
move in.
soft, Jake. It's the seasonal depression, I think. It's getting to him now, MB.
No, man, no. No,
I'm just,
honestly, what's happened though is that
I'm
I
just
have been
kidding, bro. I'm just kidding, bro.
no, but for real though, I have been going to church like that last few months or whatever. Like
Oh,
trying to like
yeah. So,
I've been like dabbling
what
in it for a
impact
long
has that
time.
left on you, Jake? I'm actually curious on this. Like,
Bro, that's what I'm saying. I'm more
not even
open to
trying to
having.
troll, bro. I mean, I'm kind of joking. I'm being
No,
somewhat.
I'm being serious, dude. Like
No,
I
no,
am
I'm saying like I'm kind of
more
speaking in
open.
jest, but go ahead. My bad. I'm
Yeah, yeah,
curious.
yeah. No, seriously though. But I am
Let me hear
like more open to
it.
getting married and having a family. Now I'm saying more open to it, but still, it's like it's gonna be
But
completely rare.
what
So,
about church has influenced you in that manner, Jake? Let me hear it. Like what? Like you
oh
were the church for
man,
what? Like what? 1 month, and now you're ready to like settle
no, no,
down.
no, no. I've been like dabbling in it for the last like year or so. Like dabbling in it. But the last few months,
Okay.
I actually found a church. I just started going to it, and so now. And then, dude, I actually met this like she actually was referred to me by like a client that I was doing some work for. Or whatever. She's like, "Oh, I got a
Close the
girl
wrong door. Shit,
that I
I'm
work
tripping.
with, and you should
Fuck, not wrong.
meet with her, or whatever." So we talked on the phone for a little while. She was
God
out of
damn it.
town for family vacation or whatever, and then like or visiting family for Thanksgiving, whatever. So we talk on the phone for a while, then we meet up, and it's like, but she was a little bit too much of a goody two shoe like Christian girl at this point, whatever. She'd been like in it for like a couple of years and was like really like about it. And the thing that like it was the big question mark for me because there's a couple other girls at church like looking at me and like they're interested, but I'm like, dude, like I'm not trying to like wait until marriage to have sex, like none of us in this church are virgins, you know what I mean? And there's other girl, she goes to some other church, whatever, in my city.
Mhm.
She wasn't no virgin either, you know what I mean? And so like, but she's like, oh, I want to wait, like, I don't know if I can wait, till marriage, but like, I think we should wait at least a couple months or something like that. I'm just thinking in my head is just like, that's like the main part of a relationship for me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying it's the only thing, but having a good sexual relationship is part of having an intimate relationship. You know what I mean? So like,
Sure,
so that one
obviously.
didn't work out. I tried to hook
Hmm.
over the first night, and then she almost wanted to. She's like, I'm not on birth control. I said, that's fine. I'll pull out. Like she was like, trying to like pull. She would like sit on the end of the couch, like she, but we were starting like making out, whatever, and then she would be getting really into it, like we're about to have sex, and like then she was like, oh wait, I'm not ready. I'm like, all right, whatever. So like, we kind of relax, and just go back to like cuddle and watch TV, and then like then she jumps on top of me, start making out with me and everything. So she's really into me. We were both like really attracted to each other. We both like saw eye to eye on a lot of stuff, and we were both seriously thinking about like possibly getting married in the near future.
Yeah,
Talking
you
over the
said,
phone
but
for like a week.
Jake, I mean, like, dude, though, like, I'm
No, I'm
just
telling
being
you,
honest
this
with you,
girl.
man. Like,
No, no,
you
I'm like,
sound like
let me
you
say
sound.
this. Let me
Look,
say this
bro,
real quick.
like,
This isn't
yeah,
no
go ahead.
regular like, oh, what's her
I'll let you
anything.
finish. I'll let you finish. Go ahead. Go, my bad.
Like real quick, real quick. But this ain't no just like regular girl, dude. This girl is like drop dead gorgeous. She's
Oh my.
Italian. She's a brunette. Like, dude, legit like everything that I would want in a woman if I was gonna settle down. And so like I was like, dude, baby. Maybe this is
The
it. I don't
brunettes are
know.
prettier.
Yeah.
The brunettes are prettier.
Oh, she is gorgeous.
Yeah,
where
yeah.
where are we though? Like it's
I found the quote. It says the
okay.
quote, who of us know who our fathers are is attributed to the Roman Emperor Claudius. He is said to have made this statement when proposing a law related to women or marriage during a session of the Roman Senate. The exact wording and historical context are often debated by scholars as it comes from historical accounts which may be embellished. But sentiment regarding the uncertainty of paternity in Roman society is consistently associated with him. So he was awake, but this also brings up another question. Remember the Vikings and in the Anglo-Saxons, they had the chastity belt. But they were like, look, man, I'm locking this up. So I'm going to hit it and make sure nobody else hits it. So I know, and even then, how do we know? Because I've even thought it's like you got to be there and like guard the coochie for like a couple of months to make sure she starts. You right? It's like, bro, what's that old saying that stays forever? Mama's baby, father's maybe. And that's just what it is, bro. As being men, all of us heterosexual men, this is just a part of life, bro. I mean, we are men. Alexis is on. He says the marriage zombie ritual is affecting Jake. Oh,
yeah, Jake goes to church for like.
Alexis is on. But Jake,
bad.
everybody changes with time. We all have different, Let me look up the chastity
But
belt.
I gotta say, man, like so.
You gotta say why? What do you have to say, Jake? How about
with the thing with the girl? Because I do want to
say. What is there to
right,
say?
right. Because you guys know me, man. You should want to hear this, man.
Yeah,
so
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thing with the girl. So you're right. So she invites me back over her place, right? So we go over her place. We're gonna go out to dinner, but like, I was working on my truck, so I didn't make it in time, whatever, to go to dinner. And so actually, like, so we were gonna go to dinner. So she ends up just like picking up the dinner from the restaurant where I made a reservation. I said, hey, I'll give you some cash for it. Let's just hang out at your house. That was a plan anyway. I told her I want to hang out at her house afterwards. I picked a place close to her place, whatever. I was like, yeah, so we can watch TV, cuddle, stuff like that, because we were both like, we talked on the phone for about a week, and we were talking like on Sundays for like over an hour, like some of these days, wherever, so we talked on the phone for about a week, saw eye to eye on like a lot of stuff, like it was actually like fun, like talking to her, like enjoyable. And so anyway, then so we hang out, whatever. So she just picks up the food, we get over there, and like, dude, so we're both really attracted to each other too, man. She was like really,
yeah,
like,
I get it, Jake. You don't keep saying like let's okay.
Now the thing is, here's the thing about dating a church girl. This is the main point. This is the main point. This is the main point I want to say is that she was even coming on to me and everything like that. But then basically she says like, oh, I don't trust myself around you. That's what she was telling me. She was saying she doesn't trust herself around me because like she's really attracted to me, and I'm not pumping brakes or anything. But like you're supposed to like not have sex till marriage. But like, come on, that's like if you're virgins. Like neither of us are virgins. You know what I mean? Like almost no one in church nowadays is virgins. They're adults. So I was like, well, if you want to wait a little bit, like we can do that. She's like, well, I don't know. Like I told her some stories about me and how I'm a sex addict and everything like that. And so I was pretty open and honest with her. And then like, so anyway, but she was like thinking about having sex too. And now she doesn't trust herself around me. She was really trying to like follow the word and everything like that. So now I'm like, bro, I don't know if like this, dating a Christian girl is going to work for me, man. So it's making me kind of question things. Like I definitely believe in God. I definitely, like going to church, but like maybe I like find a stripper in a strip club, like my usual thing. And then I start bringing her to church with me, and then we're having sex the whole time. But like, but that ain't going to work out. You can't marry a girl like that. I can't turn a hoe into a housewife, like 48 laws of dating. So, but anyway, man, I just wanted to say that. So I don't know how it's going. This girl seriously was like perfect. We thought we were perfect for each other.
Okay, but Jake, though, like I gotta be critical here, right?
I gotta give him his defense.
Please be critical.
Beauty too, Jake. So I agree, but Zubak, go ahead, bro. It's just
like, oh no, I mean, what I'm just curious about, right, is what has changed? Like everything you described, right? I mean, everything that you just described in that story is normal, right? Like it's a hookup. What's so different about this girl, Jake? Why is this one so? She has you thinking about marriage.
Oh, just because I've been one, she's like exactly what I want, which is like she's an Italian brunette, like everything's good. She has like blue eyes. I prefer green, but blue, close enough, whatever. But anyway, like perfect. She's like good height. She's like several inches, shorter than me. She can wear heels, and like. we were both super attracted to each other, and she was like
How old? How old?
very open to whatever I say too. You know, like dude. So like it was just like man.
How old is she? How old is she?
She's 5 years younger than me, and I'm mid-30s, and so she did not hit
Oh,
the big 3-0 yet. So
yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
But Jake. So
she's almost at
my
the
bad.
wall.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, it's just no. You don't have to. I haven't spoken to Jake in a little while, so it's funny for me because now I'm talking.
bro,
to
when we
Jake
talk
after a
about
long time,
personal
and he's talking
experiences,
about-
that's what I like about in this stream though, because guys learn from these things, So yeah, so ask me anything you want, man.
Yeah. No. It's. I'm gonna give my take on this. It's like, okay, Jake. He starts going to church, right? And he's like, you know what? Maybe I don't know what's driving you to go to church in the first place, but maybe you want to feel a spiritual connection, makes you feel good. Yep, gives you a sense of community. Right? Those are common, reasons why people go to church, right?
Boom, you nailed it,
Even if they're
man.
not so,
One,
even
one
they're not
increased
so
spiritual
religious.
connection. Two, I have a better community now. I just got a group of guys like like we hang out
Uh-huh.
and stuff every once in a while. Like I do actually have some good friends, from church now. And two, like spiritual connection, man. Like I said, I've been dabbling in it for a while, and now I finally found a church that I like, and man, I've been getting really into it and really like it. So yeah, you hit the
That's
nail on the
good,
head
bro.
there. Yep.
But you meet a woman, right, at church, right? Okay, let's take Jake. Let's take Jake out. This is a question. Matt, do you want to say something?
Mr. Dunham said, "Is it an Italian girl or no?"
Yeah,
That's what he
Italian.
said. That's what he said.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm Italian
Like
too.
American
She's
Italian,
Italian.
so
Like, yeah, man. That's, I mean, like
Italian ancestry,
everything I
right?
wanted.
You're saying like not like from Italy, but her ancestry from Italy is what you're saying.
Right. She was born in
Yeah.
America. Yeah.
Italian American.
Yeah,
Italian American. So, like remove yourself from the situation, Jake, right? And just think of it from like a perspective if someone else was telling you the story, right? If a dude says, I started going to church, right? And a guy's, very, very critical, very, I want to say anti-Western woman, right? I was think it's fair to say, right? AWAW, right? Whatever happened to that. And goes to church and then meets a woman that's almost on the brink of the big 3-0, right? Give or take. And she's saying, "Oh yeah, I don't trust myself around you. Yeah, and give you all this, like she. I feel like she's almost like she's running. She may not be, but she's. Oh yeah, she's already gotten punished before, right? And now she meets you at church, right? Maybe a mid-30s dude.
We didn't meet at church. We met through a client actually, like a client that I was working for. She introduced me to her, but we both go to church, whatever. But you could say we met at church, whatever, same thing.
Yeah, fair enough. You're talking about, like she's a Christian girl, and it's like, Jake,
you
would tear that guy to shreds. Like you would tear him to shreds, Jake. Let's be
here's
real,
what I'm saying.
Jake, right?
Zubak, I 100% agree with you. Now here's what I'm saying. My plan was to hook up with her the first time. Yeah, absolutely. No, it's a good critical. No, it's a good criticism. And let me tell you, the reason why we're not dating more is that exact reason, because I was 100% open and honest with her about everything. So I've been a lot more open, honest, like truthful with like people. Since I've been like spiritual connections been getting stronger and stuff. I'm just like, dude, like I don't care about putting on a facade in front of people as much anymore. Like I don't care if people think I'm degenerate. You know what I mean? Like I don't tell them about the Benjamin bathrooms, how I save $100, but I did tone back on the whole P2P thing. I did tone back on that. Like I haven't done that for a while. So like I'm trying to get a little bit better life, whatever, like the 7 deadly sins, like lust is my problem. And I've known that for a long time, whatever. So anyway, I have been like living a little bit better, I guess you could say, whatever. But anyway, so like, this guy, whatever, goes from AWAW to all of a sudden like, oh, I met this girl and it's perfect. Well, the thing is, we both know, right? For this woman, she got a lot of experience, bag, and she's, supposedly she was in a long-term relationship for like 7 years, something like that, which took up the majority of her 20s. Like, who knows, right? But this is what she's claiming. But here's the thing. We both know, I mean, she went to college. So we all know that she's had one-night stands. I've had one-night stands. So if you're talking to someone on the phone for like an hour, right? We take some pictures, a couple of pictures back and forth. We're both really attracted to each other. We have like the same life views, everything like that. So it's like, oh man, this is going to be great. So when we hang out, like I've said almost nothing to girls and hooked up with them. And I'm sure she's done the same thing. Said almost nothing to guys and hooked up with them and not known about them or anything about them or whatever. So if we've talked on the phone for like a week now, man, there's been sometimes we talked for almost 2 hours on some of these occasions. Sometimes it's a quick like 30-minute phone call. And sometimes, we talked for like almost 2 hours, over this week, that she was out of town. We talked a lot. We're both super attracted to each other. She, in the middle of making out, said, I'm not on birth control. Like, okay, that means like I said, oh, okay, it's fine. I'll pull out. blah. And then like we were about to have sex, but then she wanted to stop when I was going to take off her pants because she wanted, oh no, I want to wake. It's a good Christian thing to do. She's been really in her faith. But the thing is, she wanted to have sex. So if she didn't want to have sex at that point, then yes, Zubek, you're right. I feel like she's running game. I'm not playing this simp shit. Yo, fuck that. I'm out. Yo, sorry. I mean, F that. And then I'm out. So that she knew too that like I'm not a guy that can be like have game be run on because like she knows I'm a common player. She's like, how many women have you been with? She asked me that, and I was like, you don't want to know the answer to that question. She says, is it over like 25 or I was like, over 50? I was like, over 100? I was like,
Jake,
you don't want to know the answer to that question.
I understand that though, Jake.
So she knew, but here's what I'm saying, dude. No, but here's what I'm saying, dude. Let me just say. So she knew, like, oh, I've been with way over 100 women. I'm not a guy who can be like, oh, this guy's never had PC before, so I can manipulate him. She knew that she couldn't manipulate him.
Jake, you always tell her 8. It's easy to remember.
No. 8. I just said you don't want to know the answer to the question. And I said the same thing to her. I never ask a woman how many guys she's been with because you never get the truth anyway. So I said, and I don't even want to know how many guys you've been with because you're not going to tell me the truth anyway. You know what I mean? So it's like, why? I never asked a question. She asked it, and then I said the same line right to her.
Only you. You know, that's
okay, but like what? But no. I get that, Jake. But like,
no, I've been a lot more truthful, open, and honest. I ain't playing games. Nope. I ain't playing games. I was truthful, open, and honest. And then, my ex was the same way. He was, have a big body count like you, whatever, And I'm like, whatever. Like me, both of us have one night stands. Both of us have plenty of partners. But Jake, why would we not have sex?
Okay, but Jake, though, like look. The problem that I have with what you're saying is, Jake, right? Is if you just told me that I'm trying to hook up with this chick, that's it, blah blah. But you led this conversation like
no, I did. I did want a long-term relationship with her. Yeah, I did. I did want to hook up with her. Yeah, but I did want to.
So that's but not even just long-term. But you talk about I think about marriage, and it's like, dude, she said all this,
bro. She mentioned a couple times like about kids. Like it slipped out a couple times. Like we did talk about marriage a little bit. I mean, we were pretty serious.
Yep. MD, like, am I tripping right? Like MD, am I the one that's? What does the chat have to say about this? Because like.
Here's what I'm saying, dude.
That's what I'm trying to. What are you saying?
What are you? Much love for Jake and Scribe and you guys. I'm scared to say something, bro, because Zubek, where I'm like.
No. I mean, like,
guys, Zubek. Here's the answer to your question. Let me answer.
What are you saying though? That's what I'm saying.
Let me answer your question, Zubek. Let me answer.
One second though, real quick. MD, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, MD.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry, guys, but I'll. Because Jake's been talking a lot and just saying a bunch of like lovey-dovey. Oh, we're on the phone for an hour. I talked to her for a week. Like, dude, do you hear yourself? I feel like I'm the one that's going bad right now.
Bro, let me answer your question. You're not able to put it in words, but I understand what you're trying to ask. You're trying to ask, like, what happened, what changed, whatever. One, I am a little bit older. Listen, right. Let me answer.
That's my question.
Me hitting 35. Was kind of like a wake up call for me. I always say like, oh, I'm in my mid 30s, whatever, So now I'm like, man, like, am I going to really like be alone forever? So when I see like single guys, like, especially in the trades, whatever, like, dude, they look like lonely, broken, like they don't look like they're living a very fulfilled life. You know what I mean? Most of them. Every once in a while you see a single guy, he's living a decent life, but it doesn't seem very fulfilling, So once I hit like my mid 30s, it was kind of a wake up call to like, man, maybe like, having a wife and kids, like maybe if I can find the right woman, then maybe. And then I was thinking, well, maybe, because the big problem is AWAW, right? Well, maybe Christianity can help prevent some of that is what I was thinking. But here's what happened. My first experience with it, right?
Answer
but listen, bro, I know. But listen, but I tried it out, right? Because here's the thing, man. A lot of people talk, but the thing is, dude, I lived the black pill, right? So here's the thing. So I tried it out, man. I've been going to church for a few months. All of a sudden I get introduced. No, let me say it. I get introduced to a good Christian girl. And so I'm thinking maybe this can work out. But
good Christian girl. No, hold on.
See, that's good Christian girl.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I'm just saying in general. I know. I'm just saying in general. I know she said
even the semantics you're using. That's what.
No,
like bro, hold on,
bro. Here's what I'm saying, dude. I gotta say this in order to give other people advice.
Bro,
I know. I told her to her face. I know you've had one night stands before, and you know I've had one night stands before. We both had relationships before. So if we are like really into each other, why would we not have a good sexual relationship together? Like that's part of an intimate relationship. If we don't have intimacy in a relationship, then that's just a friendship. Like I want to date you and be in an intimate relationship with you. I don't want to just be your friend. You know what I mean? I said these things to her face. And so she basically knew that she wasn't gonna be able to like run game on me, is what I'm trying to say. Now my thoughts were
issue
like,
isn't with that though. My issue not even with that though. Yeah, I'm talking
exactly.
about the
But my
bigger
thoughts
picture
were
here.
right. My thoughts were that, right? Like, okay, I can have a good sexual relationship with one woman and have a good like long-term relationship with one woman. And if things go good for a while, maybe the possibility of kids and family, because I would like to have a family, I would like to have some children, but it depends if I can find the right woman. Now, maybe Christianity can prevent some of this AW behavior. But right off the bat, this, supposedly I'm saying in quotations, oh, she's a good Christian girl, been going to church for a couple of years now and is really into it.
Okay,
Even
you were using air
wanted to
quotes. You were
play
using air
games.
quotes when you said that.
You're
I'll
right.
let you
That's what I'm
take
saying.
that
I was
back.
using the air
I'll
quotes.
let you take that back. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean.
grant
But
you
I'm
that.
saying
I'll
this.
grant you that.
Right, but I'm saying this to like give guys advice. If they think they're going to go to church and find a good Christian girl, and that's why I meant it in like quotations. Like, okay, so I find this good Christian girl, right? We all know like she went to college and had one night stands. But what I'm saying is, even if you get involved with the church, even if you find this girl who's supposedly really into her faith and she wants to wait a little while to have sex and she doesn't want to have sex on the first day, oh, this girl's different than the other girls. No, I know she's not, and I said it to her face, and she was not down with wanting to have sex right away, even though we both had one night stands before. So if we had this really good emotional, spiritual connection with each other and everything,
You
and we're both
spoke to
super
her for a
attracted to each
week,
other.
Jake. What are you
And
talking about?
bro, I
Like,
spoke to girls. I spoke to girls for 5 minutes and hooked up with them before, and so
no,
was
no,
she.
no, but no. My point is this, though, Jake. That I get all that. I understand that, right? But this is my issue with this, right? Is that it's not necessarily like like you going out and trying, right, or whatever, right? It's the
Right,
fact
exactly,
that
right.
based on what you said, the way you broke it down was that, in my opinion, you were willing to look past all that, right? And this goes against everything you used to say, and that's why it's a little
I was
funny for
willing to
me.
give it a chance. I was willing to give it a chance
You
to
see
see
what
if this
you see?
Christianity thing would
Yeah, you
help,
see. No,
but
no, 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 no,
obviously
no,
it
no,
didn't.
no. I'm not talking about. No. Hold on. I'm not
Okay.
talking about when I say willing to look past that. What I'm saying is that I don't fault you for trying to go to church, right? And that's fine, and trying to make this happen, right? However, the fact, by the way you described it, you sound like you're infatuated with this person, right? And you're saying it sounds like to me that if she lets you fuck, right, and you're willing to even think about maybe talking about marriage you're talking to this girl for on the phone for 1 week, and you know everything that she's been through, that goes against everything that you used to stand for, right? And
Well,
that's what makes me. That's what look. That's my.
well,
It's
that's
your
what I'm
life.
saying, dude.
It's your life. I have no
There
issue
was
with that at
two.
the end of the day. But
I 100% agree.
it's hilarious. It's
It's not
hilarious.
it's not like I'm going in like, oh, dude, I met this girl and I dropped on one of you and proposed or whatever.
It
But we
sounds
did.
like it,
But
Jake,
here's
because
but here's what I'm saying,
the way
dude.
you're making it sound, Jake, is
Right,
that
but
the
here's
way.
what I'm saying, Zubek. Let
Dude,
me
I had
add in
no, Jake.
a
You talk
couple
so
pieces
much. You
here.
talk so much, right?
Let me
Because
add in a quick piece. Let me add a quick piece. One,
okay,
we
what
weren't
else?
talking
Don't
about
make it worse now. Don't make it worse. I
all
think
right,
you're gonna make it worse.
one, we weren't talking about like what's our favorite TV show. Like we were talking about like real life stuff over the phone because I
Oh,
told her right off the bat. I said, hey,
oh,
like
all
I'm
right.
looking for a girl,
How cute.
bro.
How cute.
Right. I'm looking for a girl, that I can, see myself marrying. That's like a Christian thing. They like preach that a lot, whatever. So I just said that because I was like, I do want to
Hey,
hook up with her.
hey, MD, put that last
But
message back up real quick. MD, one sec. MD, can you put that last message that you just put up on the chat by Jimbo?
This one?
No, one before that.
Jake is sounding like
from Woo to what? It's like it said from Woo to something.
Oh,
Read that real
from
quick,
who
Jake,
do I
please.
do? Yo, Timbo, I like that.
Dude, you're so finished, Jake. I'll be honest with you.
So
But go ahead.
but
Go
here's
ahead.
what I'm saying, dude. So I wanted to try this whole Christian, good thing, whatever. And I'm thinking, hey, I'll give it a shot. You know what I mean? Like it's not like, oh, I asked her to move in with me, or oh, I dropped down one knee to, from woo to I do instantly, whatever. Here's what I'm saying, dude. Like I begin more, spiritual connection with, it's good. I definitely recommend people do that. I don't care what religion, whatever. Having a better spiritual connection like does give you like a better peace of mind and makes you want to live a little better and care about, your neighbors and brotherly love and everything like that. Like it makes you care about people more and the environment, like just the world and whatever, man. Like having a good spiritual connection is good for people, so I do recommend that. But here's the thing. All I was trying to do is like, hey, maybe I can have a good sexual relationship with one woman and try to be in a relationship again with one woman. Because I've had a couple long-term relationships before. I was like, hey, it's been a while, since I had one. So let me give it a shot. Maybe this, because culture's so messed up now, but maybe let me give this a shot. So, hey, I found a girl that like pretty much exactly like what I want, right? I described that, like exactly like what I like to my taste. Plus, she was like very open to everything I was saying. And like, we had the same viewpoints and everything. But when we got together in person, she thought she was going to run a game on me. I basically like, she basically knew like I'm not the type of guy who's gonna like let that happen. And so it just didn't work. Like she is like really, really convinced on she's a little bit of a boss girl, babe. She has like a pretty good job, like a little bit of that or whatever, is like going on, like which is whatever, it's fine. But she has a good career, everything like that, whatever, but the thing is like that's not going to work. Well, what we talked about, like if we did end up getting married and having kids, everything like that, it's like she's probably going to be staying at home, like raising the kids. Like that's like what should happen, So like she's probably going to be too involved in her career, and she also is like she's looking for a guy who's a little bit of a simp, I think, and like that there's no way that I was going to like fall for that.
I think if she was more strategic, she would let you fuck. You would have been that for her, is what I think. Honestly,
she's not smart enough, and I told her. I said, I don't know what the big like deal is about, like having sex on the first night. Like, you went to college.
Hold on, Jay. Did you just admit that though? Am I right by saying that? Hold on. Did you?
It would have reeled me in. I mean, I'll admit that. It would have reeled me in.
That's what I'm saying. Yo, God.
I mean, I would have kept smashing her. Here's the thing: like, me and Scribe both agree on this one point that you fuck a girl until she doesn't let you anymore. Here's the thing, dude. My previous ex-girlfriend, dude, that I was with for like about 3 years. I kept fucking her and kept telling her I was going to marry her until eventually she realized I was never going to marry her, and then she left.
Jay, I think you're mistaken actually.
But here's the thing: if she could have played,
Jake,
if she was strategic,
different, I think.
If she was strategic, she could have reeled me in. I do agree with you, Zubak. I'm going to agree with that point.
And not only that, no, it's not even. It's very simple, right? And I think you're just not being you are being honest, like halfway here, right? It's the fact that
what in the sense that
no, I mean not necessarily like dishonest, like you're lying, but it's more so like you ready to simp out. She just fucked up, but you were ready to simp out. You're ready. You were talking about marriage within the first couple of weeks of talking with this girl, saying that she's everything that I ever wanted, right? And it's cool.
I was open to the possibility because I'm getting older, so I was open to the possibility.
And I think that this is the
experience right now. Slam the door shut on that, and we're back to A-W.
I don't think so. I don't think so, Jake. I don't think so. I don't think so. That's no. But that's the thing.
We got to stay within the guidelines.
No, but at the end, this is what I think, right? And this is not any disrespect to you, Jake, but I think you're coping actually, right? By saying that. I don't think that's what you really want to return back to. It's what you're telling yourself, right? But at the end of the day, deep down,
don't want to, but I have to. I have no choice.
But deep down, you don't want to. I feel like
I agree.
Acronym is just
I agree.
Opinion. So that's just his.
It's my opinion.
I'll just say his acronym. We don't have to say it in.
Don't say it anymore. Don't say. I had to say it one time.
Be very careful. It was staying within the guidelines. It's just
Jake is similar to like. I think someone's commented, but it's like he sounds like a woman regarding her biological clock when it comes to having a child. It's just a little different. But
here's the thing, Zubak.
I'm not saying I'm not saying you're wrong. No, Jake. I'm not saying you're wrong.
But let me say this though. But it's not necessarily my biological clock. It is a little bit like I'm getting older, so it is something to think about, right?
The main thing is you getting older. That's
a little
bit. It is.
Yeah, a little bit. That's something to think about. But here's the other thing too: is that like there's like lots of women attracted to me like all the time, whatever. But I'm like a little picky when it comes to women, like who I can see myself long-term relationship. Like I'll smash any girl who's like decent looking and in decent shape, right? Like that's the biggest thing is like I can't do fat girls, like you cannot do it. But girls in decent shape, like I don't really like her face, like that nationality, whatever, like she's more like German looking or whatever, it's like not really my cup of tea, but whatever, I'll hook up with her, like. But this girl was like everything I wanted. So every once in a while, you get an opportunity to where you can, every once in a while, it's rare you get an opportunity to where like a woman that is exactly like what you're attracted to, plus you like, really fun to hang out with, talk to, everything like that. So like she looks the way I want. We're getting, along over the phone. We see eye to eye and a lot of stuff. This is a girl that I could be in a long-term relationship with because I'm very picky with who I get in a long-term relationship with. And she just happened to be like everything I wanted. Plus, we both got this like spiritual connection thing, whatever, both like Christian. So I'm like, all right, let's give this thing a shot.
But
She's looking for a
Jake,
though.
Jake,
That's what I'm saying.
Jake, hey, Mr. Rex, can I hear your thoughts on this, please? 'Cause am I going mad by hearing this?
It's not like it's not like I'm looking to marry anybody because I'm getting a little bit older. It's just like she ended up being everything that I would want in a long-term relationship. So I'm like, all right, let's give it a shot.
But Jake, my issue is
great.
I don't. Sorry, Mr. Rex, go ahead.
I was gonna say Jake would be a great preacher.
Because he's just talking, he's just rambling, right? Like he's just rambling, like, and with all due respect, like dude,
rambling, dude, for a good reason.
No, I'm saying, but what I'm saying is that the core of the issue is this with me, right? Is the fact that, and like I said, it's funny for me because I gotta talk shit, Jay, because this is coming from Mr. Acronym himself, right?
Yeah, I know.
Because if someone were to come on the stream, like I said, and said, "Look, I found the woman of my dreams," essentially is what you're saying, right? Except that one aspect.
I don't know about that, but I mean, what I'm looking for,
she's everything you ever wanted, a spiritual connection, like
wow,
you would destroy,
perfect, but
yeah. I mean, generally speaking, though, right?
But
you would tear him to shreds, right? And you're talking about, dude, she's almost 30 and she did all this stuff, and the dude's like, yeah, but I'm still willing to look past it. Like, dude, you're setting yourself up for failure. You're gonna be in this type of situation. You're gonna do this. You're gonna do that, dude. She's been through the chaos, and it's like you are willing to accept. And basically, the thing about this is that makes me laugh a little bit is the fact that it's coming from you specifically, and the fact that you're willing to look past that for the most part. And deep down, I feel like,
let me ask you this: what do you mean look past that? Like look past what?
Because in the sense that, let's be real, right? You might be saying, oh yeah, we talked about, first of all, you're saying spiritual connection, right? But I'll answer your question, right? Look past in the sense that you're already contemplating marriage with this woman, given all these type of things that you would typically use that as a disqualifying.
You're saying look past the fact that she went to college, had one night stands, had boyfriends before.
Whatever, no hymen, no diamond. Remember that? You're talking about. And my point with all this is that, yeah, in the sense that you were willing to look past it in the sense that I feel like she could have reeled you in and you're already thinking about marrying this chick, right? I'm not saying it would happen 100%, but the fact that you're contemplating, you're kind of taking it seriously shows that you're kind of I feel like you would look past her past for that, given that you really want that connection, right? And that's okay, right?
But you're saying want that connection. You're saying like a long-term relationship?
No, Jay, you're talking about marrying. Like, I don't understand. It obviously didn't happen. It's not a guarantee. Yeah. No, this is what I'm talking about.
No.
Mr. Let me cook real quick because
I mean, it's a trial down the road. I mean, they're you know what I mean.
Nah, Jack. Let's be real, man. Like you said, and the fact that it may not happen, but the fact that in my opinion, it sounds like
I was open to it. I was open to it.
Exactly. That's my point. And the fact that this is coming from you, Mr. Acronym himself, saying that you're open to it, given her past, when you would destroy someone for saying that, right? And that's for me. That's what makes me laugh a little bit. I'm not saying you're wrong, Jake.
But here's the thing, man. You can say her past. For me, dude, I know that.
It's not about Jake. It's not about what you've done, Jake. And you would never.
No, dude. It's not about. You're saying her past, though, dude. I've never had a problem with women who have a body count, because I always say you know my acronym.
We're talking about you're not marriage, find Jake. That. We're talking about marriage, Jake.
I know that, but what I'm saying is,
what are you saying?
What I'm saying is, you keep saying like, oh, you want to look past her past. Like, dude, every girl I've been in a long-term relationship with, like, she's not been a V card. You know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't exist nowadays. So, like, now that like
Jake.
She's a little bit older, a little bit more mature. I definitely don't have a good past, whatever. Like, could this be a girl that I would like hanging out with on a daily basis? Like, yeah, absolutely. We both we had a great time when we were hanging out, but we had great time talking over the phone with each other too and everything like that. That's a girl I could see myself in a long-term relationship with. Now, as I progress,
I get it, Jake.
As we progress, like
you
1
like
or 2
the girl,
years down the road,
I get it.
But that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, I've never been against being in a relationship with a girl. That's all we were asked so far. It's not like I proposed to her. Now, if I propose to the girl, your reaction would be valid. I'm just saying, like, you're like, oh, bro, I've lived with a couple girls before. I've been in a whole bunch of short-term relationships, and I've been in a couple long-term relationships. So I was thinking this would be a good girl for a long-term relationship. And if things are good for our next year or two, then maybe I could possibly see myself marrying the girl. Is all I'm saying. Like, possibly.
That's my. That's what I'm trying to get to, Jake.
What's wrong
But
with
the
that?
fact,
2 years down the road, maybe
Jake,
it may go
Jake, do
good.
you hear yourself right now? I feel
Because,
like you don't hear
all right,
yourself.
but Zubek, here's the thing, dude. Is that like
Yeah,
here's
what's the
the thing.
thing? What's the thing? Let's get to it.
Here's the thing,
Let's
man.
get to it.
I know in the back of my head something's gonna come up, right? Like where like something in her past gonna be too much. Like where if we're walking around like, oh, this guy hooked up with her, that guy hooked up with her, because she's been in the same place for a long time. She wasn't like smart enough to go to like a different state to a college, or whatever. She went to college here, so I'm not gonna be running into a bunch of guys that like hooked up with her or were like part of the gangbang, that she was a part of, whatever, one time in college. It's like that to me, it was always in the back of my head, like, yeah, I don't think I can see myself married. But that's going to
That's
come up during the dating phase. After
that's
I've
not
been
the
hooking up with her,
point, Jake.
after I've been
That's
hooking up
not
with her
the
for several
point.
months, and then it's
That's not the
over.
point.
Yes,
You're
it is
missing the
the point,
point.
dude. Bro, let me tell you something else. This girl that I was living with, we were together for like 3 years. I did see myself possibly marrying her, but the thing is, in the back of my head, there's always a little voice in the back of my head called like reality. Don't marry this woman, right? And eventually, I just kept hooking up with her until she realized I was never gonna marry her, and she left. This girl. Is it possible I can see myself marrying her? Maybe, but something's going to come up. There's going to be some kind of, something that I just can't, make this girl my wife because of this, whatever, And the thing is, dude, I think she was smart enough to understand, because I was pretty open and honest about like a lot of stuff. I think this girl was smart enough to understand that, like, I'm not really like a long-term relationship type of guy. Like I'm kind of like a sex addict who just like sex, and like and she thought I was a great guy. She thought that, everything was good, but she knows that like as far as settling down and making the actual big commitment and signing my life away in a contract and having a wedding, like I think she could kind of sense like that. Like I wasn't really going to be into that. Even if she really liked me, she was really attracted to me. She really thought I was a great guy and all this stuff. It's just getting to that point, because we did talk about like, my previous long-term relationships. And I think she kind of knew, like, I probably wouldn't ever get married. So she's like, you're like freaking out. Like, bro, I've talked to girls about marriage, like a lot of girls about marriage. I've never been married though. So me just like saying this stuff, like it's more like in the initial infatuation phase. And you just, oh, you can always see yourself like a future with this. That's kind of where we were at. But like actually getting married, most likely it wasn't going to happen. So I don't know why
Yeah,
you're
no.
freaking out,
But
man.
Jake. I
It's
We
think
not
got
like
two
I was going to
Zubaks
propose to her
here.
in
next
my
Two
month.
opinion,
Zubaks.
I understand you're a human being, right? So, and people cannot be strong forever. So, and there are times where you show weakness. I'm not shitting on you for that, right?
What
I
weakness,
get that.
dude? To be
What's
in a long-term relationship with the girl and hook up with her every day, like that's not
no,
weakness.
Jake, you don't. I don't think you hear yourself actually, right? There's nothing wrong with that. The fact is, though, if you just said, "Yo, I was trying to hook up with this chick from church," and you kept the story at that, I would have nothing to say about this whatsoever. You just talked about this type of stuff all the time. When have I ever shitted on you for that, right? Yeah, Jake got the call, right? Whoever said that is some real shit. He got the call from you know who, but um, I have no issue with that, Jake. Right? We've
Jake
talked about
got
this
the
type of
call.
stuff.
What does that mean? Jake got the call. What does that mean?
It's it's YouTube guidelines. We can't talk about that, right? But it's
You
just
got the
funny joke.
digits.
But but basically he got the call from the powers that be. But no, Jake, my issue is this, right? Is the fact that I'm gonna keep it simple and short. You based off the things you said, right? This woman in general, right? Almost 30 years old. If you let's put the facts on paper. Fuck the phone call that you had with her. Fuck the infatuation, 2 hour spiritual connection you had with her, right? Oh,
We
yeah.
we got to be careful with the
Oh,
profanity.
okay.
Thanks,
Okay.
bro.
Sorry about that. I didn't know that. MD. Let's forget about the Let's forget about let's put the facts on a piece of paper, right?
Okay,
And
okay.
if someone put the facts on a piece of paper and said, if someone said, okay, this person is already talking about and is pretty open to marrying this woman down the line. Just off, it doesn't matter
Let's just say two
whether
years
from
down
the
the
com-
road. Let's just
yeah,
say 2 years down the road.
2 years is not even that long, Jake. That's what I'm saying. 2 years is actually
Let's
not
say,
that
let's
even
say
that long.
1 to 2 years down the
Yeah,
road.
that's
Most
Jake.
likely something's going to happen in that
No,
year. But I've
yeah,
banged her for a year,
no,
and then
get
I'm
that.
out. That's what I'm
I
saying,
don't think
dude.
I
Most
don't
likely
think
that's what's going
so.
to happen.
The fact that you're even contemplating that and you're actually
But,
someone considering
but
that
but
shows
here's the
like
thing, dude. Like girls that I don't even really see myself marrying, girls will be talking about that with me because they see themselves marrying me, and I'll just go
no,
along
Jake,
with it, and
Jake,
I'll
but it's
hook
not
up them for a couple months, and then they're out. They realize
Jake.
it.
You're showing your
There's
weakness
something.
now, and that's okay. But you're
I
sounding
don't think
blue
it's
pill, bro.
weakness, man. To be in a
You're
long relationship, I don't think is weak.
no,
I
that's no.
think
Again, you're again. That's not my issue. I just told you what my
I
issue.
also
What you're
don't think
saying
being
is
in a good marriage is weakness either.
no,
But the thing is,
But
almost
see,
no,
Jake,
there's almost
that's
no good marriages in America is a
but Jake.
problem.
Oh my, that's it. Exactly, Jake. You are Mr. Acronym himself. You
I know that's what I'm
understand
saying.
that.
Like a good
But
marriage
but
in
but but,
America
but why
pretty
are
much don't
you
exist.
but
If
what
you find one though, I think it's good. I've never said anything bad
but
about good marriages, but
exactly right. But
but it's
you're
almost
willing
possible.
you're willing to consider this a year in based off the stats on the piece of paper. What's up with that, Jake?
Bro, she's I mean, she's gorgeous. I mean, she absolutely, dude. Like
So
you
is it
saw her,
all?
dude. Like
It's
drop
not
that
about
gorgeous.
that, Jake. Jake, is a big part of it is that, but look at the facts on paper, Mister Acronym.
Bro,
Look at the
you're
facts on
saying,
paper.
bro, here's the thing, dude. She's dropped that gorgeous. We're both really attracted to each other, and she's fun to hang out with. That's all I need for a year. And then
No,
after
Jake,
that,
Jake,
then I'll
Jake,
look at these
Jake,
other
Jake. I'm not.
facts.
If you, Jake, you are
Bro,
misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm
I think
saying,
no, I
Jake,
think you're
you keep.
misinterpreting what I'm saying.
No,
You're
Jake.
assuming that I was gonna marry her next month.
No,
I'm saying maybe
I
2
didn't.
years down the road, but most likely something's
When
gonna
did I
happen and we're
assume?
gonna
No,
break up before
I'm
then.
taking what you said, Jake. I didn't assume anything. I'm taking what you
Yeah.
said. You
We're gonna
said
most likely break up within a year,
you
but
didn't
during that
say
year,
that.
I'll have a fun
Now look at
time.
that. That
So
now look, you
I have
throw
a
that
fun
caveat now. Did you
time.
hear that? Right?
I'll
You
have
hear
a
that
fun
caveat
time
now?
and some good
No,
experiences. And I
Jake. Don't
really
do that
enjoyed her.
now.
I really did see a
Don't do
future with
that
her,
now,
but something
Jake.
came up.
Hey,
That's what
MD, you
happened
on a
with
stream?
all of
You've
my
been on the stream for
girlfriends.
like 30, 40 minutes. You heard the words
I've
describing
had
this, MD,
so many
right?
girlfriends where I thought I could really see a future with them. But the thing is, something comes up and I just can't marry them. I just can't do whatever. I really saw myself, hey, maybe I couldn't possibly marry this girl,
Jake,
1 to 2 years down the road. Maybe I could be in a
Jake,
long-term relationship with this girl. I definitely could be in a
Jake,
long-term relationship. And I think
Jake.
having a long-term relationship with a woman is a good thing, not a bad thing.
Depends, Jake. Right? It really
I don't
depends,
think
right?
so.
However, I think it's
I don't think.
hilarious to
Well,
me,
I
right?
mean, like,
I
obviously,
think
like I'm going to be
you
able to
got
see
the
the
call.
signs if it's a bad long-term
You
relationship.
got
But
you got the call. I think you got the call from the blue
I,
pill gods.
I
And I
don't know what
think
the call means. But anyway, so one thing we're talking about is that and one thing I've brought up is that here's what I tell the last few girls, last few or several girls I've talked to, is I always tell them life is not Instagram. I used to always say life's not a fairy tale, but now like women understand, like, well, of course, like, oh, a fairy tale is a cartoon. No. Life is not Instagram. Now with women also like, whoa, now they think about it, because everyone always posts their best life on Instagram. Like, there's going to be ups and downs, and like I tell women all the time, I really don't like going out, and then she brought up, well, what about twice a month? I was like, oh, okay, that's reasonable. What, every other week we go out on a date? I said I like to stay at home and cook food at home. Is way healthier, and I like to watch movies at home. We can pause it, we can have sex in the middle of the movie, then we can pick it back up where we left off. We can be cuddling on the couch. We can't be like doing that in the movie theater, stuff like that. I really don't like eating out. It's really unhealthy and it's expensive. And I just think it's like, if we're gonna spend money on something, I'd rather go do something cool, like eat at home. And then on the weekend, because we didn't eat out all week, we can go do something cool over the weekend and like some kind of cool experience, something like that. Like, so I'm pretty upfront and honest about like what I want and everything like that, like in a relationship. And she's not like, oh, twice a month. Oh, you want to go out on a date like twice a month? Like that's reasonable. That's okay. That's not like simping out, buying and spending a ton of money, everything like that. So like, I'm not ever going to be in a long-term relationship where it's not, where I'm going to be in a simp position. That's just impossible, for me to do with everything
okay,
I know. So
but
that's what I'm saying. In a good long-term
I
relationship,
have a
I
question
think
for
it's
you though,
good.
Jake. I have a question for you though. I have a question for you based
What's
off
up?
that, right? Let's say that you got into a relationship with this woman, right? And you know her past, you know her situation, right? Let's say she fucked like a 70 guys, right? Let's say if you somehow hypothetically knew on a crystal ball, right, that she fucked 70 guys, right, in the past, and you
I don't
have fucked
know, but
a thousand women. Well, no, give me one sec, right? But the
are
relationship
you saying
itself,
a
like the dynamic,
thousand? Bro, I put 1,000 words, but
no, but
okay.
what you get my point. It doesn't even
Okay,
a
okay.
lot of women, right? And but the relationship itself, right, was good. It was under your control, right?
Uh-huh.
Hypothetically,
Okay.
you weren't simping, right? And within a year, like she's like, you need to pop that question, right? But you know her
Yep.
past. But when it comes to having a family, are you willing to look past that? Let's say the relationship was as perfect as you can, not perfect, but it was relatively
Was
good, right?
what
Would you,
is having kids worth looking past her past? Is that your
for you
question?
in this situation, what do you
Is that your question?
not in a general? I'm asking you directly. Would you be willing to look past her past?
Well, I'd have to get to know her a little bit more. That's what I'm saying. There's at
Oh,
least a year long process. But let me tell you right now, right off the bat, The answer would be yes. If everything was going as good as it was in 1 year as it was at the beginning, the thing is, man, a lot of times, like people get used to each other. They start taking each other for
Sure,
granted. They start,
sure.
treating each other kind of bad. And you know what I mean? So like that stuff all pops up like in less than a year. You know what I mean?
No, no, but
But
I'm
if
saying
things,
no,
but if
but I'm
things are
saying,
still going good
but
as they
Jake,
were in the beginning, right? So
yes,
we're at
that's
the 1 year mark and things were going as
yes.
good as they were in the
And she
beginning.
said you need to
And,
pop the
and I did,
question.
and I found more out about her past and like, it's not that bad. She said she was in a lunch relationship for like 7 years. So that
No, no,
takes up
but
like a lot of her past, whatever, but she could have done some scandalous things in college. Like, of course, like, most women do,
but
but
even
would I be willing to look past to have for the chance of having kids with her? Because like, I got a past too. And so does she. And, and
Does she have any kids,
if,
Jake?
and
ah,
if
Does she
I
have
yo,
thought,
any
no, no, no,
kids?
no, no kids, no kids.
I'll let you
My
finish,
name's
Jake.
not
I'll
Young
go
Wavy.
after.
She's not a single mom. Now,
No,
Zubek,
no,
let me answer your question. Let me answer your
yeah, my
question.
bad. But
Let me
go
answer your
ahead, go ahead.
question.
Yeah, yeah.
If everything was going good, because we saw eye to eye there on a lot of that stuff. Now, just saying is one thing, but actually doing it, is another. So you actually during this year period, right? You get a chance to actually like prove like what you're saying is actually how you're going to act and live, and
Jake, my
and
question is under the assumption
everything
that
was
it's
going
good,
good.
Jake. You don't
Would
need
I
to keep.
look past it to marry
Yes,
her and have
yes,
kids and have a son so I can teach him, maybe a couple sons, teach them
yes.
what I know and everything like that? That's kind of where I'm at in life right now, dude. So
So
honestly, the
is the
answer
answer
is
yes?
is possibly yes. Possibly
Okay,
yes.
so okay, let me go into what my response to that. All right, because
Okay.
that's what I'm getting to. Right,
Oh,
even
and real
the
quick,
way.
real quick. One last thing I want to say though. I
Sure,
told her, I said, and I've told this to some other girls that a bunch of women have told me they want to marry me. I mean, over a dozen women have told me they seriously want to marry me. And I told them like, all right, here's the thing, like, they say till death do us part. The thing is, like, if I get married, I'm never getting divorced. So if all of a sudden one day you think like you just want to get a divorce, you want to go live your best life or whatever, you can't, stay off Instagram and you're getting influenced by media, or you think you just need to get divorced and you're gonna take the kids with you, or we're gonna have some shared custody situation. Here's the thing is that when parents get divorced, it messes with the kids' lives. And I think that is the worst scum of the year thing to do is mess with kids' lives. So if you want to, get a divorce one day, till death do us part, I might have to make that happen earlier rather than, sooner rather than later. You get what I'm saying? And girls kind of like look at me like I'm kind of psycho or whatever. I'm like, I'm serious about this. Like, we get married, we have kids. We're not getting divorced. We're not cheating on each other. We're not doing any of that. So if you really want to make this commitment, you better be serious about it. I've told this to several,
sure.
maybe a dozen women, including
Jake,
her.
I get it, Jake.
So that's
I
what I'm
get it,
saying.
Jake. I get
Yeah,
it, Jake.
yeah.
You're gonna give her a stern warning, and she's going to listen. Okay. I mean, this is essentially
I
what you're
love you,
saying,
Dubek.
right? And I'm sorry, Jake, right? And I
It doesn't mean nothing to women because they know they got the government and all their guns
I
behind
mean,
them.
Jake. Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
it's. Look, okay. Let me respond to what you just said, right? Because that's essentially the core of the issue, right? Because it's essentially yeah, like he's gonna give her like a stern warning that yeah, if we do this, then you cannot cheat, you cannot. So with all that being said, right, back to what I was saying is that I described a situation. Let's say it went well, right, but it goes to show that everything you're at a point in your life, Jake, that a lot of stuff that you used to say on stream, you don't necessarily abide by anymore. And all that, and people
Nah.
change,
Well, here's
and
the
people.
thing, dude.
No,
I
no,
was opening a
Jake,
long-term relationship.
can I speak?
I was
Can I speak?
open. All
Can
right,
I
go
speak?
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I speak? Yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
and
ahead.
that's essentially what I'm getting to is that you are willing to, based on all this, the research you've done, all the stuff you've talked about, the current state of modern marriage and the way the laws are against a person in this country, and how a woman with a specific past and that has no hymen, but and it's not a good, maybe not suitable to be a parent, and you've talked about how women with a lot of bad past and a large body count, that ends up, let's say that it could cause issues. Let's say it doesn't, but the fact that you know with that being said, you are willing, especially in like the modern day with the modern laws, that you're willing to ignore all of that shows that your mental state in terms of what I think it is normal to feel this way. That you're at a point in your life where you're willing to ignore all that stuff that you used to really believe in for the fact that you can have a child in a so-called kind of Disney fairy tale life. That's the way I look at it, and I understand why
Yeah,
you
it's
feel that
partially
way.
true.
But
Yeah, it's partially true.
and
Yeah.
and
Yeah. I
and
agree with you.
I don't even think I think it's obvious based on what you're saying. I think it's the fact that people here on the stream love you and we're giving you shit,
Yeah.
but it's
Well,
you are willing to look past the acronym. You're
well,
willing
well, the
to,
thing is, if you want to
and
have
for me,
kids,
it's it,
yeah, if you want to have kids, you're gonna have to, accept some things that you might not like about a woman who's not, no one is perfect. You know what I mean? Like, this girl, not
But
a
but
bad
Jake, we're not
option.
talking
Is
about
what I'm
some
saying.
things. We're not talking about some things, Jake. Right? We're talking
You're
about.
like
It's one thing
what?
if she has some slight anger. We're talking about she has X amount of bodies. She has she's had a past. Right? She's
Well, I
almost
don't. I
30.
don't
Right?
even
Because
know how many. I mean,
no,
excited to ask her. I didn't
Jake,
bother asking her, but yeah.
Jake, even the way you're responding to me, right? Like I said, this is all with love, bro, right? But even the way you're responding to me, like you sound blue pilled because the fact is you would not give
No.
no, give me a second, Jake, give me a sec. You would not. I know you, Jake. You would not give you would not give a person in this situation the grace on the stream by saying, "What do you mean? You don't know her past. You literally just talked with her on the phone. You don't know anything, Jake. Right? You don't know anything, right?
Yeah,
And the fact that you're talking, and it's funny for me because you're saying you even the way you're
bro.
talking, you're
I've
giving
dated
her
a stripper for a long time, but I didn't marry her. It was an
you're giving
awesome relationship. I don't
you're
regret it.
giving caveats. You're saying, yeah, we have a spiritual connection. And it's like, dude, Jake,
I'm just saying, like,
you need to get your
bro.
mind together, right?
Here's
You need to
here's
make
the
a
thing with the
decision.
here's the thing with the stripper dudes. Like, we were both in a phase where we wanted to experiment a little bit. First time I tripped on LSD was with her, like my stripper girlfriend that I lived with for like 3 years. Like, we did LSD together, man. Like we moved to a new city together. We did dude, it was a great relationship. I definitely don't regret it. But when it came down to she kept, you know, hinting about marriage, and she was directly asking about it. Eventually, I told her, yeah, in the future, whatever. But eventually, she started hinting at about a year and a half mark. Eventually, at about the 3 year mark, somewhere around there, then she left. It was about a 3 year relationship. She realized I was never going to marry her. I just kept saying, yeah, I'm going to. Eventually, propose to her, but she realized I never really was going to. But we had a great relationship. In the meantime, at the end, of course, it was a little rocky, and that's at the end of it because she was mad she didn't get what she wanted, but. Same thing with this woman, dude. Like
But
things started out great.
but
And so
Jake,
why
no,
not
but
get a long-term relationship? I
no, Jake,
definitely
that's not what I'm
highly
saying. You keep
recommend.
switching the argument. No, Jake,
No,
that's not what
dude,
I'm saying. That's
you're
not what
saying
because
that I was gonna marry the girl
what you
next month. I'm
no,
saying
no,
why not
that's
be in a
not what
long-term
I'm
relationship
saying. You're
with her?
mischaracterizing what I'm saying, Jake. I asked you a
Okay,
direct question, and Jake,
yeah,
you're smarter than this. Don't do this, Jake. Don't do
no,
this.
you got to clarify what you're saying. She has such a
No,
problem with it, and I don't understand
no,
why.
no, no. What do you said? I'm assuming. I literally asked you a question a second ago, saying that if a year in, I didn't say a month. I asked you a direct
Yeah, a
question.
year,
You're
a
willing to
year.
look. You're
Yes.
willing.
Oh, okay, okay. Let's go on this
What do you mean?
premise.
Okay,
Okay,
we just talked
okay.
about this. Like it
Yeah,
is like
yeah. Let's go on that
you're
premise.
trying to keep
So
switching
a
because
year in,
you're
because
caught.
here's the thing, Zubek. This is where
You
there's a
sound
little bit of a
Bluefield. That's
disconnect.
all it is,
Here's
Jake.
here's where there's a little bit of a disconnect.
I got you on the back foot.
You're saying that like a year goes by and everything's still going to be going good, and I'm going to marry this girl. I'm saying there's a
No, no, that's not
95%
what I'm
chance that's
saying.
not going to
No, no,
happen.
no, no, no. That's not what I'm saying,
No,
Jake.
no, no, no.
I
What
asked
I'm
you
saying.
directly. I asked you
Yes, and I
directly,
said
Jake.
the answer is yes. But the thing is, I know in the back of my head that's like a 5% or less chance that things are still going to be going good in a year.
No.
Realistically, something's going to come up about our past or somewhere. I just that's a deal breaker for me or whatever. I know that's going to happen, but I do think she's an amazing woman. I think we get along great. We're both super attracted to each other.
You don't
I
know
know,
her,
I
Jake.
know that this is going to be a
You
great
don't
long
even.
term relationship.
That's my
Because
point.
yeah, let
You
me tell you.
know her.
Zubek, your mic's kind of breaking up, so I didn't hear what you said. But let me tell you why I know this is gonna be a great long-term relationship. Because I don't need to know that much about her. I know that we're both really attracted to each other, and she's willing to do a lot for me, whatever. She was telling, she tried dating a couple of guys, and she was telling no, we need to wait till marriage, whatever, till at least 3 months, whatever. She's saying, well, we need to wait at least 30 days. I was like, I'm not gonna wait 30 days. I told her that over the phone. Like, we can try somewhere between a couple hours and maybe a couple weeks. I don't know if I can last that
Jake, my
long.
bad. It cut me out,
So
Jake. But my point,
yeah, it
even with
did.
the way you're talking, Jake, you said I know she's an amazing woman. Jake, you don't even know her like that. So
Because
how
here's the
could
thing, dude. I don't care if she slaughters babies in her basement. She's hot and she's really
that's not
into me, and we're gonna
that's
have a
not
good
that's
sexual
no.
relationship.
I think
But
you do. No, Jake. I think you do care. You're
no,
just coping.
I do care. I wouldn't
Yeah,
want her. I wouldn't want her doing
exactly. You're
that. I
coping,
do
bro.
care
And
that.
yeah, exactly.
But here's the thing. All right, but let me say
No.
it real quick.
Hold on, Jake. Hold on, Jake.
She has a good
Hold,
career. She has she's
I thought you
really
didn't
into
like career.
Christianity
I
and
thought you
not.
did.
Listen,
Like,
listen to what
Jake?
I'm
You said
saying, dude. Just listen. This girl, she has a good career. She's not working at a fast food place, and she's not a stripper. She actually has a good career. And we both we're actually kind of excited to go to church together. That's a new thing that I've been wanting to do, whatever. And I made it clear that I don't like going out to eat and stuff. I don't like to go out all the time, whatever. I don't like to go out on days. I like to stay at home and relax because I work all the time. And she actually works kind of a lot too, whatever. So I said, hey, when we spend time together, I want to cut a relax. So I know I'm not going to be spending a lot of money on this relationship. One, we're really attracted to each other, so I know we're gonna have a good sexual relationship.
Jake,
Two,
I know,
no,
Jake. You
no,
keep
two,
talking, dude. This stuff
I'm
is
not
not
gonna
even
have
relevant.
two.
Like,
No, listen, no, this is the most relevant thing. One,
no, because
we're both really attracted. No, let me finish it. Let me finish it, and then you can ask. One, we're really attracted to each other. Two, I'm not gonna spend
Jake,
a lot
I
of money
get
on
it,
this
Jake. You
relationship.
keep saying, I
No,
get
you
it,
don't
Jake.
get it. Let me say it for
Oh,
Zubek.
I
I'm
don't
not
get.
saying for
Oh
you.
my god, she
Zubek,
was
I'm
so.
not saying this for you. I'm saying this for people in the chat. If someone in the chat is thinking about getting a long-term relationship, these are things that you should consider. One, you should both be really attracted to each other. The woman has to be really into you, or otherwise you're not gonna have a good sexual relationship. Two, you need to make
If
sure
she
that
was so
you
into you, why don't she let you
understand.
fuck? If she
Two,
was so into you, why don't she let you fuck? Simple as
two,
that.
two,
If
you
she
need
was
a
so into you, no, hold on, Jake. If
two.
she was so into you, no, stop coping for a second, Jake, please,
Well,
because you're just
okay.
coping all
Let
day.
me
You're
just say
coping
this real
all
quick, and then
day.
I'll answer your
You're
question because I do agree
okay.
with you. I do agree with you on that statement. One, you need to both be really attracted to each other, and you should hook up on the first night you hang out, or the second night,
Like
or
you used to
something,
say,
right?
like you used to say all the time, right? Exactly.
Exactly. Everyone's
Okay.
at one night stands, so if she's really into you, she should hook up with you the first night. Two, you should establish you don't like going out on dates all the time. You like to kind of just relax at home. You can go out every once in a while, and she was okay. Like she brought the twice a month thing. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm not going to spend a lot of money on this, so I'm going to be having a lot of sex for a little money. Those are the two most important things that a guy needs to be looking at. And then three is like, do you like? Is it actually fun hanging out there? Right? Because you're not going to be having sex like nonstop. It's not going to be like a fuck buddy situation where you're just going over there banging and then bailing. You're going to actually be hanging out with this girl and stuff like that too. So she's like fun to hang out. That's the number three, like less important thing, whatever. But like that's what you're looking for, right? So those are
Okay.
three things right there. That's how I know it's going to be an amazing long-term relationship because I don't care about marriage. That's something
Okay. Well,
maybe in
oh,
about a year I'll
you
be
don't care
considering.
now. You don't care, but
Well,
you're already
at the
contemplating before you
beginning,
even talk about.
at the beginning, I don't care. At the 1 year mark, as I'm getting
Oh,
closer to
after
the
the
1 year
one
mark,
year mark of having this,
that's right.
that's when you might
That's when
pop the
it's time to
question,
start
right?
seriously. That's when it's time to start
Oh,
seriously considering it. But what's important about getting a long-term relationship? Like, are you going to be having a lot of
Jake,
sex for a little money
Jake.
and have fun
I
with her,
think
have good
okay,
experiences with her?
Jake. We're talking, Jake. You know what my issues are with
Yeah,
what you're talking about. It's not with
right.
getting to a long-term
You're.
relationship.
But that's what I'm
You
saying, dude.
know my
You're
issue, Jake.
arguing. You're
Stop trying
arguing
to
from the 1 year
mischaracterize
mark.
what you're
No,
talking
you're
about something
arguing from the
else.
1 year mark. I'm
No.
arguing
I'm
from
not
the
talking
one
about the
month
1 year
mark.
mark, just the 1 year mark. I'm talking about the whole marriage thing. The fact that you are, for me,
Bro,
in
but
my
I've
opinion,
said
Jake.
that to so many women though, and I've never married any of them.
Jake. All I know is that you have. Look, Jake. No, it's not about what you say. I asked you directly. You said that you would consider popping that question if it was
Yes,
going all right. Eh, eh,
somewhere between the year to
yeah, yeah,
2 year
yeah,
mark, if
yeah.
everything's still going
Even
good.
with and so you don't
But
think
I know there's a 95% chance something will come up where I'm not going to do that. You're saying like, oh, well, you said that, and like, well, you're still going to be having sex with her. Like, I don't care if I'm still having sex with her, dude. It don't matter. Like
no,
something's going to come up to
but
where it's
Jake,
going to disqualify her
there's
from
so much
marriage.
wrong with this, right? In terms of like coming from you, Jake.
There's
Coming from you
not,
is my
dude.
issue
I've never
because
been against long-term relationships. Never.
no. I'm not what Jake. And I think this is your defense mechanism to kind of
No, dude,
help you
because this is
cope,
the
but.
truth. I've
Because
I've dated
Jake.
tons
I've
of women
never,
that want to
Jake.
marry
You
me, at
think,
least over a dozen.
Jake. And I think even the stream one. And I don't trying to make this like a majority rule, but even the
But
stream
I
says you
I
sound
know,
crazy
I
right
know.
now. You
You're trying
sound
to
like this.
characterize it as I was going to marry this
No,
girl, dude. I just think
no,
you're arguing from the wrong standpoint.
no. How am I? You
Like,
said it
like,
yourself that you're talking
dude,
with her, and Jake,
me
give me a
seeing a
second.
future with a
You keep
woman is not the
rambling.
first
You
time
keep
this has
rambling about
happened.
how you guys are so attracted. I don't, Jake. It's your life, but I'm saying for the people on the stream, for me, it's hilarious because it's coming from Mr. Akron himself, right? And I fuck with you, Jake. It's no ill will. It's
Bro, you're not
hilarious
going
though
to hurt
because
my feelings, and I don't care about that. I'm just saying,
yeah.
I don't think you'll understand my mentality towards marriage has never changed. Am I open to it? I've
Oh,
always been
I
open
think
to it.
no,
I've
Jake.
always been
I
open
think
to it.
now you're
But
coping. Now you're coping because I
I've
think it
always been
has
open
changed.
to
And
it.
you,
But
no.
women in
Hold on, Jake.
America
Hold on.
are not marriage material. So I
No,
know there's a less
hold
than
on, Jake.
5% chance I'm going to actually get
Hold
married.
on, Jake. Hold on. I think your mentality has changed because the reason and you kind of minute earlier saying that I'm getting older now. I
I
feel
will
more.
say I would say I would never get married. Now I'm saying there's a less than 5% chance that I'll get
But
married.
it's but
I'm
oh but
giving it
it's
a
oh so
sliver of
I
hope.
think it's fair to say it's changed in a little bit, Jake. Right? I
Yeah,
think it's
yeah,
fair to
I'm
say,
saying
right?
a sliver
Oh, I
of
thought
hope.
you
It
just
went
said
from
it
zero
didn't
percent
change
to
though. But
5%.
I think it did change a bit, Jake. I think it did
No,
change.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying
Oh,
Just getting
it
ready
went
to
from
say after a
0%
while.
to
Like a
5%. I'm agreeing with
5%.
you.
conversation.
Okay, 5% today, maybe 10% next year, maybe 20% the year after. And that's my point with this, Jake, is that you don't seem as steadfast to your fundamentals like you used to be, and that's okay. But I just want you to understand that
I
the way
will say getting a spiritual connection has made me a more like
oh, okay,
compassionate, loving, caring
okay,
person. I will
sure,
say that it's
sure.
actually been
Oh,
probably
okay,
good for
yeah.
me. So
Yeah, I think, and this is, I think, playing a role. and why you sound a bit different. Is the fact that you're still trying to
Oh,
kind of
definitely. I definitely agree
yeah,
with that
and
statement.
I think you are sound because, for example, even the way you're talking about this woman saying, "I know she's an amazing woman. We talked for 2 hours on the phone. We,
No, no, no. I didn't say. Well, okay. She is like,
Damn.
look at
pretty.
this guy, guys. You see this guy?
Yeah, I
Yo,
did. I did say she's an amazing woman. I do agree with
you
that
don't
statement,
even
man.
know her like
But
that.
here's what I'm saying.
Jake,
Like,
you know, if someone else came on the stream and said all this, you would tear them to shreds. Saying,
no, dude, because
There is
my
some
thought
truth to
is,
that.
no,
dude,
Jake,
like,
There's a little bit of
just be
my
truth
real.
to
thought
it.
is,
Remember
I'm gonna be
Nemo?
No,
dating
Jake,
this
just be real for
girl.
a second. But Jake,
I'm
just be
trying to be
real.
real with you, Zubek, but you're assuming like I'm gonna marry this girl. Here's what I'm saying,
No.
dude.
It's not
I'm
even about
saying she's
not
amazing,
even no.
bro.
It's not even
I'm saying
about
she's
that. It's not even,
amazing. No, no, listen. I'm saying she's
She's
amazing. Yeah,
amazing.
yeah. Here's what I'm saying.
what do you
I'm
say,
saying,
Jake? Let's hear
yeah.
it.
Here's what I'm saying. I'm saying she's amazing. Like as far as like me and her, like compatibility wise, she's like amazing
She
for me.
didn't
Like
let you fuck,
I
bro. You
know.
sound ridiculous. She didn't even let you
Listen,
fuck, Jake.
listen. I
You
know
guys
that
here? No,
we
no,
would,
guys. Hold on, real quick, real quick.
bro.
I
Zubek, you
got.
gotta let me. I know
You've
that we're
been
gonna have a
talking
lot of fun
all
together.
day about this nonsense,
I
right?
do, but
And
let me
I think,
say it though without you. But let me say, I know that
sure.
like we enjoyed talking to each other over the phone, so I know we're gonna enjoy hanging out together, which we did. But the thing is, she didn't let me fucking. I said it right to her face. I said, hey, like when I was leaving, when I was getting ready to leave, I was like, are we seriously not gonna have sex? Like you invited me over to your house. We've both had one night stands before with people that we've not talked to for a week over the phone, with people that we didn't feel like we had a good connection with, people that we didn't
Hmm.
see a future with. We were
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
attracted to them. We're both really
Sure.
attracted to each other, and
Uh huh.
we talked on the phone for a long time, and we get along great and everything like
Why?
that.
Who?
You really
Why do you
don't want
keep
to have
saying about
sex?
just talk on the
I
phone
said
shit?
this
Who
to her face.
cares?
No, no, listen,
Who cares?
Zubek. I said this to her face though, and then she said like, "Well, it's not. That's a worldly view because that's a worldly view. That's not like a godly view of sex." And I'm trying to like change. I'm trying to live better. And I said
Uh
like,
huh. Uh
"Well,
huh.
here's the thing. I'm open to having a good sexual relationship with one woman, but if you're like just want to like hold back sex and like use sex as a weapon and like this weird thing, whatever, like, no, I'm
Hmm.
looking to have a good sexual relationship with one woman. I'm looking to be in
But
a
would she
good
have
long term
said that to
relationship.
Chad? Would she have said that to
That's what I'm saying.
Chad?
She was really attracted to me, and she even said at one point,
Yes.
I'm not on birth control because we were about to have sex right then. But then, like she,
Sure.
was taking off her
Sure.
pants. I was like,
Sure.
wait,
Jake,
I'm
you
not
said
ready.
this already. You said this already.
But
Okay. I
the
understand.
end result is Zubek. I agree with you. The end result is we didn't have sex, and that's why. And I was mad, and I actually left. She said, "You left. You took. I handed you your jacket, and you just took your jacket and left. You didn't even give me a hug goodbye." I was like, "Oh, I didn't even notice." She's like, "Yeah, no. So I just think you only wanted me for sex." And the thing I said, I told her again. I told her in person. I told her again on the phone. Like we both had one night stand. We both had that. If you were really that attracted to me, and then we would have had sex. But I guess you're not. Like
Oh,
I guess
okay.
it ain't
So you
gonna
kept
work
the black
out.
pill. So you kept the
So
black pill. That's good. That's good.
but that's what I mean, dude. I was 100% honest with her the whole time. Zubek keeps
Hmm.
saying, like, Jake, you were ready to simp out. Dude, I was never ready to simp out. Like, I tried to have sex with her first night. She didn't want to. I told her I had a problem with it. I right to her face and over the phone. Like, basically, she knew, like, this guy is not going to be able to be controlled by pussy. He's had too much peace leave in his life. He's had too many one night stands. He's had too many hookups and F buddies. Like,
Mm.
I can't control this guy. That was the problem. Like, and she knew it. So she's trying to change and trying to like hold herself back, whatever. Just like, well, that ain't gonna work for
I don't
me.
know, Jake. Maybe she
No.
wasn't as attracted to you as you think, Jake. Maybe she
Maybe
wasn't.
she was. Maybe
Yeah, and
she
maybe you're
was.
just maybe you're just coping.
Maybe she
May-
was just looking for a simp. But hey, it's
Yeah,
not me. I hung
but
out there
Jake,
one time. That was
even with
it.
that, even the way you're describing it, right? It's funny to me because you're talking about, oh, she's so she didn't let you fuck. Simple as that. It's
And
that
that's
simple,
why I
Jake.
left. And if
No,
she
no,
was playing games, well, it ain't gonna work on me. So I was
no,
out.
no, and that's good, Jake. But the
Well,
fact
at least
that
you
you're
get
the
the
way you're
black pill. I
describing
respect
it,
that.
and you're like,
Yeah.
she's in a great girl,
But
Jake.
that's what I'm saying, dude. Because I'm thinking, like, when I'm saying these things, dude, I'm thinking, hey, we're gonna have a great long-term relationship. Like, we're gonna be together for like maybe 6 months, maybe a year, maybe a few months. But we're gonna like
Maybe a
go do
year, and
some
you'll
fun
pop the
things.
question, right?
Well, right. If we make it a year, but most likely it's not gonna happen. But Zubek, what I'm saying is like, we're gonna have like some good experiences because like when you have like F buddies, right? You just go over there, bang, and you're out, right? And you go about your own separate lives, whatever. But when you're with someone, you do things together, like you go like try some new
Jake,
experiences together,
I've
go
been
to a
in a
new place,
relationship. I
whatever. So,
understand,
but
Jake,
that's what I'm saying, dude. So I was looking forward to that
Jake,
with a
we
girl that I'm
get
really attracted
this.
to. But what I'm saying is,
Yeah,
no, no. What
I
I'm
think
saying is,
you were
I was
super. I think
gonna
that's
have.
playing a role. It's playing a role in the way you're talking about this. You were super attracted
You
to her,
said what's
and
playing a role?
I
What
said
is?
the spiritual connection, the whole
No,
church
no,
thing.
definitely it is.
Yeah,
But I
and I
also, But here's the thing, dude. This girl was like everything I would want in a long-term relationship.
Yes,
So,
I get
so
it,
I'm
Jake.
open to a long-term relationship all the time. I'm not just gonna marry any woman. It's gonna take a long time, and someone's gonna disqualify her. Within 1 year,
Exactly.
someone's gonna
Can we
disqualify her
read
from
this real
marriage.
quick? Yeah, exactly, Zubek. How is she so attracted? How is she so attracted to him?
How
But would
she so
let him fuck?
right?
It's that simple.
But here's what I'm saying. If I
What's the
if I took her out, yeah,
Jake? What's the
listen to what I'm
caveat on
saying.
that?
Listen to what I'm
Yeah.
saying. If I took her out on like 3 dates, 5 dates, we still didn't hook up. Dude, I talked to her on the phone for about 1 week, and then as soon as she got back in town, um, we hung out like the next day, and she didn't want to
Sure.
smash the first night. I told her I had a problem with that, and I left without even giving her a hug or anything like that. And she knew, like, well, that's over. And I told her before we hung out, we both have one night stands. So if we, aren't attracted to each other, like, and I told her, I don't. There's no stigma for me. I've dated, a bunch of girls that I've hooked up with on the first night. I don't think there's a stigma. It's like I actually think it's a turnoff for me because if you don't hook up on the first night, we're
Mm-hmm.
either not attracted to each other,
Okay.
or we don't have like or we don't have a matching high sex drive. So that's a problem for me. Like really, if we don't hook up on the first night, like to me, that's kind of like a bad
And
sign.
she
I
didn't
told her that
comply.
before hanging
And
out,
she didn't comply. And I
and
believe. Mhm.
and I was out after that. But we hung out one time. I paid for one dinner. We
Why?
hung out
But
one time,
like you
and I
just
was
said,
out.
like you said, Jake. Though, give me 1 second, Jake. Right?
But I
Give
kept
me
it
one sec.
black pill the whole time. It's like,
Jake,
oh,
Jake,
I'm
Jake,
not
Jake.
black
No,
pill
no, no, no,
anymore.
no,
It's
Jake. It's
black
not about
pill.
Jake. Just listen
Okay,
for a second.
okay. Now, what
Just
do you got to
listen
say
for a
about that?
second, please.
Okay,
The
now I'm
fact that
listening.
you even said, right, and I understand, you even said it yourself, right? If I were to take her to 3 to 5 days, if she was so attractive, you wouldn't have to even do that in the first place, Jake, and you know that,
Right, that's what I'm
right?
saying. I never said that. We hung
No, no,
out
no, no, no.
one
Give me,
time.
Jake,
We
Jake,
didn't smash, and I
Jake,
left.
Jake, 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 Jake. Give me a second, Jake. Right? I haven't
Okay,
finished this yet,
all
right?
right.
Yeah. The fact is that I think you are looking at it from your perspective. That maybe I think you were more attracted to her than maybe she was attracted to you. And the fact that you need to
Possibly.
take three, yeah, and I think and I think part of that is the way that, I think that also plays a role in the fact that you're so infatuated with her. This the whole church thing, and the fact that maybe you were talking with her, and maybe you're on the phone with her, and kind of made you put her in that kind of, not a pedestal in the sense that you're acting a certain way, but in your mind that, like, fuck this, I really like this chick, and that's
Yes,
normal, Jake,
agreed.
and that's
Agreed.
normal, and but it's normal, but it's hilarious coming from you because I think that you're Mr. Acronym, right? But that's fine, and I understand that the fact that
Oh,
you know
look,
you know
look,
it,
I think this little missing piece of the puzzle too is that
what's
I'm
up?
kind of picking on women. I just happened to meet this girl,
Yeah,
man. She was like a
yeah,
referral from a work client.
she,
Like this is a girl I could see myself in a long-term relationship with,
sure,
and
sure, sure,
there was a
sure,
lot of things in common. So I'm just saying, like,
sure. Yeah, it's okay.
I
It's
just
okay,
haven't
Jake.
met,
It's okay,
a
Jake.
lot of women the past year and a half.
She's
Like that I
different. I
could
get
see
it. I
myself in
get it,
a
Jake. She's
long-term
different.
relationship with.
We've never heard this one before, right?
I'm not
We
saying
never heard
she's
this one.
different, dude. I'm just saying, like, as far like she's my type, and like
Uh
we
huh.
get along. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying she's my type. Like,
Sure, sure. That's
yeah,
cool. No problem,
that's all I'm
right?
saying.
Yeah, and I think this shows and Jake, I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna keep going at you for this, right? But I think everyone understands, and the stream understands. It's funny because you're typically steadfast in your beliefs, and like I said, if someone come on the stream and say, "Oh, like bro, like this is the situation, this is my situation," right?
I, I mean, the
And
end result was just like
you would
Mr.
tear
X
them to
said, though.
shreds. You
The
wouldn't
end
give them
result
the.
was like, I
It's
just
not
want to
about
make
the.
this clear.
It's not. No, no, Jake. It's
I
not
think
even
get into
about.
a
No,
long term
Jake.
relationship.
It's not about the end
No,
result here because obviously we didn't get there yet, right? But I'm talking about even your thought
no,
process.
no, it's over. No, it's done.
No, 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 Jake.
It's over. We didn't
It's
smash the
not.
first night. It's over.
Jake, you're not understanding, Jake. I think you don't understand. I'm
Bro,
not talking
Zubek,
about.
you're not understanding.
No, I think no,
The end
no, no, no.
result is
I
Mr.
think
X
no,
is
no.
right because
It's not about.
she
No, no,
she was looking for a simp that she could
no,
control
no,
with
no, no,
peace
no,
leave to
Jake. Jake,
marry.
it's not even
I
just
was
about
looking
this
for a
case,
fun
Jake.
long-term relationship
No,
that might turn into a marriage. So we had two different things. And she even said like, oh, well, you had this plan, like you were going to come over to sex. Like I thought I told you I wanted to like wait. And I said,
no,
like,
no,
well,
no, no,
honestly,
Jake,
I
Jake,
told you
Jake.
I was going to maybe wait a couple hours. Like, we
No,
hung
no,
out a little bit. Like,
Jake. My
you
issue is
know.
not with this, right? This just the specific, but like you just said, right? Your mind is changing. You're getting more spiritual, right? You're kind of more open. I think, like you said, even if a woman has a 70 body count, if you're in a good relationship with her, it sounds like maybe
So I just want
even
to
if
say,
it's
like, I don't know how many bodies she had. I never
no,
said a number 70. You
does
said
it? But
that.
no hymen, no hymen, no dime doesn't exist anymore, right? For you in that opinion, like it's not just about that. Before you used to say,
Yeah.
oh yeah, no hymen, no diamond is not marriage material, but now it's like you're a bit more flexible on that. It sounds like, Jake. Is that fair to say?
Uh, Possibly.
Oh,
I'm not
okay,
gonna
yeah.
really know until I get there. Here's the thing, dude. Like with
So
a
everything.
few,
No,
but
so
here's what I'm saying, dude.
you
With a few long term girlfriends I've had, I seriously thought myself marrying them. But by the
uh-huh.
time we get to like the 1 to 2 year mark, because I've been in a couple long term relationships that have lasted 2
I
years and 3
understand
years,
this, Jake.
and there's a couple.
But
By the time we get there, man, like I'm always excited to be in a relationship, just like I was now when I met this girl. I'm saying she made. I'm always excited at the beginning, but by the time we get to the
no,
1 2 year mark, when it's time to actually pop the question or actually seriously think about marriage, like, yeah, I mean, I saw a
no,
future in the beginning, but then like I just can't
no.
actually
I
get
get that.
married.
I
So
get that. I get that.
it's like me.
But Jake,
It's like me. I know myself though. Like
Just
I
give me
know
no,
emotionally, and I
no.
get married.
But yourself. But you said it yourself, Jake. You're changing now a bit, right? It went from zero
A bit,
percent to
yeah.
five
I
percent,
still don't
right?
know if I get married
No,
though.
no. But hold on, right? I think the stuff that used to really, huh? Oh, that's not. No, it's not me. No. Yeah, I'm just walking. I'm on the phone. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. No, basically, bro. My point with all this is that
You walking your landlord's dog?
no. I was walking and my
Uh,
neighbor, she was asking about something, but basically, bro, what I'm saying is yeah, in terms of like your fundamentals, it's you're changing a little bit, Jake, and that's okay. But let's just be honest here,
no,
right?
no. Like I said, like before there was a zero
Harm,
percent chance I'll get married. Now there's
no,
a 5% chance. I'm agreeing with
oh,
you.
but
I'm
no
agreeing
hymen, no
with you.
diamond, no hymen, no diamond is not. So AW, excuse me, that acronym is not yeah, it's not no hymen, no diamond anymore. Is that fair to say, Jake? Is
Yeah,
that
I mean,
fair?
I was never big on that saying though. I mean, I was always big on my
Oh,
acronym.
okay. You just
I,
okay. So, but
I was always big
how
on
about
my
the
acronym
acronym
because
itself? How
I just said that's impossible unless like you're in high school. You guys would get married
sure.
as high school sweethearts. Like I always said,
So
like that's just impossible.
okay, but so what else did you used to say that you maybe not hold? So how about the acronym itself? Do you still kind of adhere to that?
Yeah,
Is that
I
fair?
mean, she is. I mean, she went to college. I
No, I'm
know
saying,
she
but I'm
got
saying
a pass.
not just
Yeah.
about her. I'm saying in general. I'm asking about you, Jake.
The only
Not
reason
just
I
about
changed
the.
my acronym is because, like, ND got like in trouble, like they got a strike, whatever, So that's the
No, it's
only
not
reason why I
about,
changed my
bro. It's not
acronym.
even about, bro. Whatever.
Oh,
I'm
I
asking you
100% agree with
directly.
the acronym. That
I'm
is the
asking you
biggest
directly,
truth in
bro.
life. Oh,
Okay,
100%.
so
Age,
but
I'm not
and
going
are
to say
you
it.
and maybe if things go well, with that being said, like you said, you're willing to accept that. You want even with the current structure and the mayor's laws, you're okay. You're willing to sacrifice and you made for kids, right? Is that fair to say?
Now here's what I'm going to say. I've been really into spirituality the last few
Just
months,
keep it
and so
real
I
with me.
thought, no,
I don't need
listen,
the
no,
soapbox
I'm
shit.
answering your question. I'm answering your question. I thought that maybe like Christianity, right? Like Christians would be like a separate part of community that would maybe possibly help insulate things a little bit from the culture. But the reality is, no, everyone's got
No.
the internet. And just like I said, like it doesn't matter,
But you knew this
the
already,
internet's
though.
Can I
worldwide or
give you
whatever,
some
Jake, we talk
advice,
about
So
this
Jake?
a thousand
Can I give
I
you
times on
some
was,
the stream.
advice?
Jake, we talk about this a
Jake?
I
thousand
know
times on
that
the
I know
stream.
this already, Zubek, but I was trying to actually experience it like firsthand. And I did, and I know it's BS, and I
Okay,
went right back to the acronym,
Can I give you some
So
sure.
I'm
advice,
saying
Jake,
I
real
just try to
quick? Can I give you
experience
some
it.
Yeah,
advice?
go ahead,
Is your
Mr.
Yeah,
Ed.
goal
what's
if
up,
your
Mr.
goal's to
Ed?
have kids, if your goal's to have kids, find a woman who's going to be a good mom, not a good like partner. Just find a woman who's going to be a good mother. Forget partner, forget
Uh,
fun. If it's about kids, if it's all about kids for you, that's the
Yeah, I mean,
issue.
it's not though. I mean, I want to have a good relationship too. I mean, so I mean, that's what I'm
You
saying. It's
can't
like
have your cake and eat it
impossible.
too. You
And
can't
That's
have
what I'm
your
saying.
cake
It's
and eat it too.
impossible.
but
I
my
know.
point
That's
with
what I
this,
mean. It's
Jake, is, and
impossible.
this is the thing I'm trying to get at, right?
I'm
I'll
just going
kind
to
of get
keep it
to it, right?
black pilled.
I think that now Jake is at a point in his life, right, that he's starting to, be a bit more flexible, and that's normal. But I think
Mhm.
just the way you're talking today on the stream, Jake, I think maybe 2 3 years from now, you'll become more and more flexible, right?
Yeah,
And you probably
possibly. I'm not going to deny
that's
that.
what
Possibly.
that's what
Possibly.
I'm getting to. I think, and in the future, because you're the way you're talking now is like, whoa, Jake, like
I,
this is not Jake the
I am going
Snake.
to say
This
I
is
am
not Jake
open
the
to it.
Snake. Huh? Yeah,
I'm trying. I've been trying to tone back. I've been trying to have a lot of self control last couple months, like of not
sure.
like hooking up because I've had ex girlfriends like calling me or texting me or whatever. It's like, and some they call me like 1 a.m. Like I know they're calling me to come over and smash them out. You know what I mean? Like so
Uh-huh.
I've
I
been
get that,
ignoring
Jake.
their phone calls.
But
I've been ignoring the text messages.
But
So I've
if
been
you have a
trying to like
good woman
not
who would
to.
just take care of your kids, you can still smash because her life will be around the kids. So you can still smash on the side.
that's what you think. But my point with all this,
Yeah,
guys,
I'm
is that
keeping
my
it
point with
black
all this,
yeah,
pilled.
Jake,
I'm
is
keeping it
but
black pilled,
I
Jake.
am. But
this
I
little
am
Jake
Zubek.
intervention.
I am Zubek. I am agreeing with you. I'm trying to like I haven't done any P2P for the last few months. I haven't
Sure, sure, sure.
uh I haven't answered, go over to smash and dash, whatever, ex
Sure, I
girlfriends
get that,
or
Smash or
Jake.
girls,
dash.
whatever. And I am when I look at
For what
girls, I am
reason, though?
looking
For what
more.
reason, though?
I am
Why
looking.
have you stopped that?
I am looking more for like a long term
Oh,
relationship with like
for what though, Jake? Let's be real. For what?
Yeah, for what?
One because like I would like to have like a good sexual relationship with one
Sure,
woman instead of
sure,
doing
that's
the
fine.
PDP and like hooking up with the ex
Yeah,
girlfriends and stuff like that.
No, JJ. Okay,
that
first
doesn't
point there, right?
last.
Yeah,
Jake, for that though, right? What
yeah.
has changed? Why now one woman? Why just one woman now, Jake?
Well, part of it is because I've been doing this for a long time. It's been a long time since my last long-term relationship, so I would like
Sure.
to um be in a long-term relationship again because I think it's nice.
For,
I enjoy it. Like I don't mind
but I'm
living with
saying
a
for what
woman, whatever,
reason?
you
What
know.
aspects? What? Because remember
You
the same
can't
thing we
have
talked about
both.
before. No, but real quick, right?
Mhm.
What do you miss about that, Jake? Let's get
I
to
mean,
it. Let's get deep onto this
I
situation.
mean,
Let's
the consistent peace leave is a huge one. I mean, for me, like sex is like number one in a
It
relationship,
gets
dude. Like, it
old.
always
I
Trust
don't
is.
me on
think it's
this
I don't
one.
think
It
it's
gets
that,
old.
Jake. I don't think it's that in my opinion. I think you're
But I
coachable. Go
do,
ahead.
like I said, I do enjoy like doing some experience, whatever. Like, we're gonna go out and like do something fun
Uh-huh.
together. That's why I hate eating out. Like what I just think it's a complete waste of money. It's unhealthy, whatever.
Sure.
We're gonna save us some money and go like do some fun experiences together, whatever. And then maybe down the road, like I said, 5% chance. But women always
Uh-huh.
disqualify themselves because there's no marriage material women
I
in
get that.
America.
I get so if you know that's the case, why are you even because if someone told you and I like similar to Jake, and I'll use your argument against you in the first place, right? Because you're usually Mr. Statistics guy, right? But deep down, you know you want. I think you're willing to take that risk with it being someone because you just talk about X amount of marriages fail anyways, but you're still trying to cope and not cope. Excuse me, you're still trying to pursue that, right? Because deep down, I feel like you feel lonely. You feel there's that void in your life, right? And you're willing to. And let's just be real. Like we don't have to lie here, right? And I think that's the case, right? Is
That's
that fair?
a little bit, yeah, a little bit, yeah. There's a void because, like I said, I seen like older trades guys, whatever.
Uh
They're
huh.
like single. They
Yep.
look like they're just like beat up, like the unfulfilled,
Sure.
whatever. Even the guys who have like a lot of money, they still seem like unfulfilled and like they're always searching for something, whatever. I do think there is a sense of satisfaction and everything you get from being in a long-term relationship. But the thing is, like, you got to know and understand that you're walking around with someone who might have cheated on you, who has this past or whatever, and do you have to look past that to get kids? Like me having a son or really I'd like to have a couple sons, maybe even a few sons, is something I've thought about a little bit more as of being getting older, whatever. It's like, oh,
Uh
can I
huh.
find the right woman to do that?
Uh
Probably
huh.
not. It is the like just the reality of the situation, man. It's just like I think having like a long term relationship would be good. Like, 'cause that's where it has to start anyway before you get married. So most likely, the woman's going to disqualify herself from marriage, and then I'm going to have to move on anyway. But like during the time, like, wow, it's been a few years since I've had a long term relationship. So I'm like,
Uh
yeah,
huh.
maybe it's time like you need a long term relationship again. So like these short term
But
things.
deep
So
down, let's cut the bullshit. Right? Deep down, because you want to get married and have kids. Let's just cut the bullshit. That's what you want, right?
I would
Deep
like
down,
to
let's just cut the
try.
bullshit, Jake.
Yeah, no, do it. This is I think this is a good way of putting it in words. Since I'm getting like, I'm in my mid-30s now, it's
Uh
kind of
huh.
like this is the time where you either like
Sure.
find a woman to settle down with soon and do it or you don't. So in order to do that though, you need to start out with a long-term relationship. So I am
Sure.
looking for a more long-term relationship because to give it one
You're
last shot,
you're
maybe.
looking for a wife, bro. This is you're looking for
For
a wife,
what I would like to give
Jake. You're looking
myself the
for a wife,
opportunity.
dude. Just cut
Yeah,
the bullshit.
I would like to give myself the opportunity or possibility of doing it. But like this girl right here, I thought this girl was perfect with the way you talked on her phone and everything like that. But this
Jake,
girl's playing games. In
how
America,
was
you
she
cannot find a
perfect?
wife.
That's the point. What I'm saying, Jake. Listen to yourself,
No, no,
Jake.
no. Here's what I'm saying. No, no, no. When I say perfect, man, I'm not saying like she's actually perfect, because perfection doesn't exist. Whatever. I'm
We're
saying
talking about for the
this was
objective of
best
having a
case
wife
scenario.
and kids. A
Yeah.
wife and kids,
What
Jake.
I'm saying is this was best case scenario. We're both like we're super attracted to each other. Both like see eye to
She
eye.
didn't let
We're
you
both
fuck, Jake.
returning
I don't
kids.
think she was that attracted to you,
But
bro.
but
I don't think
that's
she was
the
that attracted
thing.
to you.
I think she was trying to run game and it didn't work. And she realized like, "Nah, I'm not the type of guy that's going to work on," which I told her,
Yeah.
stuff like, my past, whatever, like she should have known that in the beginning, but whatever, dude. I spent money on one date, on one dinner. She ended up picking it
No,
up. I just gave her cash
Jake, you
for it and like,
passed the game
had her
test, good
house there.
shit. But it's not. I'm not even talking about that. You know, that's not what we're
Yeah.
talking about here, right? I'm not saying you simped
Right.
for her. I'm not saying
Right.
that.
Right.
That's
That's
not
what,
what I'm
cause I
saying here.
definitely didn't. I kept it
No,
black
I
though.
know. And Jake, you
We
don't.
didn't
Yeah,
smash and I was out. That was it.
we get that. We get that. But it's not
Yeah.
about. That's not what I'm talking about here.
Yeah,
Deep down, you're
you're
looking
talking
for
about like
the bigger
deep
picture
down
stuff. The bigger
deep
picture.
down, I have a biological urge to have children, and I agree with you. But I'm saying like all I want to do is
No,
give myself the opportunity,
not
the
only just that though,
possibility.
Jake. I think you're becoming more and more flexible with your demands. Stuff you used to say on the stream beforehand, right? Even almost like a year ago, right? How things change so fast. That's what I'm kind of laughing
Well,
about.
I never said that the no hymen, no diamond thing. I was never a big proponent of that one because I just said
No,
like,
I mean,
yeah,
I mean,
That was
maybe okay.
undead chronic. That was
yeah,
undead
No, he
chronic.
said,
exactly. Thank you,
listen,
Mr. X.
I'm not saying you created, but you used to say it a decent amount of stream. Let's not. You said no, I've been
I
known
don't
that.
think
You
so.
used to
Well,
say that, bro.
I was basically saying like there's no marriage material in America is
Uh
what I was
huh.
saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, which
Okay.
is
Yeah.
a
Mhm.
And
fact.
that's fair, right? But
Yeah.
you know that, but you're stuck. Now you're in an internal conflict, right? Because you know that, but you know, I think now
No,
in the future,
that's a correct statement. I
yeah,
agree with
yeah,
that. Internal
and
conflict. Yep.
yeah, and I feel like, in my opinion, you're going to be
In my
more and more flexible with your stuff as time passes, as time progresses, and you continue to be more and more alone, right? And as you continue to not have that wife,
ah, well,
you're going to be more and more
here's what I'm saying.
flexible.
See, you're saying I'm becoming more flexible. The thing is, dude, like I just haven't met a girl that I could see myself in a long term relationship with in a long time. Like I've met plenty of women that I've smashed and dashed, or maybe like a little
Hmm.
fling, whatever you know. But
I
this
get
woman,
that,
I could
Jake.
actually see a long term relationship, and it just so happened to be after I was trying to get a spiritual connection thing. We just had that in common. But the thing is, like, realistically, without let's say I didn't even go to church like at all, like, and I just met this girl, and she didn't go to church either, like this spiritual thing, whatever. Take that
Hmm.
out of it, and we were both just like, if this had nothing to do with the spiritual thing, whatever, I could see myself a long term relationship with her, So
Sure.
it just
Mhm.
But my point is though, like with let's say like in that long term relationship that we're referring to, right? Like a
yeah, yeah.
hypothetical one, is the fact that like, in short, you'd be okay if a chick like, let's just be real, right? I just feel like I think once you get into that LTR that you talk about, right? I think that you would be willing to, especially as you get older, to look past more things than you used to. That's all I'm saying, Jake. And the way you're talking about this
Well,
chick,
to have
and
kids possibly, but the thing is,
exactly
if
is
you
my
want to have
point. And
kids,
you're,
here's
Mhm.
the internal conflict that you're talking about.
Yeah,
If I want to have kids, I'm gonna have to look past certain things. Now,
yes,
the problem with looking past certain things is that the reason why you shouldn't look past certain things is because those certain things lead to a divorce, which leads to
Yes.
a broken
Yes.
family.
Yeah.
And
Parents
I
sperm
do.
spree.
Yeah, exactly. And those things lead to a divorce, lead to a broken family, and lead to,
hmm
ruining the kids' lives. So that's where the internal conflict is. So I 100% agree with you on that, Zubek. I'm just saying, like, I don't need to worry about those things yet to be in a long term relationship with a woman. Because basically, like, what I know in the back of my head is that I'm going to have, a good long term relationship with this girl, and we're going to have fun and everything like that. Eventually, though, she's going to want marriage, and I'm going to have to either bail or marry her. And every other time that's happened so far in my life, I've bailed. But
and
now
that's
that I've
my
gotten,
point, though. I don't think you're
but
going to be
now
as
that I'm
likely
getting a
to
little bit
bail. Is my
older,
point, though.
but
I don't
now
think
that I'm
you'll be
getting a
as
little bit older, is
exactly.
my strength in the ability to bail going to be as strong as it was as when I was
And I
younger?
say no,
That is
no,
a good question.
and it's
That is
no,
a
in my
very good
opinion.
question. I'm not going to know until I'm there. So far, I've had great strength in turning women down, peace leave, like, and there's still women that are attracted to me and things like that. But I
I,
have been looking for a long-term relationship because there's some girls that have been into me that
You're
I
looking
don't
for
see
a
myself
wife,
with.
Jake. This is cut the bullshit. You're looking
What
for a
what I
wife.
am what I'll agree with you
Just
on,
say it.
Zubak, is
Just
that
say it, Jake. I want to hear Jake. Before I hop off the street, I want to
I'm
say I'm
I'm
Jake the
looking
Snake, and I'm
for
looking for a wife. That's all
I'm
I want to hear.
looking to give myself the potential possibility of having a wife, but I know she's gonna ruin it before we get there. So I'm not like
This
too worried about it.
it's similar to alcohol. It's like similar to Alcoholics Anonymous. I am
My
Jake the
name is Jake
Snake,
and I'm a
and I want a
sexaholic.
wife.
Yeah,
And I am no, but it's not that though, Jake. It's not that,
but
and
I am
deep
though.
down,
But
it's
I
not
really
that.
am.
No, because it's just cut the bullshit, bro. It's not about sex,
I
100%.
I
Like,
am I am because I'm getting older. I want to give
yeah.
myself an
It's normal,
opportunity.
Jake. Even Mr. Ackerman himself is a human being.
Yeah,
He's ready to fold.
let me say this for context too. I got a vasectomy when I was 30. I dated this girl when I was 29, 28, 29. When
Hmm.
and she had a kid. So, I was like, it was a young baby. She was really petite though, and she actually was like a legit model. This girl was like an actual like runway model. She was like magazines and stuff, and she was actually in one of the big car manufacturers commercial. Like she was in like some pretty big stuff, whatever. Like she was actually like a legit like model.
Yeah, we
So
get
anyway,
it, bro. Come on, come on, come on, bro. It's late.
she
It's
was
getting
she was
late now.
gorgeous. You couldn't even tell she had a kid. Like gorgeous, petite, like
Dude,
wow.
we get
Anyways,
it,
plus she
bro.
had a
Like, it's
kid.
almost
So here's the
midnight here.
thing.
Like, let's
Here's the
get
thing.
to
I
it.
was thinking about having a vasectomy for a long time because I know how women are because my acronym and everything like that. And then so I actually this was I had my house and then I had her moving with me and it was so to test out what it would be like if I had a kid. And let me tell you, man, that was a huge turnoff. The way she was toward her kid, like just let her kid do whatever she wanted, didn't really like, train her or teach her or anything, just like, didn't really care about the kid that much. Just, to me, like that was a huge turnoff. And that's just kind of like how all moms or whatever, And I was like, dude, I cannot see myself having kids with any kind of woman in America who really doesn't care that much about her kids, just lets them
But
act however they want, whatever,
I think you're
and
looking
that
for that effectively though.
and
You're
that
essentially looking for that though.
right. But that made me get a vasectomy because I just don't see like there being good moms in America. Like I just don't think most moms are.
So
I
why are
think
you
they take
effectively
pictures on
looking for
Instagram and
one
stuff like
then?
that.
Why are you effectively looking for
Here,
one?
so this is why, Zubek, because so I was thinking about getting a vasectomy since I was like, dude, in my early 20s, because I just thought it would be smart to not like knock a girl up, whatever. But finally, by the time I was 30, because I had several girls try to baby trap me, and then
Okay.
I was like, all right, well, let me give it a shot to see what it would be like, if I did have a kid. And I didn't like the experience. I didn't like the way the mom was around the kid. I didn't like, the way she liked the kid acting like that. And that
Bro, you
was
just
the
said that.
thing.
I get it, Jay. Like,
And,
yes,
right. And
yes.
that was the experience that made me get a vasectomy. I was like, yeah, I'm not having kids.
Uh-huh.
Now I'm getting to a point where like, all right, well, marriage, the whole opportunity of marriage, like I could get a reversal because that's always been in the back of my head. I want to give myself the possibility and see what it's like to be in a long-term relationship again. Cause now I've matured a lot over the last few years since my last long-term relationship. So I want to give myself the possibility of being in one. And then that might just be like, nope, I just can't do it. Cause I know most likely that's what's going to happen, but I don't want to just like, I always hate looking back and thinking, what if? Well, what if, I ended up meeting a girl that I could see myself a long-term relationship with and it turned into a marriage and could have had a good family life. Realistically, there's a less than 5% chance that's going to happen in America. So I just want to give myself the opportunity to be in a long-term relationship. Something's going to happen where like, I just don't see this, like just like the girl with the kid, like,
I'm
oh,
just
she's
asking
a
you to say
bad
one
mom.
thing, Jake.
So again,
Just
maybe
one
get a
thing
vasectomy.
before I get offline.
This girl's
Please.
gonna mess up, and not, do marriage. And I'm like, nope. Acronym. I'm never getting married. So it's just about giving myself the opportunity. That's what it's about.
Jake, I have to ask
To
one
basically
thing, please.
like
Please, Jake,
confirm
please.
my beliefs. Basically confirm my
Why do you
beliefs.
need to confirm? That's because deep down, Jake, you know
Well,
already. It's just
here's the
like,
thing, dude, because
Jake, deep
saying
down,
something
Jake,
and living it are
you
two
know
different things.
already. You know, Jake.
I
That's why.
do know, but I
Yeah,
got you. But what if, Zuback? But here's the thing, dude. It was
Jake,
that
you
girl.
know, Jake.
But
Jake,
here's the thing, dude. It was that girl, and I think that was my answer because, like, I don't see any other girl. Like, I'm pretty picky. You know what I mean? Like,
MD, are you here?
things were going
MD.
to that girl right there was.
Yeah,
I
I'm
thought
here.
that things were. I thought that was gonna be a lunch relationship, but she ended up, playing games. So I'm like, yo, f that. Maybe I don't need to date a Christian girl. Maybe I just go date, hook up these girls that have been calling me and texting me, some of my ex girlfriends or girls that are interested in me, like. That I see like around town, whenever there's a couple girls that you've been
I
looking at me.
get that,
Maybe I
Jake.
just
But
go back
Jake, you
to my
know,
old self, just hooking up with her.
Jake, you know, deep down,
I do know, I
you're
do.
just trying to maybe deep down. I think what's gonna end up happening is that you're just lonely, and you're gonna end up getting into a situation where it may not be the most ideal situation, but you're gonna fold in the end, like many people do, and it's
I don't
okay.
think so.
But at the end of the day,
See,
and
but
if you
that's where we disagree.
no, only time will tell for that. I can't say. I
Right,
can't.
right.
We can't debate that.
I will
Uh,
be in a long-term relationship again, because
yeah,
I am looking kind of for that. But
and
actually,
deep
marry a
down,
woman, I don't think I'm going to ever marry a woman, though.
we'll see. But I mean, you already on that path, bro. I actually just request one thing before we hop off the stream and just say, please, Jake, I'm Jake the Snake, and I'm looking for a wife.
My name is Jake, and I'm looking for a long-term F buddy.
Yeah, hey,
See, you
that's
see how
cool.
he's coping, MD. Hey, MD, you see how he's on?
Hey,
Hey,
it's cool, man. This is legendary, man. This is legendary.
because it's just a whole bunch
Can I
of
be the best man? Can I be the best man?
yeah, like this dude is crazy, dude. And I respect Jake, but it's
Dude,
like
we,
obviously he's going through
we
something
got to
right
get our
now.
tuxedos ready, man. That's it.
Yeah, obviously he's going through something, and
Yo, you guys are invited. If I ever do get married, you guys are invited.
Yeah,
The
man.
whole chat,
Yo,
everybody.
we will be there. We will
yeah,
be there, bro.
obviously Jake is going through a mental
Nah, that's
and
cool.
yeah, it's cool, it's cool. And at least he's being honest, yeah, and it's
I,
fine.
I
But it's
do,
just
but that last thing that I said, about giving myself the opportunity, that really is that's what I did right before I was set to me. And like, yep, that confirms I want to get one, and I think this is going to confirm, like, yep,
that
I'm
no,
not getting married.
but Jake, no, but I can't get off the stream until you say what I asked you to say because you're
No,
coping
I'm
with me
not,
by
dude. I'm
saying
not
that.
looking for that, dude. I'm looking for the potential of a long-term relationship. That is what I'm looking for.
No, Jake,
I am looking for a long-term relationship.
you're coping. I'm sorry, but you're
I'm
coping.
not coping. That's a
No,
fact. Looking for a long-term relationship.
why are you still lying to yourself after everything that's just been said, you're looking for a wife.
I do.
You're
I
looking for a
would.
wife.
Here's what I'll say.
No, Jay,
I'll say kind of what you want to hear, Zubak.
cut the bullshit.
I'll say kind of what you want to hear. I do have a biological urge
No,
to have some sons and teach them what I know and pass on what I know, and like it'd be nice.
Jake, you're looking
If I
for a
could have
wife. Cut the
no,
semantics.
Zubek, listen. To have these things, you need to have a wife is the problem, and an acronym,
You
is the truth.
you don't need a wife. How many people they just get bitches pregnant? That's very normal. Like that's normal, right?
Yeah,
You don't need a wife for that. I think nobody.
yeah,
The
I
thing
don't
is,
know.
you keep talking about LTR and
Here's the
things
problem is
that you
that
miss.
if I'm going to
Jake,
have
you're
a
looking.
family tree, if I'm going to have a family tree, like, 'cause this is what I think about, man, like kids and grandkids and actually have like a community of family, like that don't just all move all over the country because everybody hates each other, that actually all stay in the same city that I'm in, or around the city, whatever, and there's actually a good community family type of feeling. And, then there's grandkids and basically you're expanding and growing. Like you have like a big, family and it's good. Do I have that natural biological urge? Yes. And so, but in order to have that, you need to have a wife in America. It doesn't matter if you're married or not. Once you have a kid, child support is a bigger payment than
Yes,
alimony or anything else. So once you have a kid, you might as well be married. And if you're going to, not be married and you're still cheating on each other or, or whatever bad relationship, that's most likely 95% chance how the marriage is going to turn out in America. So I know that. And so I kind of just want to just like
so
before I
why do you
touch
need it?
it.
Why do you need an LTR then? Why do you need that?
Well, that's more just for me. It's been a few years, and like
But why do you
I
need
just think
that?
it'd
Why
be
do you need that?
fun.
Why? Because deep down, Jake, you want it to lead to something, right? For me, I just think that you're coping, right? In this
Well,
aspect,
I
because
like the
deep down, you don't want to
possibility, but
admit
I
that
know it's
because
not going to
it
happen.
sounds it sounds kind of crazy coming from you. I think it's kind of embarrassing for you. I think a little bit.
I
Maybe you
don't
feel
think
embarrassed saying
so.
that,
I'm always
but
open and honest.
just to say I'm looking for a wife. I mean, if someone
No,
were to
see,
tell
that's
you
the thing, dude. Like, I'm looking for
you
long-term
are
relationship,
Jake, you
and
are
if it
Jake,
turns
it's
into wife, if
okay.
there's a 5% chance it turns into
No,
wife, great.
Jake,
But
deep
I know
down
it's not
you
going to
are, Jake.
happen.
You're just coping.
No,
That's the one thing you can't get past, right? I think you don't want to
no,
admit that. And I think
I
everyone in the
don't.
stream understands based off everything we've said. You're
No,
lonely. It's
see,
okay, Jake.
I do. What I will say is, like, when you're in a long-term relationship, there is like a sense of
Jake, we
fulfillment
don't
that
have
you
to
have
go
there,
through
which is
all the
nice.
semantics. Deep down, that's what you want. Like, I don't, honestly, I'm tired. Like, I don't even feel like keep
No.
rehashing this. You just don't want to
Oh,
admit
well,
that.
if I lived in a different culture, it'd be nice. Here's the thing, dude, with the Korean family tree and everything like that, because
Jake,
it's
I
possible.
understand.
No. But it's possible in another culture, I think, to have a decent marriage, but not in America. And the thing is, I can't move to another country. It's like that's just not going to
It's
work out.
okay,
You know what I
brother.
mean?
It's okay. Deep down, you want a good wife, Jake, and you're keeping that 5% out for that opportunity for that good
No,
wife that you're talking about.
I think it would be nice, but in America,
Jake,
you can't do that.
Jake, you know what's up, Jake. We don't got to keep talking about this. You know what's up, Jake. You can lie to yourself all you want.
No,
You know,
I mean, dude, I'm
you
agreeing with you that I want that, but I know I can't do it in America, and I'm
but
not
no,
going
no,
to leave
but
America most likely,
deep down, that's
even though
what
I'd
you
like
want,
to.
and you're looking for it. You're keeping your options open for that one, maybe that one woman that will be that for you. So you're keeping that door open. That's what it
I do.
is.
I will say,
That's
like,
what,
I like the
that's all
possibility,
it is,
but
Jake. You don't need
I
my
know that
approval,
women are
as
going
A
to
Patterson's
disqualify
saying.
themselves.
You don't need my approval.
I know I'm
I'm,
going
I'm
to
a,
find something out about her within a year to 2 years. Before
Jake.
you get engaged, I know
You
I'm going to
know
find
what's
something out. I
up,
know she's going to ruin it.
Jake. You know what's up. Just stop coping.
Bro,
You're
I'm agreeing
coping.
with what you're saying, man. I'm just saying, like, you
You
think
don't
that,
need to
like, if I get a long
keep
term relationship,
these caveats and all
the
these type of
problem
things to make.
the problem is you think that if I get into a long term relationship, there's a 95% chance I'm going to marry the girl. I'm
That's not
saying
what I
there's a
said,
95%
Jake.
chance I'm
That's
not
not
going to
what I
marry
said.
her.
That's not what I said,
That's how
Jake.
you're talking.
No, the way I'm talking is the fact that what I'm saying is that deep down, you change your tune a little bit. You're sounding a bit more
No,
flexible. You're sounding more blue
I
pillish.
didn't sit to Scribe like before because Scribe is like, I don't want to live with a chick. I'm like, dude, I actually don't mind living with a chick. I actually kind of like
No,
it.
no,
And
you said that before. No, I'll
yeah,
grant you that before.
and then
But
and then
I think you're not
and
even
I've said
watching
like
the
I
way you're
would like to have
talking though.
sons, I have said before I would like to have sons, man. I really would like to have sons and a family and everything. But the problem is, in order to do that, like it doesn't matter if you're married or not in America, you're basically gonna be treated as you're married in the court system, and in America, it's just not the place to do it. So I've said that before too, and like now
Yeah,
it's just like
but
okay,
even with all that being said, you're still gonna be like you said. I asked you earlier, right? You were talking about like, yeah, like I think the old Jake, right? The old Jake would say, "What? Even the concept of marrying a woman with a 60-50 body count will be out of the question, right?" But in the
bro, I don't know
hypothetical,
where
you
you're getting the
said,
numbers from, dude. 70, 60,
no,
50. It's
no,
just
no.
like
In the
I
hypothetical,
just
right?
it's
Let me
just
say,
acronym, man. To me, it's an acronym. It's all the same.
no, that's my
Well,
point. I just don't
as
believe
far as
that you
statistics
really
go, I used
all
to
the
be a
stuff that
statistic guy, but real quick, I used to be a statistic guy. Once it goes over double digits, it don't matter, dude. It don't matter what the number is. Yeah, that's what I'm
exactly right.
saying. So you can say whatever number you want after
But
10.
I think my not necessarily fear, but I think in my opinion, like I say, we can't debate this because we don't know the future, right? But I believe that because despite this is just context clues from the way you're talking, right? Saying, oh, she's even what you were saying was that like you were implying that you were believing her at times, and she's a good, obviously you knew that she had a body count from before, but she's an amazing girl. It's like, is this Jake? Like, who am I speaking to? I think it's the spiritual shit that you said, right? It's affecting like it's fucking with the BP side of you a little bit, and I think
Ah,
I think so in my opinion. And that's okay,
I don't know about that.
but
Cause I didn't, dude. Cause like she didn't, she didn't want to
you
bang the
know.
first date.
And you
So
said
I was like, I was
we're
done.
so attracted to each other. And then like, imagine if someone told you, Jake, if someone came on the
I
stream
would
and
say
said that,
if the guy said he never went back over there, and like, hey, you paid for one dinner date, they ended up not hooking up, and so he never went back, and they ended up stopped talking to each other. I'd be like, yeah, man, keep it black pill. You didn't waste your time, keep it moving. Like that's why
no,
that's why I
but
would
no,
tell
there's
him.
one aspect that you're not mentioning though, Jake.
What's
Is
that?
what I'm saying. That's one. Yes, that's black in the sense that you didn't sim. However, the other aspect is that you're coping a little bit, in my opinion, or at least you wouldn't give someone else's grace. Someone came on the stream and said, "Yeah, bro, this chick was, so attracted to me," and then you would ask the person, "Oh, did she let you fuck?" And then and off
Well,
rip, if you're that, don't give me a second, Jake. Give me a second.
right. But how
And
do
then
you
and then
know until you go hang out there? I hung
no
out there one time, we didn't
no
fuck, and I left. Like how are you supposed to know if we fucking or not? Like I gotta
no
hang
no
out.
no no. no. I get that, Jake. But the thing about it is the way you described it initially was like we were so attracted to her. How attracted was she to you though? Maybe you were. I think you were a lot attracted to her than she was to
Well,
you.
that's what I was saying. Here's the thing: is I tried to cancel the date, and because I was like,
It's
man, I was
not
working
no,
on my
Jake,
truck
I
and
don't
stuff like
care
that.
about these. I'm saying,
She, and
is
she's
that
like,
fair to
oh
say? Is
well,
that fair to
I don't
say?
care. I don't care if we don't go out to dinner. Like we can just hang out at my place. I can just pick something up and we just hang out at my place, whatever. So I thought she was really attracted to me and wanted to, invite me over so we get smashed. I'm like, okay,
But
cool. Then I guess
but
I'll
why
finish
did she let
fixing
you
my truck,
smash? Keep it
and I
real.
rode
Why did she
there.
let you smash?
But obviously there's only one reason because she was not attractive enough to me to let me
Uh huh.
smash on the first night, and that's what I
Uh
told
huh.
her in person. I said we both had one night stands before, so either we're not attracted to each other, we don't have the same kind of sex drive, or like like
Mm-hmm.
we're not as compatible as we thought. Like whatever it is, we've both had sex on the first night with other people before, so
Yeah, I don't think she
I
was
was out
attracted to
after
you as
that.
much as you think, Jake.
No,
But
no,
you keep saying,
I think she was playing. I think she was like running a game. She was trying to run like Christian
uh
game,
huh.
whatever. And this is my first like experience with it. And I was like, yo, I'm out. I thought it would like insulate me from like some of the BS from culture, but it didn't. It's the same. Acronym is true, man. It
Uh
just
huh.
so that's why I
Yeah.
was out. But it was
Yeah.
one. We hung out one time, and that was it. It was like we didn't smash.
Not all good.
To
I'm not
me,
saying you sim, Jake.
I'm
You keep saying
done.
I didn't say you sim, bro. It's all good, Jake. Don't
No, no,
worry.
no, no. I know I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
if you don't hook up with a girl on the first night, you hang out, especially if you've been talking on the phone for a while. It's not like, oh, we barely talked. We just like bumped into each other. We didn't really talk on the phone. We only texted a couple times to meet up, and then like, we hang out, but we didn't really know each other. We talked on the phone for about a week. We talked a lot. We got to know each other. We
Right.
supposedly she kept saying she was really attracted to me. She's like, oh, the fact that you're a construction guy is really hot, and like she was saying she's like really attracted to me. I'm showing you to my friends. My friends think you're really hot too, and like they're really
But
excited for
dude,
me.
even with
But
what you're saying though, Jake, 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 Jake.
I think she was playing that up though, because Zubek, I agree, because the end
Yeah, let's just be
result
real,
is,
Jake.
did we smash or not? And she
Yeah, it's
didn't,
very
and we
simple.
didn't.
Very
So
simple.
I think she was playing it up because I think that was part of her game. And so I'm not gonna let game get run on me. I'm gonna go on one date. We either smash on the first date or we don't. I told her ahead of time, if we smash on the first date, like I'm still planning on dating you. Like that's what I want to do. Like I've dated a bunch of girls I hooked up with on the first night, but if we don't hook up on the first night, then obviously we're not very attracted to each other, very compatible or whatever. So,
Ooh.
but as far as so we didn't
All
smash,
good,
and so I
Jake.
was out.
Hey, I'll just say Jake. My name is Jake Snake, and I'm looking for a wife. We can end the stream.
Yo, my name is my name is
That's
Jake.
all I'm
I'm a
asking for.
sexaholic looking for a good, sex-filled, long-term relationship.
Hey, I'm not gonna argue after that, man. I'm not gonna keep pushing you, but we all know what's up. We know what's up,
I
MG.
do have the biological urge you're talking about, but you can't get married or have kids in America. I mean, your life is ruined if you do. That's a
But you're still
problem.
open. But you're still looking for the LTR with the potential for that, though. Deep down, like
Yeah,
you
but
know.
I know that the one's gonna
Yeah,
ruin it. Within a year, it's
yeah.
gonna ruin it. So I'm
It's
gonna
all
worry
good.
about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the money dried up for the P for P. I think it was also played a role or something. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, during wintertime, it gets a little slow for contractors, so that's a little
Yeah,
part
you
of
know
it.
what I mean. The
It's a
money
little
dried up.
part of it.
You see this MD. The money dried up a little bit. Now he's talking about to bury some. See what happens when the money dries up, not knowing that in the future the money's gonna get really. He's really gonna have to pay a lot.
Hey, it's a little slow in the wintertime for construction, but
Oh,
you
it's
know,
over.
but
Shout out A.
if I get a girl who only wants to go out twice a month, hey, that's some cheap peace leave. I can do that for a
All
little while
good,
during the winter
man.
season.
All good, man. Just get the tuxes ready, MD. All right.
Yeah, man, this is a good one, man. You
Get the,
guys,
get the,
man, this
get the
is
tuxes
great,
ready,
bro.
man.
Zubak, you're relentless, bro. Jake,
Dude, I can't. I just couldn't
much
believe. I've talked to
love,
Jake in
brother.
months,
It
and
was good, Zubak. It was
I don't
good.
talk.
Yeah,
I haven't talked to Jake in months, and now he's talking about this other shit. I'm like, what is going on here? Like,
definitely, bro. Definitely.
MD.
Yeah, I'm streaming every night, so you know what's up, man.
Okay, yeah. I mean, MD.
Yeah.
Am I being a bit harsh, or
Oh no, no, you're
is
keeping
Jake
it real, bro. Both of you
is
guys.
is,
We're
It
all
was
keeping
good.
it
It
real.
was good.
is
That's
Jake
what
is
it's
Jake being a
about,
little,
man. I hope it stays up. We abide by the YouTube guidelines. You know, this is
yeah,
everybody's opinion and our own
yeah, for
opinion.
sure.
And this is
So
a good
yeah,
episode.
this is great,
Yeah,
man. That's
because
what it's
I
about.
think
Camaraderie.
Jake's already at Men's Warehouse and shit. I think
Oh,
Men's Warehouse maxing.
you know,
I
just
just went to
this is
church for
great,
this
man.
Sunday coming up. I don't know who I'm marrying, but it's gonna be someone.
He's Men's Warehouse
Yeah, man.
maxing.
Hey, you know
There's
what's up, man.
there's
Yeah.
Jailhouse maxer, and then there's Men's Warehouse maxing. You know,
Oh man. Yeah.
so
Yeah, every
the
night,
tuxes ready,
man.
man.
Between 10 and 11, I go live, and you know what's up, man. We
All
here.
right, no doubt,
I'm getting a
fellas. Nice
snakeskin
talking.
tux,
Not,
custom
hey,
tailored.
real quick, real Christmas.
Yeah,
What are we
man. We
doing for
got the
Christmas?
preacher's gonna be Elvis, dressed like Elvis. You know what's up, man.
Jay,
Just
don't let the Christmas loneliness get to you. All right, man. Stay strong. All right. I know it's the holidays. The money's short. The money's small right now. I think that's all it is, guys. I think it's just contracting slowing to the winters, the holidays. He sees the Christmas trees and
hey
the
man,
family.
Christmas coming. I'm gonna be streaming Christmas Eve, Christmas. It's
No doubt,
100%.
no doubt,
I'm
no
going
doubt.
100 miles an hour, man. Full speed ahead, bro.
Guys, nice talking to you guys. I'll
All right,
catch you
man.
probably later this week.
It was good
Definitely,
talking to you,
man. Have a
Zubak.
good
Nice,
night,
Good
man.
man.
We'll
talk
talk
to you,
soon.
MD.
Take care. Everybody in the chat, thank you, bro. Have a good night.
The chat
All
is
right, guys.
undefeated.
All right.